Chapter 1643. Su Delin really had no other choice. She was really cured. Then can you return my cultivation to me now? Su Delin asked. I don't really want to right now. It depends on your performance. Oh right, you have a mission from now on. Su Delin, I'm sure you know the 3 girls in the villa, including your sister. Su Delin frowned. Protect them well. You want me to protect a few people? Who do you think I am? The entire Deshang used to belong to me. You want me to protect a few useless people? You haven't gotten used to your current identity yet. You're now a prisoner. Lin Xian. Su Delin was speechless for a moment. Actually, Lin Xian was quite assured of her. Why? To a very ambitious person, life was even more precious. She definitely wouldn't fight to the death with him. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't intend to treat her badly unless she was disobedient. All right. Su Delin said. As for your sister, what are your plans? Lin Xian asked. Didn't you say so? Protect her well. You're worth teaching. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Don't worry. There are too many ways to deal with your sister. It's normal for her to awaken her memories. Just pretend that you're very close to her. You don't need me to teach you this, right? Then when can you return my cultivation to me? In a few days. All right. Now, I'll show you why I'm confident that you can follow me. Lin Xian said. Then, Lin Xian took out a pill. What's this? How long will it take for your cultivation to recover to the heavenly Tao? I need a recover pill. If you don't have one, you can just devour my sister. Lin Xian threw the pill to her. When the time comes, I'll help you refine the Great Recovery Pill. When you consume it at the Heavenly Tao realm, you will be able to raise your cultivation by 2 realms. As for whether it's real or fake, you should be able to sense the spiritual energies in the pill. Besides, there's no need for me to lie to you. You have already consumed the poison, so there's no need for me to do anything else. Su Delin looked at Lin Xian. Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you? If I was afraid of that, do you think I would give you this? Su Delin pondered for a moment. To be honest, although this person's realm was ordinary, the things he took out really surprised her. Moreover, the Xian Yuan sword was also in his hand. This person really didn't seem to be so simple. Then when are you going to refine it for me? We'll talk about it when you become obedient. Su Delin nodded. Okay, no problem. Now that she thought about it, she didn't seem to have lost anything. Instead, she could use him to break through. If she didn't have this pill, even if she recovered to her peak, to the demon race, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for her to reach the 2-star realm. However, because of this pill, she was still very excited. Of course, the prerequisite was that this pill was real. However, what Lin Xian said also made a lot of sense. Moreover, she could feel the terrifying spiritual energy and medicinal power from this pill. She felt that it was real. No matter what, this pill was definitely not an ordinary pill. Moreover, it was definitely not a poisonous pill. It was very easy to distinguish between a poisonous pill and an ordinary pill. She would first find an opportunity to see if she could cure herself of the poison. Once her poison was cured, she would have nothing to worry about. It wasn't that she couldn't accept living under someone else's roof. After all, although she used to control the Great Shang dynasty, she had always relied on King Zhou. In fact, she was already used to it. She only needed this real power. No, but this time, she didn't only want real power. She wanted everything. Let's go back and meet them. Are you sure? You'll be living there in the future. What's there to not be sure about? Lin Xian said. Lin Xian didn't plan to let her live in a secret place. They would live together. He believed that with the kindness of those girls, she would slowly be infected. Moreover, Lin Xian was confident that she wouldn't betray him. In fact, your own pill just now had subdued her. Moreover, although this woman was ruthless and unscrupulous, Lin Xian could still see that she had a normal human nature. She wouldn't go so far as to say that she had lost her humanity. Why? Yes, although she killed her sister, she didn't destroy her soul. The so-called forgetting should be an excuse. She did it on purpose. Although her sister died in that life, her sister could reincarnate and start a new life. Perhaps from a human's point of view, this matter was still cruel. However, from the point of view of a top cultivator, as long as her soul wasn't destroyed, she wasn't really dead. In fact, this wasn't a big deal. Alright. Then Lin Xian released the power of space and left with Su Delin. Sister, what do you think Lin Xian is doing? Don't tell me he went to have sex. Mu Feifei sat there and rested her chin on her hand. Qi Ni Juan, Mu Qingya, this Mu Feifei was really something. Every time she spoke, she could kill them. I don't know. I hope he's fine. She hadn't come back for so long. To be honest, she was really worried. Click, Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. Hey! The three girls hurried over. What happened? What happened? They asked hurriedly. There's something more important. Lin Xian. What? It's about you. Lin Xian looked at Qi Ni Juan. Me? Qi Ni Juan frowned. Do you believe in reincarnation? Because they were already martial artists, there were some things that didn't need to be said. Moreover, according to Su Delin, in half a year, the earth would have a different appearance, and even the spiritual power of heaven and earth would reach an unimaginable level. The entire earth would know a lot of things, and their worldview would change. They just knew it in advance. Reincarnation is rebirth. Is it true? This can't be true, right? Lin Xian nodded. It's true. And then? Qi Ni Juan looked at Lin Xian. You have a sister. Qi Ni Juan, she was your sister many years ago. Of course, she can be said to be your sister now. She didn't reincarnate, but you did. Now she's here to look for you. I'm afraid you can't accept it, so I'm telling you in advance. Don't ask too much about your previous life, and you don't need to know. You just need to know that she was your sister in your previous life. The three girls, their heads were buzzing. What? What was this? Were they shooting a movie? Chapter 1644. Qi Ni Juan looked at Lin Xian dumbfoundedly. Hey, if you're possessed or controlled by someone, blink 3 times. Qi Ni Juan touched Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian, sister, I'm serious. But, isn't what you said a little too fantastical? You've already come into contact with cultivation and know about the existence of many things. Why, you don't believe this? It's not that I don't believe it. I just feel that it's unimaginable. Qi Ni Juan shook her head and said. Yes, for a normal person, when you know that there are people in this world who cultivate, your worldview will collapse. But fortunately, this is at least something you can imagine. But reincarnation, although it has been shown in many TV shows, when it really appears in front of you, it's really hard to accept. Especially when someone tells you that you've died before and now you're reincarnated. You have an older sister from your previous life, and now she's coming to find you. Fuck. Who can withstand this? So I'm telling you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared. Qi Ni Juan nodded. The two girls beside her were also stunned when they heard this. Then where is she? Chini Juan asked. Come in. Lin Xian said, and then Su Dalin swayed her body and walked in. What the fuck? Mu Feifei's mouth was wide open. What? Who can withstand this? It's exactly the same. It's really exactly the same, only the hairstyle is different. But this sister's hairstyle doesn't cover her face, so you can tell at a glance that it's exactly the same. Aren't they fucking twins? Because they were very familiar with Chini Juan, when they saw Su Dalin, it was really too familiar. Chini Juan was also dumbfounded as she stood rooted to the ground. What the fuck? She was dumbfounded. Okay. It's okay that she had an older sister in her previous life, and it's okay that this older sister came to find her, but why does she look exactly the same as her? If her parents knew about this, wouldn't they go crazy? What? Mu Feifei moved closer to Su Dalin, then reached out and poked Su Dalin's face. So tender, it's a real person. Aren't you a fool? If this isn't a real person, then what is? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Su Dalin was very unhappy. But she still had to smile. Bastard! How dare a lowly human poke him in the face? Bastard! Let me see if you're in disguise. What if you're lying? Big sister, what good does it do for me to lie? Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. That's true. Chini Juan was dumbfounded. What the hell? Why does she look like me? She knew her own appearance all too well. Now that a woman who looked like her had appeared out of nowhere, she was completely dumbfounded. But this woman's age. She just looked like she was a few years older than her. She might be in her mid-20s, but she looked exactly the same. Because you were twins at that time, and the reincarnation of a person will not change their appearance, so you are the same. Lin Xian said. So that's how it is. Chini Juan looked at Su Dalin. Hello, my name is Su Dalin. Su Dalin. Wow! What a beautiful name. Do you know Su Daji? Mu Feifei asked casually as a joke. I know her. Su Dalin's lips curled up slightly. Big sister, you're lying. What do you want to drink? Wine. Su Dalin said. Then I'll get it for you. Big sister, take a seat. We're just having dinner. Let's eat together. Mu Qingya also nodded. Big sister. Senior, please take a seat. Lin Xian held back his laughter. This Mu Qingya was really interesting. Su Dalin sat down and looked at the food on the table, frowning slightly. Is this the food you have now? Then she picked up her chopsticks. She was very outgoing and directly treated this place as her home. Because there were a lot of seasonings now, the food they made must be 100 times more delicious than at that time. Then she casually took a bite, and her beautiful eyes lit up. To be honest, this surprised her. Well. Yes. Mu Feifei then took a bottle of red wine and walked over. Chini Juan sat there and kept looking at Su Dalin. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied. Su Dalin nodded in satisfaction and then continued to eat the food. Hey, big sister, did you come here just to eat? Don't you have anything to say? Lin Xian said. Su Dalin paused and then looked at Chini Juan. Chini Juan hurriedly sat down. She really didn't know what to say. I'll teach you cultivation in the future. Su Dalin said to Chini Juan. Ah. Okay. Chini Juan nodded. Big sister Su, which era are you from? Mu Feifei asked. Shang. Wow! Mu Feifei exclaimed. That's a long time. Then you must be super powerful. They couldn't help being surprised. Well, I'm just average. Hearing this, Su Dalin was a little embarrassed. Originally, she wanted to say that she was quite powerful, but with Lin Xian sitting next to her, she felt that she still couldn't say that. Sorry. Damn. She was cured by a little kid in her 20s. What confidence did she have to say that she was powerful? Then, what Big Sister said might be true. Su Daji is also from the Shang dynasty. Since Big Sister is a powerhouse from the Shang dynasty, then you really know each other. By the way, why do you have the same name? Because Su Daji is my... Lin Xian quickly interrupted and said, because at that time, there were many people with this name, and many were also called Su Daji. Then Lin Xian secretly glared at her. Su Dalin shrugged her shoulders and didn't say anything. Well, okay. If Su Dalin said it out loud, wouldn't she know that Qini Juan was Su Daji? So that's how it is. Then sister, is Su Daji very beautiful? Just like the legend, she could charm King Zhou of Shang alone. She's the kind of femme fatale. Mu Feifei was very outgoing and talkative. Well. Of course. Wow. Mu Qingya looked at Su Dalin and asked, Senior, did you wake up from a deep sleep? Just like those people? Well, yes. Mu Qingya glanced at Lin Xian. It was just as he said. If that was the case, all the experts of the Shang dynasty would wake up from their deep slumber. Maybe Qin Shi Huang or something. Oh my god. What would Earth be like then? Wasn't it too scary? But inexplicably, she was looking forward to the appearance of those people to change some things on Earth. Maybe it was too peaceful now, but she was afraid that it would be very dangerous. Chapter 1645. The few of them chatted and chatted, but Qini Juan was the one who spoke the least. Now she was doubting her life. She was still in a daze. Your sister is here. Why don't you say more to her? Lin Xian asked. Well, let her calm down a little. Su Dalin glanced at her dear sister and said with a smile. She appeared to be very kind. No one would have thought that she had killed Qini Juan with her own hands. Now she paid more attention to the various delicacies on the table that she had never eaten before. They were really delicious. This was the most meaningful thing since she woke up. Sister, is it enough? If it's not enough, I'll make more for you. Mu Feifei looked at Su Dalin and said. Su Dalin paused and then wiped her mouth. Well, it's enough. Qini Juan then said, Then, how did I die in the past? You, Lin Xian said, didn't we agree that you're not allowed to ask about the past? No matter what, it was in the past, or even thousands of years ago. Even if you know, what's the point? Qini Juan thought for a moment and then nodded. I know. Lin Xian's words were very reasonable. By the way, where will Sister Su live in the future? Mu Feifei asked. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, Yes, where will she live? At first, Lin Xian thought too simply. Because think about it, the Mu family and the Qin family had a good relationship. They also knew Qini Juan, so they couldn't let Su Dalin live in this villa, right? They couldn't let Su Dalin live in the Qin family either. If the Qin family found out that there was a girl who looked exactly like their daughter, wouldn't they be scared to death? Then how would Su Dalin live? Would she have to disguise herself all the time? It would be inconvenient. Will she live in Sister Qin's house? Mu Feifei said. No, she'll die. Qini Juan quickly shook her head and said. Damn. This was absolutely not okay. Whatever. Su Delin glanced at Lin Xian. See? You're in trouble now, aren't you? Therefore, you should just let me leave. This was the meaning behind Su Delin's gaze. Lin Xian expressed that this was a small matter. If it doesn't work, we can get a villa next door and let her live there. But why do you have to stay here? Shouldn't she live closer to Sister Qin? Mu Feifei said. Are you stupid? She looks the same as Qin Yijuan. If Qin Yijuan's parents find out, it'll be another troublesome matter. So, it's okay to live here. Your parents are usually at the company. If they have nothing to do, they can often come here. If they can't, they can just disguise themselves a little. Lin Xian. Su Dalin shrugged. Whatever makes you happy. Mu Qingya glanced at Lin Xian and Su Dalin strangely. What did he mean by Lin Xian could do whatever he wanted? Why do I feel like there's more to this than meets the eye? That's it then. Xiao Qingya, get a house next door. Do you have one next door? There's one next door. Then get one and let her live there. If you have nothing to do, you can gather there and cultivate. Okay. Mu Qingya nodded. Okay, that's all for now. I have to go do something. You guys chat. With that, Lin Xian walked away. The girls then started chatting. Lin Xian wanted them to get along well. In this way, Lin Xian felt that with their character, they should be able to slowly influence Su Dalin. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao was crying. Fuck. Where's that woman? Why is she gone? Didn't she say that she would be in this cave? Why is she gone? Fuck. These experts were all shameless. They had already agreed, yet they ran away. How shameless. They even lied to a junior. However, she said that she would take about a week, so she might come back in a week. What does she need to do now? It's possible. Duan Lingxiao pondered. No, I have to do something during this time. Then, Duan Lingxiao quickly left and went to find Xianyuan Qingtian. At this moment, Xianyuan Qingtian was thinking about something when Duan Lingxiao walked over. Lingxiao, you're just in time. Xianyuan Qingtian stood up. Brother Xianyuan, do you have a plan? Well, Lin Xian has returned to Jiangnan City. He's currently in the villa of the Mu Group CEO. This is his base, so it's time to act. Originally, Xianyuan Qingtian would not tell Duan Lingxiao about this, and Duan Lingxiao did not want to tell Xianyuan Qingtian that he had a grudge against Lin Xian. However, Xianyuan Qingtian overheard Duan Lingxiao's call to the assassin last time, so he knew that Duan Lingxiao had lied to him before. They were not friends, and they were even enemies. Duan Lingxiao's explanation was that what he said before was true, but he had some friction with Lin Xian, so they were also enemies. However, they might be aware of their relationship, but on the surface, they could still get along as if they knew each other. Previously, he had secretly sent an assassin to kill Lin Xian. Xianyuan Qingtian felt that the relationship between Duan Lingxiao and Lin Xian was very similar to his relationship with Lin Xian. However, this did not cause him to distrust Duan Lingxiao. Instead, he trusted Duan Lingxiao even more. He even felt that the two of them were fated to be together. Do you want to act now? Duan Lingxiao asked. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded. That's right. I've already sent people. This time, it's 5 heavenly venerables, and there's even a 9-star heavenly venerables. I don't believe that experts of this level can't kill a person. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He did not know about the news of Dongfang Shui waking up. To be precise, other than Dongfang Bai and the others, no one in the Dongfang family knew. Heavenly Venerables, Duan Lingxiao pondered for a moment and said, the heavenly venerables might not be enough. What? The heavenly venerables are not enough? Are you kidding? Lin Xian is in the domain realm, and only has a 2-star cultivation base. It's ridiculous that even a 9-star heavenly venerables is not enough. The difference between the domain realm and the heavenly venerables is not like the difference between the lower realm and the domain realm. Xianyuan Qingtian said. This was the strongest that he could invite. Any stronger than that, the great virtual realm cultivator. To be honest, he only knew that the Xianyuan family had a great void realm expert, but it was impossible for them to act for him. He thought about it for a while, but it seemed that he really could not find any other great void realm experts. Duan Lingxiao felt that it was really not enough. As for the reason, he could not give it. It might be the system. He had the system. Only the system could deal with the system. Big brother Xianyuan, give this to them. Duan Lingxiao took out something. Chapter 1646. Only the system could defeat the system. Although Duan Lingxiao knew that the things they exchanged in the system might be different, he also knew that because of the system, Lin Xian definitely had something that could save his life. That woman might not be reliable. Now, Xianyuan Qingtian had used such a large number of experts to assassinate Lin Xian. If it was combined with the things in his system, there would be a chance of success. Without the things in his system, Duan Lingxiao felt that Lin Xian would definitely be fine. What is this? Xianyuan Qingtian asked. Duan Lingxiao said, this is a very powerful thing. Its effect is very simple. As long as you use it on a target in your line of sight, you only need to think about the target in your mind. Then, your spiritual power will be sealed and you won't be able to use any spiritual power for a few days. What? There's such a thing. Xianyuan Qingtian looked at the thing in his hand, dumbfounded. He could understand sealing a person's spiritual power. This was a very normal power. However, what shocked him was not this, but the method of using it. As long as it was a target in his line of sight, he only needed to think about the target in his mind and it would be directly used on him. What was the principle behind this? This went against all the theoretical principles. Yes, it did go against all the principles. However, because this was something in the system, there was no need to explain it. However, Duan Lingxiao would definitely not tell Xianyuan Qingtian that he had the system. What the hell is this? Duan Lingxiao said, I got this from Dxan's tomb. I don't know what it is exactly, but the effect is indeed like this. At that time, I was also very surprised by the existence of this thing, but I am sure that this thing is definitely real. That Lin Xian is definitely not simple. If you really want to kill him, it's best to use this. Xianyuan Qingtian pondered for a moment. Well, okay, I'll believe you this time. The main reason was that he had the same goal as Duan Lingxiao. He believed that if Duan Lingxiao really wanted to kill Lin Xian, he would definitely do his best. Okay. As for Lin Xian, he was already prepared for this. Why did he say that? This was because Lin Xian knew that Lin Xian would definitely want to seize the opportunity to kill him here on Earth. Moreover, he had the system, so he would definitely seize the opportunity. Moreover, there was also Xianyuan Qingtian. Lin Xian was already prepared. He had even prepared a special item to fight against the system. This was also why Lin Xian didn't really want to kill Su Delin. Fuck. Lin Xian still needed a top-notch fighter in the virtuous realm. Tonight, Su Delin and Qini Juan went out to stay in a hotel. Lin Xian was still quite at ease. For an ambitious woman, she wouldn't go against her own life. Moreover, Lin Xian was actually very kind to her. He believed that she should be clear about it. In fact, this was indeed the case. Su Delin really didn't want to do anything. Now, the person she was most unhappy with was Lin Xian. It had nothing to do with other women. As for the past, she did kill her sister. However, she did deliberately not destroy her sister's soul and even helped her reincarnate. If there was no help, there was a 99% chance that she would not be able to reincarnate. She had to bring her sister to a place. She brought her sister to that place and helped her reincarnate. If you said that she was cruel, then she was indeed very cruel. However, she deliberately did not destroy her sister's soul. Anyway, it was not easy to say. Who is that person? In the room, Lin Xian took a shower and then got into bed. Mu Qingya asked curiously. "Ah, didn't I say it? It's Qini Juan's sister. She's a twin. I mean, she said that she was from the Shang dynasty. Then what is her identity? What is Yi Juan's identity? I'm quite curious." Mu Qingya said. Okay, Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I'm not telling you. Then I won't tell you. Mu Qingya then got into bed and turned her back to Lin Xian. Hey, you can't do this. If I don't tell you, you'll turn your back to me. What? Are you going to threaten me and not have sex with me? Mu Qingya, you're crazy. Ha! Lin Xian then hugged her from behind. Qingya, I missed you so much. Absolutely not. Mu Qingya said. Ha! You probably have a lot of women outside and there are other girls following you. Would you miss me? Mu Qingya absolutely did not believe him. Really, really. Have a rest. Mu Qingya did not want to talk to Lin Xian about this. Do you want to do some exercise before going to bed? It's good for your body and mind. Lin Xian's hand slowly reached in. Mu Qingya pressed Lin Xian's hand. Useless beauty. It's useless to struggle. Then, there was no need to say anything else. After a quiet night, Lin Xian hugged Mu Qingya and slept until the next morning. Early the next morning, Qini Juan got the villa next door and quietly arranged for Su Dalin to move in. For someone of her status, she could even move in first and go through some procedures. It was a piece of cake. Last night, she had chatted a lot with Su Dalin. However, Su Dalin didn't mention a lot of things. Instead, Su Dalin asked her about it. For example, she found out more about Lin Xian, ordered takeout, and ate a lot of delicious food. In any case, she had accepted this twin sister that had appeared out of nowhere. Although it was a fantasy, she had accepted it now. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Mu Qingya had already woken up and just walked out of the shower. I'm going to cultivate. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian and said, the weather is so good. Let's go out and have some fun. Okay, Mu Qingya thought for a moment and said, okay. Although cultivation was important, she also cherished the time she spent with Lin Xian. Since they had already decided to be together, decided to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and even slept on the same bed, to her, the person was probably more important. Call your sister and let's go out and have some fun. By the way, call Qini Juan and her sister. Let's go out and have some fun. Okay. Qini Juan happened to be on the weekend. She was chatting with Su Dalin in the villa and teaching her how to use her phone. Then Mu Feifei ran over and told them about it. Let's go out and have some fun. Qini Juan nodded and handed a mask to Su Dalin. Put on the mask. Why don't you wear it? Su Dalin asked. Because they looked the same, it was better for one of them to dress up. Okay, I'll wear it. Qini Juan shrugged. Then they went out and had some fun. Chapter 1647. In the KFC, they sat in the corner, chatting and eating. This thing is delicious. Su Dalin realized that after coming to this era, she had been conquered by the variety of food available in this era. Especially every time she ate something with a new taste, it really surprised her. For example, this hamburger in front of her now. She had never eaten it before, but the first time she ate it, it was new and strange. She liked it very much. Then I'll order another one for you, Qi Juan said. That one. Su Dalin pointed at the grilled wings on the poster. She didn't know what that thing was, but looking at the color, it seemed to be very appetizing. Okay. Lin Xian said to Mu Qingya, Little Qingya, how much capital does the Xianyuan family have? What do you want to do? Lin Xian, just asking. Really just asking. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have asked the Dongfang family. Mu Qingya still remembered that the last time Lin Xian asked her this question, it was about the Lin family. At that time, Lin Xian wanted to destroy the Lin family, so he asked this question. Now, no way. I can't imagine. Mu Qingya said. Brother-in-law, what do you want to do? I want to destroy the Xianyuan family. Pfft, Qi Juan, who was next to him, spat out a mouthful of porridge. Is there something wrong with you? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Go eat your food. Tisk, Qi Juan rolled her eyes. Xianyuan family. Which Xianyuan family? Could it be the descendant of Emperor Xianyuan? Su Dalin said. Is the Xianyuan family the descendant of Emperor Xianyuan? Lin Xian asked. Is Emperor Xianyuan the yellow Emperor Xianyuan? No way, I don't know. Qi Juan shook her head. Su Dalin said, maybe, or maybe it's slightly similar to his bloodline. Of course, if the so-called Xianyuan family is that Xianyuan family, in my time, the Xianyuan family was an overlord. If it developed normally, it should be an overlord now. Lin Xian, that should be it. As for the Xianyuan sword in your hand, it should have been theirs. Lin Xian shrugged. It belongs to whoever has it. Are you serious? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian. No, I'm just saying. Lin Xian himself did not need to say that he would destroy such a family. He might just have the idea. However, many people were innocent. Lin Xian only needed to destroy Xianyuan Qingtian. At most, he would add some people who were related to Xianyuan Qingtian. However, when would he make his move? That was a problem. This was Lin Xian's ultimate mission. He had to find an opportunity. He believed that Xianyuan Qingtian was thinking of ways to deal with him. However, Xianyuan Qingtian was an extremely cautious person, so he might not show himself easily. However, this would depend on the opportunity. Lin Xian felt that it wouldn't be too much of a problem. They played outside for a day and then went back. Qi Juan went home. Su Dalin lived in the other villa. It didn't seem to matter to her, but she had learned one thing. In the evening, Lin Xian, Mu Qingya, and Mu Feifei went to Su Dalin's house next door to play with her. Damn! Mu Feifei was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. On the large coffee table, there were all kinds of food. There was milk tea, snacks, fried vegetables, fried noodles, burgers, steaks, and so on. Su Dalin was sitting on the sofa, watching TV and eating delicious food. She didn't learn anything else but ordering takeout. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of yuan in her account. Of course, it was Qi Juan who transferred it to her. She felt that she didn't spend much money usually. In fact, how much could she spend on takeout? No matter how much she ate, how much could she spend? Su Dalin glanced at the three people who walked in and said, I say, you people are really shooting nonsense. You don't know the real history at all. Is Su Deji a human? Was she possessed by a fox demon? Isn't this a lie? She shook her head helplessly. Then why did you catch up to more than 30 episodes? Lin Xian said. Boring. Su Delin said lightly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, felt that the situation was gradually getting better. What was the situation? Su Delin, from the ambitious person in the past, gradually began to adapt to this society and began to live an ordinary life. Ordering takeout, watching TV, this was one of the effects that Lin Xian wanted to achieve by keeping her alive. Maybe she didn't care too much about this change. Sister Su, can you finish it? Mu Feifei leaned over and looked at the food. If I can't finish it, throw it away. I don't lack these things. In the past, what didn't I want? What didn't I want to eat? Su Delin lay on the sofa and said lightly. Not to mention. The Fox clan was indeed the Fox clan. She lay there with her bare feet. To be honest, she was a little tempting. And she was definitely more tempting than Qini Juan because she was a few years older than Qini Juan. In short, she was already at the level of a mature woman. When a mature woman did some actions or something, it was indeed the most tempting age. Sister Su, what did you do in the past? You didn't tell me when I asked you. Mu Feifei asked. Mu Feifei admired her. Although she didn't seem to know why, maybe she just felt that, she was a strong person from the Shang dynasty and felt that she was very powerful. I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. How could Su Delin not want to tell them? She wanted the whole world to know that she was the overlord of the Shang dynasty. She was the boss and the future king of this world. But, if Lin Xian didn't want her to tell them, then she wouldn't tell them. Okay. At this time, outside, the people from the Xianyuan family also came here. At the same time, they also received the thing that Duan Lingxiao gave them. Have you confirmed the location? An old man asked indifferently. The few of them stood on the rooftop of a tall building. Yes, the location has been confirmed. It's over there. An old man pointed at the villa where Lin Xian and the others were now and said. How many people? So far, there are a total of 4 people. Other than our target, the others should be ordinary people in the city. Even if they aren't, their realms can't be high. That person said. Alright, listen up. Don't think about anything else when we make our move. Just follow my orders and use this thing to seal off our target's spiritual energy. Let's end this quickly. It won't be difficult to take care of a Grand Dominion Realm cultivator. Yes. At this moment, Su Delin had already discovered the situation outside. With her high realm, she had already discovered the existence of those people when they were investigating her. Chapter 1648. The highest realm of those people outside was the 9 stars of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. For example, although Su Delin's realm had not recovered yet, she was still in the Great Void stage. Moreover, she was at the 7 stars of the Great Void stage. That was not something the other party could compare to. Think about it. The other party thought that their cultivation was the strongest, so they released their divine sense to investigate the situation in the villa. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for people who were much lower than them to discover it. For example, Lin Xian did not discover this situation. Su Delin then said lightly, "Someone is here." Ha! Mu Feifei was dumbfounded. And Lin Xian directly understood what she meant. How many? Several. Lin Xian, Heavenly Venerables. Lin Xian, then it seems that, Lin Xian felt that it should be someone from the Xianyuan family or someone from Duan Lingxiao's faction. It was more likely that it was someone from the Xianyuan family. Of course, it could also be an assassin. However, it was really a bit awesome for an assassin to send out a heavenly venerable. Let's go. Lin Xian said to Su Delin. Deity. If you don't talk nonsense, do you want me to go alone? Annoying. Su Delin sat up angrily and put on her plush slippers. What are you guys doing? Mu Feifei and Mu Qingya looked over with their beautiful eyes. Just a small matter. You guys stay here and don't go out. Just leave it to me. Lin Xian said. Oh, then be careful. In the past, when Lin Xian said that he had something to do, they might not take it seriously. But now, some of the things that Lin Xian said were more likely to be related to warriors, so it would be accompanied by danger. Well, don't worry. Don't go out. Lin Xian then walked out with Su Dalin, who was in a bad mood. Hey, you have to remember your identity. You are my subordinate. What's wrong with you doing something for me? Huh? Why do you look unhappy? Lin Xian said. I know. Su Dalin said unhappily. She just didn't like being ordered around by others. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you won't be obedient. Lin Xian said. How are you going to teach me a lesson? Su Delin smirked as she looked at Lin Xian. The temptation was full. Are you trying to teach me a lesson in bed? Su Delin licked her lips and said. Then forget it. I'd rather look for your sister than you. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in women who are hugged to sleep every night, especially those who are willing to sacrifice their chastity for some benefits. I'm even less interested. Lin Xian said. I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm still a virgin. Lin Xian. What are you talking about? You've been with King Zhou of Shang for so many years, and you're still a virgin. Do you take me for an idiot? It's true. Because you should know what the Fox clan is best at. It's seduction and illusion. King Zhou of Shang thinks he's having sex with me every night, but in reality, he's not. It's just an illusion that I cast on him. Lin Xian, what the hell? If what Su Delin said was true, then wouldn't King Zhou of Shang be too pitiful? Hiss, what a vicious woman. I don't want that either. You just have to obediently do what you are supposed to do. When the time comes, before I leave, I will observe your performance. If you perform well, I will allow your cultivation base to recover. At the same time, I will increase your cultivation base by another 2 stars, said Lin Xian. This was something that could not be helped, because Lin Xian had bet everything on Su Delin. When he left, he definitely wouldn't be back for half a year. This was something Lin Xian was sure of. If Lin Xian could have Su Delin, a heavenly Dao realm existence, to protect them, then Lin Xian would be more at ease. Therefore, Lin Xian might have to use the rest of his time to gain her favor. Or rather, make her believe that he could help her reach a higher realm, so that she could get along well with the girls. When the time came, he sincerely hoped that nothing would happen to them. If he could do that, Lin Xian would be at ease. Su Delin was also skeptical of Lin Xian's words. She believed him because he had used some unknown method to seal his spiritual power. She didn't believe him because it was too fantastical. She had never heard of such a thing in her time, so how could he do it? Then, are you going to return my realm to me now? Su Delin asked. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. After all, I'll be relying on you to do it later. Following that, Lin Xian directed with his mind. Su Delin felt the return of the surging power in her body and revealed a look of pleasant surprise. However, even if her cultivation was returned, it didn't seem like she could do anything at the moment. Damn. Let's go. Then, they walked out. They're out. A few experts on the rooftop noticed this and said, You're right. All of them are out. No, only 2 of them came out. Oh, is it them? Yes. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind them. Schwa, the few of them turned their heads to look at Lin Xian and Su Delin. It gave them a fright. It's you. When they saw Lin Xian, their eyes narrowed. He had actually discovered them. Did he not know what realm they were at or what was going on? He actually dared to come here. The rooftop was very big. Lin Xian directly released the power of space jump and disappeared on the spot. Then, they appeared in a remote place with no one around. When they landed, the few experts' pupils shrank. How did this person manage to take control of the situation? That wouldn't do. Use it. One of the experts said. Yes. Then, the expert held the thing in his hand, looked at Lin Xian, and used it directly. Then, Lin Xian felt that he couldn't use his spiritual power. What the fuck? Wasn't this the thing he used before? Duan Lingxiao. Fuck you. This must be Duan Lingxiao's doing. The person he hired. Damn it. Sure enough, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. However, Lin Xian still had Su Delin with him. They would never have thought that there was another Su Delin. Moreover, they would never have thought that Su Delin was at the Great Void Realm. Otherwise, they would have sealed Su Delin's cultivation first. He. After sealing Lin Xian's realm, they sneered. Do you feel that you can't use your spiritual power? The expert said. Ha. Su Delin glanced at Lin Xian. He couldn't use his spiritual power too. Why? Wasn't this something Lin Xian used? Was she tricked? In fact, this was a rotten thing on the streets. Chapter 1649. Su Delin began to doubt her life. Could she have been deceived by Lin Xian? But, the poison pill that she had eaten was real. Her entire body was in pain at that time. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him, and then we'll go back. Okay. Then, they erupted with powerful strength. Good luck. Lin Xian looked at Su Delin beside him. Humph. Su Delin snorted coldly. This snort was also filled with displeasure towards Lin Xian. First, get rid of them, then have a good chat with this person about what was going on. Is a woman delusional enough to overturn the heavens? Then I'll make you despair. Let me tell you, we're all heavenly venerables. Lin Xian, so impressive. Lin Xian clapped his hands. But she's at the Great Void stage. Lin Xian then pointed at Su Delin and said. Nonsense. Then, Su Delin's aura erupted. What? Their pupils suddenly contracted. Great Void stage. Run. One of the heavenly venerables with spatial attributes subconsciously reacted. But, the moment he released his spatial power, the shadow of a fox's tail suddenly appeared behind him. This shadow directly pierced through his back. Then, it was time for Su Delin's massacre. Lin Xian stood there silently and lit a cigarette, watching the massacre. After the massacre, Su Delin sucked all of their spiritual power dry. It's so disgusting. The spiritual power of an old guy is not as delicious as that of a young person. Su Delin mumbled. Then, she turned to look at Lin Xian. Why are you looking at me? Tell me, what was the thing that you sealed me with before? Why do they have it too? Is it something that can be found on the streets? Then, was everything you said before all a lie? Su Delin stared at Lin Xian. Fake your head. Even if this is fake, the poison in your body is real. If you don't believe me, you can try to do something to me. Then, Su Dalin really did have some dirty thoughts about Lin Xian. Poof! He spat out another mouthful of blood. Fuck! What the hell? Then what is the thing that sealed your power? Lin Xian didn't know how to explain it to her. It was indeed a unique item, but Duan Ling Xiao also had the system. That's not important, right? It's very important. It's related to whether or not you have the ability to help me. Su Dalin said. Alright. I'll refine a great recovery pill when I return, allowing you to return to the heavenly Dao realm, alright? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Really? Oh, no, I have to wait a few days. Because my spiritual energy has been sealed, I need a few days to recover. Su Dalin looked at Lin Xian. Humph. What are you snorting for? So what if I lied to you? Your life is now in my hands. Can't you be obedient? All you do is do this and that. Seriously. Lin Xian shook his head. Then, I'll fight you to the death. Hey, give it a try. Su Dalin snorted coldly. She was pissed off. Extremely pissed off. Let's return. Lin Xian said. Then, Su Dalin left with Lin Xian. Back in the villa, they didn't say much. They ate, drank, and had fun. A day passed just like that. Now, the ones feeling the worst were Xianyuan Qingtian and Duan Ling Xiao. What the fuck? What's the meaning of this? Last night, he said that he had arrived and had seen Lin Xian. He was prepared to take action, but then, he lost contact with him. Following that, he tried contacting him the entire night, but to no avail. After all, these people were not only at the Heavenly Venerable realm, but there were also Ninth Order Heavenly Venerables. Ignoring the Ninth Order, there were also Heavenly Venerables with spatial attributes. What problem could there be? Why wasn't there any news at all? Big Brother Xianyuan, is there still no news? Duan Ling Xiao asked. Not yet. Something must have happened. But, something shouldn't have happened. Duan Ling Xiao frowned. If this still couldn't kill Lin Xian, then there was really nothing he could do. The only reason he could think of for Lin Xian to be fine was the system. But, even this couldn't work. I want to know too. Xianyuan Qingtian clenched his fists tightly. If they didn't succeed, then something might have happened to them. This was too great a price for the Xianyuan family. Ling Xiao, what's Lin Xian capable of? With so many heavenly venerables and spatial martial artists, he didn't die. I really don't know how to kill him. Xianyuan Qingtian said. Duan Ling Xiao sighed and said, I don't know the specifics. Damn it. Xianyuan Qingtian clenched his fists tightly. He really had a headache. He really didn't know what to do. This was a sure kill situation. If they couldn't kill him, then he really didn't know what to do. What should we do now? Xianyuan Qingtian was really speechless. How could it be so difficult to kill a person? Why was this so? Duan Ling Xiao honestly didn't know what to do either. Damn it. It was really difficult. Xianyuan Qingtian clenched his fists. There must be a way. There must be a way. Just like that, 3 days passed. 3 days later, Lin Xian's spiritual energy had also successfully recovered. On the other hand, Xianyuan Qingtian was completely convinced that something had happened to his people. There was no news for 3 days. Something must have happened. It's done. Lin Xian walked in front of Su Dalin. What's done? Su Dalin looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out a pill and handed it to Su Dalin. Great recovery pill. Su Dalin looked at the great recovery pill. Nonsense. I stayed up late to refine it for you. Go and recover your heavenly Tao realm cultivation. Su Delin took it. Are you sure you didn't tamper with it? Lin Xian, is there something wrong with your head? Now that you have eaten my poison pill, your life is in my hands. Why would I tamper with it? Lin Xian said. That's true. I'll give it a try now. Then, Su Delin prepared to leave with the great recovery pill. Right. Su Delin thought of something. What is it? I might have to leave for 2 days. Oh. Lin Xian looked at her. I previously promised someone to do something for him. I have to make a trip. It'll be quick. Su Delin said. Sure. Now that Lin Xian's realm had returned, he was no longer that worried. It was not a problem for her to leave for 2 days. Furthermore, Lin Xian was not afraid that Su Delin would escape. Think about it. If she really wanted to escape, why would she tell Lin Xian? If she went to the heavenly Tao realm, wouldn't she be able to escape after successfully advancing? I'm leaving. With that said, Su Delin left. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. It was time for him to get down to business. Lin Xian had to deal with the Xianyuan family's matters. As for how to do it, it was a rather troublesome matter. Chapter 1650. Lin Xian's original plan was to make use of the capital impact on the Xianyuan family to gradually make a move on them. However, now that he thought about it, it was impossible for Lin Xian to make a capital impact on such a large family. Moreover, there were many innocent people in the Xianyuan family. Lin Xian only wanted to get rid of Xianyuan Qingtian, so he had to get rid of him. Therefore, he threw this idea aside. What was left was to simply lure Xianyuan Qingtian out. If he did that, Lin Xian was still very confident that he would die. No matter what, Xianyuan Qingtian was only at the domain realm. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to advance to the heavenly venerate realm in a short time. Lin Xian felt that killing him was actually a very simple matter. However, Xianyuan Qingtian's cautiousness was beyond Lin Xian's imagination. Lin Xian had never met anyone more cautious than Xianyuan Qingtian. He had sent out so many heavenly venerates, and there were even 9th-level heavenly venerates. It was enough to see how cautious he was. It was quite exaggerated for him to send out so many heavenly venerates who were only at the domain realm. Moreover, they had the spatial attribute of a heavenly venerate. However, even under such circumstances, he still didn't show himself. He didn't even think of coming over to ridicule Lin Xian. Therefore, it was obvious how cautious he was. Think about it. Under normal circumstances, with such grievances between them, he would definitely come over and kill Lin Xian. Then, before Lin Xian died, Lin Xian would have a good exchange of feelings with him. Shouldn't that be the case under normal circumstances? However, he didn't. He didn't even come over. Even with such a gap, even in a situation where he was bound to die, he didn't come over. He was really too cautious. So, what should he do? Lin Xian didn't know either. If it really didn't work, could he get Su Delin to assassinate him? However, the success rate was probably not high. It would be fine if Xianyuan Qingtian left the Xianyuan family. If he didn't leave, it was really impossible to lock onto his position. Moreover, even if Su Delin had reached the heavenly Tao and was currently invincible here, what if Xianyuan Qingtian escaped? If he ran away and hid, what if Lin Xian couldn't find him even after 2 months? What would he do if he couldn't complete the mission? Moreover, Lin Xian's whereabouts were really uncertain. Other than the time he went to Kunlun Mountain, Lin Xian had no idea where he was. Let's not think about this for now. There will always be a chance. Let's go find our dear little Qingya first. Lin Xian stretched. Another 2 days passed by just like that. The past 2 days had been quite interesting for Lin Xian. He had been playing with the girls and it was quite relaxing. At this moment, Su Dalin arrived at the cave. To be honest, although Su Dalin was very ambitious and ruthless, she was still a person with principles. Although Duan Lingxiao didn't help her much and only gave her a small reversion pill, she was still the one who asked for his help and went to look for it. The reason why Su Dalin came back was purely because of Duan Lingxiao. Previously, she promised to do something for him. Now, she felt that it might be a convenient thing to do, so it didn't matter if she came here. Moreover, she could also go sightseeing and avoid being controlled by that bastard Lin Xian. Wouldn't it be perfect if she just asked for a few days? Otherwise, if she stayed at his place every day, who knew what he would ask her to do? Let's run for a few days first. Nice. Su Dalin sat in the cave, surrounded by a pile of food that she bought along the way. There was even a Rujiamo. She had to admit that she seemed to like this era a little. There were so many novel things in this era. Everything was no longer the same as in her memory, especially the various delicacies. She was sick of eating chicken, duck, and fish in the past. But now, she was still eating chicken, duck, and fish. How could the food here be so delicious? There were dozens of flavors in one fish. Oh my God! She wasn't considered a foodie, but she felt that she had never tasted these flavors before. They were too novel and indeed delicious. Moreover, although it wasn't as convenient as before, when she was always provided with clothes and food, it wasn't much different now, right? It was that app, the Hungry Group app. You could order whatever you wanted to eat at home, and someone would deliver it to your door. Thinking about it this way, it was quite comfortable. Bastard! Now, whenever she thought of that Lin Xian, she felt unbearably angry. Damn, it was really infuriating. She, the leader of the great Shang dynasty, was now a prisoner of a 20-year-old brat. But thinking about it, it was all right because that person didn't seem to be particularly overboard. In fact, he was quite capable. When the time came, the key would be to see if he could help her restore her cultivation to the heavenly Tao. If he could, then she would really have to thank him. Those resentment and whatnot would seem to be gone. Footsteps were heard. Su Dalin put away the food, then sat there with her eyes closed as if she was resting. Senior. Duan Lingxiao walked in and saw her. Then, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. This senior was quite principled. At least she didn't go back on her words and didn't lie to a junior like him. Su Dalin opened her eyes. She was still using the appearance of the woman she killed before. Senior, are you done? Just tell me what you want to say. Su Dalin said calmly. Yes. Duan Lingxiao's hopes were now placed on her. Xianyuan Qingtian had sent so many top-notch experts, but they still couldn't kill Lin Xian. Now, at least apart from this woman, he really didn't know how else to deal with Lin Xian. As for himself, he admitted that he wasn't a match for Lin Xian. So, he had to die. Duan Lingxiao then said, I would like to ask Senior to help me kill someone. This person's cultivation is only at the domain realm. Su Dalin nodded. This was a small matter. She wasn't that kind of person. For example, if some people had no enmity with her, she wouldn't do anything. For example, Lin Xian had to consider the innocent women and children of the Xianyuan family when he dealt with them. But Su Dalin didn't. So what if they had no enmity with each other? It didn't matter. Simply put, in Su Dalin's eyes, life was very cheap. Who is it? Su Dalin said calmly. If she wanted to kill someone, if she was further away, she could go out and have fun. Then, she could give Lin Xian an excuse that she wouldn't be able to return in a short time. That felt good. Then, Duan Lingxiao handed Su Dalin a photo and said, "His name is Lin Xian. He's my sworn enemy. He's only at the domain realm and doesn't have much ability. He has the spatial attribute. Senior, you have to be careful of him." Su Dalin. Chapter 1651. Really, Su Dalin was dumbfounded. It can't be, right? The world is so big. How can my circle be so small? Lin Xian. If it was just the name Lin Xian, she would think it was a coincidence. After all, the name B was very common. However, when she saw the photo, she was dumbfounded. No, this. Senior, is there a problem? Duan Lingxiao asked. No. Do you have anyone else you want me to kill? Su Dalin asked. This person wanted to kill Lin Xian, but it didn't mean that she had to help Lin Xian kill him. This wasn't contradictory, right? She still had a huge grudge against Lin Xian. Now, what was more important to Su Dalin was that she needed a reason to stay outside for 2 more days. She really didn't want to go back. Why should she go back? She could still play and eat outside. No more. Duan Lingxiao said. This senior was really strange. He asked her to help him kill 1 person, but now she wanted to kill 2 more. Really? Senior, killing 1 is enough. There's really no more. Duan Lingxiao said. Yes. Su Dalin nodded. Kill? Of course not. However, she had promised to do it, right? If she couldn't do it, then it wasn't her problem. It was the difficult thing he asked her to do, so it wasn't her problem. That was what Su Dalin thought. His location is at, Duan Lingxiao then told her Lin Xian's address. I know. You can leave now. Yes. Please take care of it, senior. After Duan Lingxiao finished speaking, he bowed and left. The rest was up to her. Duan Lingxiao sighed. If she still couldn't kill Lin Xian, Duan Lingxiao really didn't know what to do. If she still couldn't kill him, wouldn't it be too unbelievable? It shouldn't be a problem. This is so annoying. Su Dalin sighed, then looked at Lin Xian's photo and burned Lin Xian's photo to ashes. She could only go back now. If she lied to him, her body would hurt a lot, wouldn't it? Therefore, he could only go back. So annoying. 2 days later, Su Dalin returned to her residence. Why did you go out? Lin Xian moved closer to her. There were only the 2 of them. Mu Feifei went out to play, Mu Qingya was cultivating, and Qini Juan was at work. Something came up. What is it? Private matters. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. I say, can you listen to me? Su Dalin took a bite of the potato chip. I just went to report to someone. He asked me to do something. He asked me to kill someone. Guess who he killed? Su Dalin curled her lips. Could it be me? Lin Xian joked casually. You know. Lin Xian, me. Yes. What was that person like? Then Su Dalin described a little to Lin Xian. At first, Lin Xian thought it might be Xianyuan Qingtian, but after hearing Su Dalin's description, Lin Xian realized that it was Duan Lingxiao. Ha! This Duan Lingxiao had no other way and even needed Su Dalin. Then did you kill him? Lin Xian asked. No. Lin Xian guessed so too. This woman still had a grudge against him, and it probably wouldn't be so easy to kill Duan Lingxiao, unless she suddenly attacked. As long as Duan Lingxiao was a little vigilant, he would definitely be fine. After all, he also had the system. Okay, that's it for now. My spiritual power has recovered. After refining the pills in a few days, you can prepare to recover your cultivation, Lin Xian said lightly. Su Dalin was still dubious about it. It depended on the situation. Another week passed by like this. Needless to say, refining pills for Su Dalin was truly a waste of time. It had wasted 2 days of Lin Xian's time. However, Lin Xian felt that it was worth it. With a Heavenly Dao realm expert protecting the people around him in the future, Lin Xian felt that it was worth it. He handed the pill to Su Dalin. Su Dalin took it. This is. She didn't know what kind of pill it was, but she could feel the surging power coming from it. It was definitely not an ordinary item. You must have never heard of it. Go to an absolutely safe place without anyone and prepare to recover your Heavenly Dao realm. Come over when you're at the Heavenly Dao. I have something I need your help with. Su Dalin shot a glance at Lin Xian. As for whether she could recover her cultivation level to the Heavenly Dao realm, she would know after consuming the pill. She would also know if Lin Xian was a cheat or something else. If it was true, she would really have to look at Lin Xian in a different light. I'm leaving. Su Dalin vanished from her spot. Lin Xian took out his phone. Little Qingzhu, what's wrong? Do you miss me? Kiss kiss. Lin Xian smiled at Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu was taken aback. Then, she awkwardly glanced at Dongfang Shui. The world didn't know that Dongfang Shui had returned, but Lu Qingzhu and her parents knew. The two of them could be considered good friends now. Dongfang Shui had gone with her parents and was now chatting with Lu Qingzhu. The parents of the two families were also discussing something important. Then, they learned of something important and planned to tell Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingzhu casually made a WeChat call. Lin Xian's first reaction was to embarrass Lu Qingzhu. Kiss kiss. Dongfang Shui smiled. Lin Xian froze. It was clearly Dongfang Shui's voice. No, how did Dongfang Shui end up together with Lu Qingzhu? They only knew each other, but there was no need to say that they were together, right? I knew you were here, Shui. I actually said that on purpose for you to hear. Lin Xian awkwardly said. Oh. Lin Xian, wait, why are you with Lu Qingzhu? Lin Xian asked. Didn't you say you knew I was here? Then you don't know why we're together. Dongfang Shui asked. Lin Xian, that was too careless. Just kidding, cough cough cough, just kidding. Where are you? I'll come find you when I have time. Lin Xian. My parents came here to discuss some things with Uncle Lu, and I just so happened to be here, Dongfang Shui said. I see. Dongfang Shui did not want to expose herself too early as she was worried that it would attract some unnecessary trouble, especially from the Xinyuan family. Don't misunderstand, Dongfang Shui. Lu Qingzhu hurriedly explained. She was afraid that Dongfang Shui would misunderstand her relationship with Lin Xian. Dongfang Shui nodded. This guy already had so many girlfriends, so what if he added Lu Qingzhu? It didn't matter if he added one more or one less. In any case, she was already prepared. Cough cough, that's right, don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. Lin Xian spoke awkwardly. By the way, why are you looking for me? Dongfang Shui replied in a solemn voice, it's something very important. Chapter 1652. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow at Dongfang Shui's words. Lin Xian was definitely looking forward to hearing something that Dongfang Shui described as extremely important. Tell me about it. Lin Xian. Dongfang Shui then said, we've already discovered some people. You mean those who have awakened from their deep slumber? Dongfang Shui nodded. That's right. My parents also came to the Lu family to discuss this matter. They hoped that no matter what, the Dongfang family and the Lu family can unite against a common enemy. Apparently, the people who discovered them were Qin Shi Huang and a few of his subordinates. Where were they discovered? Kunlun Mountain. Qin Shi Huang sent people to Kunlun Mountain to negotiate terms with them. In the end, a battle erupted, but there were no casualties, so those people left. Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. That doesn't fit Qin Shi Huang's style. Was this the style of a tyrant? Actually, Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant. Ha! Lin Xian scratched his head. Lu Qingzhu continued, the real Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant. He was the first emperor to introduce the idea of using the law to protect criminals. As an emperor, he could even think of using the law to protect the rights of criminals. How bad could he be? He wasn't the one who burned the books and buried the scholars. How come Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant? Lin Xian felt like he was about to go crazy. It's actually like that. Dongfang Shui continued, did your teacher say something to you before? What did he say? Even if you know that Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant, you still have to write that he is a tyrant during the exam. This is something my teacher personally told us, Dongfang Shui said. Lin Xian scratched his head. What were the terms of going to Kunlun Mountain? Lin Xian asked. According to my father, they seem to have asked Kunlun Mountain to assist them in unifying the continent, but how could Kunlun Mountain agree? In the end, they parted on bad terms. Lu Qingzhu replied. That's all. That's right, but no one knows what's going to happen next. However, one thing is for sure, the Earth is going to change soon. It might not even take half a year, or even a few months. Lin Xian frowned. But for now, we still don't know who the real enemy is. Do you think it will be Yingzheng, the Qin emperor? They shook their heads. I'm not sure, but it's clear that their memories are fragmented. Now, their cognition is still from their era. They won't be able to accept it in a short period of time. Many of them will definitely do things the same way they did in the past, and they are all filled with ambition. But, there is actually good news. What good news? Because there are so many emperors and so many powerhouses. They all want to unify the world, so they have to kill each other. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Perhaps to our Earth, they are not that big of a threat, unless there is such a person or a force that directly tramples on the other powerhouses in an irresistible manner. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's true. However, ambition was something that could not be controlled. On the contrary, it could control a person. Who knew what would happen? Let's leave it at that for now. You guys get to know more about Kunlun Mountain and see what's going on. Okay, I got it. I'll tell you when the time comes. Lin Xian nodded. Oh, right. Have any of you seen Xianyuan Qingtian? Him. He should be at the Xianyuan family, or he's gone somewhere to train. Don't you know this person? Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. Lin Xian really didn't know much about this Xianyuan Qingtian. What do you want? Dongfang Shui asked with furrowed brows. Nothing, nothing. Let's leave it at that for now. You guys be careful too. Don't go to any dangerous places. I'm hanging up now. I still have some things to do. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Xian sat on the sofa and smoked a cigarette. This was going to be difficult. because everything seemed to have happened a little too quickly. However, Lin Xian felt that it was better to be faster. This was because if he could do something during his time on Earth, it would definitely be good. But his cultivation base, moreover, Lin Xian felt that this was going to take a long time. He definitely couldn't do too much in such a short time. The most important thing he could do, and what he cared about the most, was to protect the people he cared about in this situation. He needed to protect them. Lin Xian's most important thing right now was to kill Xianyuan Qingtian. The second thing was to think of a way to protect Mu Qingya and the others while he was not here. To be honest, Lin Xian was a man, and men understood men best. For men, there were only two things they pursued in their lives: power and women. They were all so beautiful. If Lin Xian could take a fancy to them, wouldn't everyone else be attracted to them? Therefore, they were really in danger. Lin Xian really had to think of a way to give them the ability to protect themselves. Su Delin was one of the important things that Lin Xian was working hard to do. He wanted her to protect them. But it wasn't enough. As for Duan Lingxiao, Lin Xian didn't need to care about him. Lin Xian didn't want to spend a lot of energy on him. In Lin Xian's eyes, Duan Lingxiao was a clown. A clown that could never be a match for Lin Xian. Earth was his only chance to defeat him. If he couldn't grasp this opportunity, he definitely wouldn't be able to get rid of Lin Xian when he returned to Sky Blue Planet. Because if he returned to Sky Blue Planet, Lin Xian should be able to break through to the Heavenly Dao realm soon, right? Although it was very, very difficult to break through to the Heavenly Dao realm, Lin Xian felt that with the system, it should be easier for him. At least, it should be easier for him compared to others. Lin Xian was rather confident. And as long as Lin Xian reached the Heavenly Dao realm, he felt that he could do whatever he wanted. In the Heavenly Dao realm, a difference of 1 star could be the difference of an entire realm. It was similar to the difference between a 1-star Heavenly Dao realm and a 2-star Heavenly Dao realm. It was like the difference between a 1-star Heavenly Venerate realm and a 1-star Great Void realm. However, Lin Xian really felt that as long as he crossed the chasm between the Heavenly Dao realm and the Heavenly Dao realm, everything else would be easily solved. That was because his combat strength, all his attributes, top-notch purity and proficiency, dual laws, top-notch domain, and the system could make up for the difference of an entire realm. And don't forget, Lin Xian's main domain was extremely powerful. Even if Lin Xian was a 1-star Heavenly Dao realm, wouldn't it be easy for him to fight a 4-star or 5-star Heavenly Dao realm expert with his domain? How can I protect them on Earth? Lin Xian frowned as he began to think of a solution. It was difficult, really difficult. Chapter 1653. You have to know that when the time comes, the people who can threaten Earth should be a group of high-level Great Void Realm and Heavenly Dao Realm existences. If Lin Xian wants to use something to protect them, it has to be something that can at least resist a Heavenly Dao Realm existence. But, to be honest, Lin Xian himself didn't have anything to resist a Heavenly Dao Realm existence, so how could he help the people around him resist? Wait. Who said anything about resisting? Wasn't it enough to protect their lives? And what was the best thing to use to protect their lives? Space. Although Lin Xian's realm wasn't high enough, he had the laws of creation. He could use the laws of creation to augment his space, and then use the stacking of time to create something that could allow them to escape from a Heavenly Dao realm existence. Yes. With this in mind, Lin Xian began working. Just like that, another week passed. Sis, what has brother-in-law been doing for the past few days? Mu Feifei sat by the table and shook her head with her hands on her cheeks. She felt bored without him around. He seems to be preparing something. For the past few days, Lin Xian had been staying at Su Delin's place, which was the villa next door. They had gone to see him many times, but Mu Feifei didn't understand. It's strange. He doesn't even have sex with Sis. What could be so important? Mu Feifei expressed her confusion. This person was so lecherous. Her sister was so beautiful, but he didn't have sex with her. He hadn't had sex for a week. How could he tolerate it? It felt ridiculous. Why don't we go over and ask? Mu Qingya also stopped cultivating and walked over with Mu Feifei. Phew, Lin Xian stretched in the back garden next door. It's finally done. Su Delin sat not far from Lin Xian, rocking her legs and eating potato chips. She was very satisfied. Looking at Lin Xian, she felt that he had a hard life. What are you doing? Su Delin looked at the few beads in Lin Xian's hand and asked curiously. Her attitude towards Lin Xian was completely different now. After eating the pill he had given her, she had really recovered to the heavenly Tao realm. If he said that he had a way to raise her cultivation by 2 stars, it would be too exaggerated for a heavenly Tao realm expert to raise her cultivation by 2 stars. About this. Spatial beads can break through the heavenly Tao realm spatial seals. At critical moments, you can escape. Oh. Su Delin's brows pricked up. Break through the heavenly Tao realm spatial seals. This is the result to you to do it. Refine domain realm refine such a thing. Su Delin's surprise. To you to me. Lin Xian clicked his tongue and said, the medicinal pills for you to advance to heavenly Tao were all personally refined by me. What's wrong with this? Come. Su Delin nodded. Take this, say Lin Xian threw one to her. For me. Although you are a heavenly Tao, it's inevitable that you will encounter some unknown dangers. It's excellent to leave one as a life-saving measure. Lin Xian. Su Delin took it. Sure. Having such an item was better than nothing. Furthermore, as a warrior, it was very important to have something that could save her life, especially something that could escape from a heavenly Tao realm. It was indeed extremely powerful. Am I good to you? Lin Xian said with a smile. Yeah, Su Delin stroked her exquisite chin. To be honest, this was something she had never expected. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Hey, I've never said that I'm being unaccountably solicitous. I said that I wanted you to protect those people. Just do what you need to do. And I'm giving you a boost purely because I see you as my friend. At the same time, by strengthening you, you can better protect yourself and help me protect them. Lin Xian. Friend? Do you have friends who poison their friends? Su Delin asked. Ahem, you know what I mean anyway. Where are you going? Su Delin asked. Me? I'm not telling you. All right. Su Delin shrugged her shoulders. Do you still wish to rule the world now? Lin Xian asked. Why not? It'll be difficult. You have to know that many kings and experts have awakened one after another. They have even begun to deal with some of the modern forces and have already made their moves. As for you, 1, you have no power and 2, you have no capital. How are you going to rule the world? Isn't that because you are restricting me? In this current era, I'm afraid that there are only a few people who have the cultivation of the heavenly Tao. This sovereign already has the cultivation of the heavenly Tao. I can casually kill those people. After killing all of them, won't this sovereign unify the world? Lin Xian, what a ruthless woman. In any case, you'd better stay here obediently. TCH, Su Delin also learned to TCH. But to be honest, Lin Xian found that this girl seemed to be a little cute. The main reason was that her nature might not be so bad. Or rather, she was pretending. This was also possible. She pretended to be not so threatening so that he would let his guard down against her. When he helped her detoxify the poison, she would instantly betray him. This was also what Lin Xian was worried about. After all, this was a ruthless woman who even killed her own sister. Lin Xian certainly would not underestimate her. Mu Feifei and Mu Qingya came over. Lin Xian quickly stopped talking about these sensitive topics. "Brother-in-law, you are finally resurrected." Mu Feifei came over with a smile. "What are you talking about?" "Take it." Lin Xian threw a bead to each of them. "What is this?" Mu Feifei blinked. "Good stuff." Lin Xian then told them the effect of this bead. "Wow! Isn't that invincible?" "Invincible my ass." "Silly." Mu Feifei pouted. "Humph." Then, she silently put away the bead. This could be a life. Mu Qingya glanced at the bead in her hand. From the fact that Lin Xian spent so many days refining this, it could be seen that the current situation on Earth was not optimistic. Okay, I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a shower. Qingya, prepare a hot pot for me. I want to eat hot pot. Okay. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao was really uncomfortable. A week had passed. No, it had been 10 days. Lin Xian was not dead yet. Xianyuan Qingtian's men were watching Lin Xian's house at all times. There was no battle here. In other words, that woman had not made a move yet. But logically speaking, it was impossible. After so long, she should have made a move. Could it be that she was lying to him? That was meaningless. If she was lying to him, why did she come back? She did not need to come back at all. He did not even know where that woman was now. Fuck. This was really uncomfortable. Did he still have to rely on himself? But he was afraid of losing his life. Chapter 1654. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian only had 1 month left on Earth. In fact, Lin Xian had nothing else to do during this period. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Xianyuan Qingtian, but this opportunity was really hard to find. Even Lin Xian did not know where Xianyuan Qingtian was. He might be in the Xianyuan family, but Lin Xian was not sure. This person just did not come out. He did not know what he was doing all day long. There was only 1 month left. In this month, Lin Xian had to kill him. Otherwise, something big would happen. During this time, Lin Xian only cultivated a little and played with the girls. The rest of the time, he used the law of creation to create all kinds of things that Lin Xian thought might be useful for them. Brother-in-law, come and see the news. Mu Feifei greeted Lin Xian. What news? Lin Xian leaned over to take a look. The content of the news was very simple. That was, these things about warriors were probably no longer a secret. Because someone had discovered a great battle between warriors, recorded it, and even posted it on the internet, causing a huge uproar. And someone had discovered a monster. Therefore, the era in the eyes of many people should be coming. In fact, this had already exploded on the internet a week ago. Today, the news that Mu Feifei talked about was a more authoritative news channel that publicly announced the authenticity of this matter. This led to some people who thought it was fake to completely believe in the existence of this new world of martial artists. When this happened, it triggered the most important events. First, after the world knew that warriors and cultivation existed in this world, many people no longer had the mood to go to school or work. They only wanted to cultivate and become the kind of characters in TV dramas and novels. But how many people could really start cultivating? And some people could not cultivate. This world did not have a perfect system similar to Sky Blue Planet schools that taught warriors cultivation, but it was believed that it would not be long before such a system was launched. Secondly, it might have a negative impact on the world in the beginning. To be honest, between work and cultivation, which one would you choose? It was definitely the latter. That would lead to a lot of people not working hard, which would lead to a lot of things. There might even be riots, terrorist riots. In short, this week was probably the most chaotic period since the beginning of the civilized period. Maybe you still went out shopping or something, but the crime rate did soar. However, the international side had no other choice. They could only speed up and formulate some plans. Looks like the whole world knows about it now. Lin Xian lit a cigarette. Oh, doesn't that mean that I'm not that much ahead of others? Mu Feifei pouted. You don't cultivate all day long. Who can you blame? Lin Xian glared at her. Mu Qingya sat beside him and said, about those experts. That can be considered a small secret. Not everyone knows about it. However, I reckon it won't be long before that happens, Lin Xian said. I know. Mu Feifei said. Ha! Look at your phone. It was just uploaded. It's directly pushed to the top of the trending searches. Lin Xian looked over. What the fuck? What was this scene? A video taken by one person. What was the content of this video? It was Kunlun Mountain. Lin Xian also saw Kunlun Zi and a few other people he was relatively familiar with. Then, Lin Xian saw another group of people. There were only a few dozen people in this group, but they all seemed to be top-notch experts. They were at daggers drawn in the beginning, but they were still negotiating normally. The content of the negotiation wasn't very clear in the video, but a lot of crucial conversations could be heard towards the end. Because many of the conversations were very loud, their voices were very loud. Some keywords such as Qin Shi Huang and unifying the continent were very clear. This fucking scared the hell out of the world. The comments below, most of them were doubtful and doubtful. What the fuck? Is this for real? Is this Qin Shi Huang? I'm fucking stupid. Could it be a movie? Brothers, we've already started cultivating. Is there anything else that's impossible now? Our Earth is really going to change a lot. What the fuck? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This is really going to change a lot. Lin Xian sighed. But this era is definitely not an era where others can unify the world as they want. Mu Qingya said. Well, yes. Lin Xian nodded. What the fuck? Qi Nijuan pushed the door open and walked in. It's going to explode. How did the earth become like this? Qi Nijuan grabbed her hair. It seemed that she was annoyed to death. Beauty Qin, why haven't I seen you recently? It's so annoying. Too many people have committed crimes recently. More than half of the policemen in my police station have resigned. Qi Nijuan said. Why did they resign? Mu Feifei blinked. To cultivate. Qi Nijuan said. Lin Xian, do they know how to cultivate? Qi Nijuan said, who knows? But with this kind of thing happening, who wants to work for nothing? According to those who resigned, they want to cultivate. After all, they may simply be ordinary policemen in the future and can't maintain public order. Well, of course, this is just an excuse, but it also makes sense. In the future, can the police still maintain public order? Qi Nijuan sat down and took a sip of water, looking depressed. Yes. Lin Xian. How do you know? Lin Xian said with a smile, with so many people, there will always be people who can't cultivate and need the police to maintain public order. But in the future, there will be a new organization organized by warriors to fight against some warriors who are harmful to society. Well, you're right. Qin Juan nodded. Well, I don't care. Anyway, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. If I don't have this ability, why should I think about these things? Qin Juan then looked at Lin Xian and said, what about you? Do you have any ideas? I don't have any ideas. What are you doing here? Are you here to buy soy sauce? Freeloading. Qin Juan then glanced at him. Where's my sister? She's next door. Then I'll go find her. Goodbye. Qin Juan then walked away in a hurry. Lin Xian stretched. He really had to do something about it now. Lure Xianyuan Qingtian out. At this time, Lu Qingzhu called Lin Xian on WeChat. Lin Xian quickly picked it up. Chapter 1655. Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei had long been used to Lin Xian's phone being searched for by various girls. What's the matter, little Qingzhu? Did you miss me? Lin Xian said with a smile. There's a banquet in a few days. Do you want to come? Lu Qingzhu directly ignored Lin Xian's words and said. What banquet? To be precise, it's a banquet organized by the major sects to deal with the catastrophe of the earth. At that time, all the major sects, forces, and families will participate and formulate a plan for the strong and some warriors of our generation. The meaning was actually very simple. When the earth was facing a catastrophe, there would be relevant departments to deal with it. Now, the so-called relevant departments were actually the country and the major sects. They had to stand up at this time. At the same time, they had to formulate something to deal with it. Where is it? Shaolin Temple. Why not go to Kunlun Mountain? Lin Xian asked. Maybe it's because the Qin Emperor and his people have been there before, and they feel that they should change to another place. The Shaolin Temple is a place of Buddhism. In terms of security, there is no place better than the Shaolin Temple. Maybe they feel that it is convenient to do anything in the Shaolin Temple. Then I won't go. You can just tell me some things there. If it doesn't work, we can make a video call. Lin Xian. Xianyuan Qingtian will also be there. When? Lin Xian asked directly. 3 days later. You can bring Qingya and the others there, but you can't bring ordinary people there. Lin Xian nodded, okay. I got it. Thank you. This was very important for Lin Xian. Xianyuan Qingtian would also be there. In this case, he could make a move. As long as he could be with Xianyuan Qingtian, Lin Xian would have many ways to kill him. 3 days was enough. What's the matter? Mu Qingya asked. Well, there will be a banquet held in the Shaolin Temple in the martial arts world to discuss some future plans. Will you be there? Yes, yes, yes. Mu Feifei nodded quickly. All right, I'll bring you there when the time comes. Why did Lin Xian want to bring them there? There was no harm in letting them interact with each other more. After he was gone, they could only rely on themselves here. When the time comes, we'll call Qin Juan and Su Delin to go together. Lin Xian even wanted to bring Su Delin over. She didn't know what Lin Xian was going to do with her, but there was always a way. At this banquet, Lin Xian was determined to kill Xianyuan Qingtian no matter what. Whether it was directly killing him in the banquet or luring him out to kill him, Lin Xian had to seize this opportunity. Okay. Then I'll get to work first. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he quickly left. What was he trying to do? He had to prepare something to kill Xianyuan Qingtian. Lin Xian's first thought was poison. Moreover, this was something Lin Xian was good at. But poison might be able to kill him, but could he kill him so easily? Lin Xian shook his head. Forget it, forget it. I'll just kill him. What's the point of arguing with him? After killing him, Lin Xian would be able to leave here or return to Sky Blue Planet. But Lin Xian paced slowly in the back garden. This back garden had become a small place for Lin Xian to refine pills and the like. Many poisons that are good for killing people are indeed easy to kill, and it's completely impossible for me to expose myself, but there are too many formulas on Earth that I can't refine at all. Mu Feifei lay there and looked at Lin Xian. Sister, why do you think brother-in-law is always worried these days? Mu Feifei muttered. Mu Qingya also looked at Lin Xian in the back garden. Even Mu Feifei could see it, how could Mu Qingya not? I don't know either. She shook her head. She really felt that he had a lot on his mind and wanted to help him solve his problems, but she didn't have the ability. Mu Feifei pursed her lips. On the other side, Xianyuan Qingtian was also preparing something. Lin Xian will definitely attend this banquet, Xianyuan Qingtian said. Duan Lingxiao stood behind him. Really, he was already panicking to the point of exploding. There was only 1 month left, but he had no other choice. If this continued, he could only wait for death. Now, as long as there was a slight chance to kill Lin Xian, he was even willing to risk his life. Brother Xianyuan, do we have any other ideas this time? We've already tried so many times, but I feel that there's no way to kill him anymore. Duan Lingxiao said deliberately. Why not? What's so difficult about killing a person? It's just that I don't know his background. Xianyuan Qingtian really didn't believe this. He was just a territory realm. How heaven-defying could he be to not die? But there were so many heavenly venerables last time. There were even 9-star heavenly venerables and spatial attribute warriors, but they lost contact. This makes me feel that it's a little difficult. Duan Lingxiao said. To be honest, I really don't understand why, but he will definitely die at this banquet. Xianyuan Qingtian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Brother Xianyuan, what are you going to do? Are you going to send someone to assassinate him? Assassinate? How can you assassinate someone in that kind of environment? Use poison. Poison. Duan Lingxiao frowned. No. He quickly shook his head. Xianyuan Qingtian looked at Duan Lingxiao. Although Duan Lingxiao didn't know much about Lin Xian, at least he knew that Lin Xian knew medicine and poison. Lin Xian is very proficient in both poison and medicine. If we were to use poison on him, it would be a problem if he would be able to detect it. Even if we were to succeed, it would be another problem if he would die from the poison. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded. I've heard about this. Of course, he had heard about some things in DXIN's tomb. Then, don't worry, I'm confident. It's just that I have to think of a way to succeed. This is the key. He believed that this poison could definitely kill Lin Xian. After all, it was given to him by that person. However, it was a little difficult to succeed. There were too many people, and he couldn't expose himself. Thinking about it, it was not easy to think about it now. He could only find an opportunity on the spot. Since Brother Xianyuan said so, then there's no problem. Although he said so, Duan Lingxiao still felt that it was inappropriate. In fact, it was quite strange. These two people actually wanted to make a move at the banquet at the same time, but they also thought of poison at the same time. However, they didn't expect each other to make a move on them. The banquet would be very interesting. Chapter 1656. 3 days later, Lin Xian brought Mu Feifei, Mu Qingya, Qini Juan, and Su Dalan to the Shaolin Temple. When they got off the plane and the car, the sky was already dark. It was almost time. Well, after we arrive, you can do your own things. I won't be with you, Lin Xian said to the girls. Are you going to pick up girls? Mu Feifei asked. Is there a need to ask such a question? This banquet must have gathered many beautiful and outstanding girls from the entire martial arts world. Isn't it normal for him to pick up girls? Especially when I heard that someone seems to have more than one girlfriend. Qini Juan said sourly. She really didn't understand what Mu Qingya was thinking. She was such a proud woman, but she was willing to do this, but thinking about it, it seemed that Earth was about to enter a special period. Perhaps the crime of bigamy would not be so strict anymore. Get lost. I'm going to do something serious, okay? I told you that I have something serious to do here. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Tisk, can't doing something serious be picking up girls? Or can't doing something serious be together with picking up girls? I say, what kind of mentality do you have? I'm convinced. Lin Xian shook his head, then looked at Su Dalan and said, keep an eye on them. Keep an eye on me. Su Dalan pointed at herself. Well, especially this girl. Don't let her run around. Lin Xian pointed at Mu Feifei. Su Dalan was in disguise, so she could appear with them. Originally, Su Dalan didn't want to come. What was she doing here? However, Lin Xian wanted her to come. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know why, but with a heavenly Tao realm here, at least Lin Xian felt that if he couldn't succeed, it was not impossible to kill Xianyuan Qingtian by force. Anyway, Su Dalan was in disguise. It wouldn't be a problem for her to run away. Nothing would happen. Of course, this was the last resort. If Xianyuan Qingtian came today, Lin Xian would definitely succeed. If there was really no other way, they could only resort to this last resort. Oh. Su Dalan agreed unhappily. Even though I've advanced to the heavenly Tao with his help, and even need his help to advance by another 2 stars, can't you ask her to do something that suits her status and strength? Keep an eye on her and don't let her run around. Was this something a heavenly Tao realm expert like her should do? It was so annoying. There were many people at the entrance of the Shaolin Temple. They had all gathered here, and some of them had already started chatting. Little friend Lin. When Kun Lunzi saw Lin Xian, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile. As for Lin Xian, he liked him very much. Moreover, he was very capable. He was really good. Senior. Lin Xian greeted him with a smile and cupped his fists. Yeah. Long time no see. Has your cultivation improved recently? Lin Xian scratched his head. My cultivation really hasn't improved. Senior, you think too highly of me. Ha ha ha, you have the right. Alright, let's not talk about this. Are they your family? The girls were taken aback. Oh, this is my girlfriend, and this is my sister-in-law. These two aren't important. Qini Juan. Hey. Ha ha ha, let's go in first. Lin Xian nodded and walked in. So this is the Shaolin Temple. Mu Feifei looked around curiously. Perhaps this isn't the real Shaolin Temple. Like Kunlun Mountain, as a top faction, the Shaolin Temple should exist in other more secretive places, Lin Xian said. Oh. Little Xian. Another person greeted Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked over. Lu Qingzhu and her parents were there as well. Lu Qingzhu went to chat with Mu Qingya. Which one is your girlfriend? Lu Qingzhu's father asked with a smile. Ahem, Uncle Lu, Someone is calling for you. Ha ha ha. He smiled and said, okay, I'll see you there. Dongfang Bai and Xia Zhu also came with Dongfang Shui. They were inside, and now many topics revolved around Dongfang Shui. Dongfang Shui didn't want to come, but she couldn't stay away forever, right? Moreover, Lin Xian also wanted her to come. Being high profile was different from attending normal events. You guys go ahead. I won't be hanging out with you guys. Goodbye. Lin Xian still wanted to be with beautiful girls so that he could enjoy the envious and jealous gazes of others. However, Lin Xian had something important to do tonight. The Shaolin Temple was a rather large open-air square. This square looked very simple and calm, in the style of the Shaolin Temple. There were no red lights or anything like that here, only some food and drinks. This was because the main purpose of gathering everyone here this time was to talk about some important matters, not really to talk about a ball or to exchange feelings. Shui, long time no see. Xianyuan Qingtian was pleasantly surprised to see Dongfang Shui here. Dongfang Shui sat there quietly and drank tea. Many people greeted her, and Dongfang Shui smiled and nodded in agreement. Then, they chatted for a while. Xianyuan Qingtian also walked over. Dongfang Shui looked at Xianyuan Qingtian and nodded. Long time no see. Where have you been these few years? I haven't heard from you at all. Dongfang Shui said, training. Xianyuan Qingtian looked at her. She was still so beautiful. She still looked like he liked. But the difference was that Lin Xian was alive. This feeling was very difficult for him to accept. I've missed you these few years. Xianyuan Qingtian sat beside Dongfang Shui and said. Thank you. Dongfang Shui said indifferently. Xianyuan Qingtian didn't know what to say for a moment. Aren't you going to say hello to my father? Xianyuan Qingtian said. Dongfang Shui glanced at him. Her parents were chatting with Xianyuan Qingtian's father. Grudges aside, there were still some etiquette that had to be done. Wait for a while. Let's not disturb them after my father and Uncle Xianyuan finish talking. That's fine. Xianyuan Qingtian didn't know what to say. He also got up and walked away. There were a few particularly beautiful girls in this venue, and none of them were inferior to Dongfang Shui. Xianyuan Qingtian liked all of them, especially the blue-haired girl from Kunlun Mountain. Her name was Murong Yu or something. But there was nothing he could do. Xianyuan Qingtian's character was not suitable to go over and strike up a conversation, especially when Dongfang Shui was here. So, when he saw many people going over to strike up a conversation, Xianyuan Qingtian was actually quite displeased. Duan Lingxiao was looking for ways to make a move. Chapter 1657. In addition to Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao also saw an old acquaintance. She could be considered an old acquaintance, Xiao Xinyue. He didn't expect to see so many people from Sky Blue Planet in such a big world. Xiao Xinyue was chatting with Murongyu at the moment. They only knew each other after coming here. Where have you been since you came here? Murongyu asked. Xiao Xinyue held a glass of wine and said, I worked as a white-collar worker in a company. Later, I found out that this company was run by a warrior force. There are many warriors in it. Later, I exposed my strength and joined Mount Ame. Then, I followed them to this banquet. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yes, Lin Xian will be here soon. Xiao Xinyue's beautiful eyes lit up. He's here too. You met him? Yes, I met him at the Martial Arts Circle convention. How are your missions coming along? Xiao Xinyue asked. Almost there. As for him, I'm not sure. We haven't talked much. Haven't talked much. Murongyu said lightly. He seems to have picked up several girls here. He's been hanging out with them every day. Xiao Xinyue, why is he picking up girls here? She was puzzled. Clearly, this place was their springboard, and they were going to leave after staying here for a few months. He was picking up girls here. Firstly, she wasn't sure if it was real or not. Although she felt that this world was very real, if it was another plane, wouldn't it be too exaggerated? Did they step into the void? Even if it was real, what would they do if he left after hooking up with other girls here? According to her understanding of Lin Xian, although Lin Xian was very lecherous, he was not an irresponsible person. I don't know. Murongyu shook her head. She couldn't be bothered to care about him. At this time, several beautiful girls came over together. She's here. That's her. At least, that's the one. Maybe the others too. Murongyu glanced at Mu Qingya and the others. It's indeed Lin Xian's taste. Xiao Xinyue said. Where's Lin Xian? Then, they saw a wretched figure slowly walk in from another position. They haven't come in together. Could it be that he doesn't want others to know that he has a girlfriend and still wants to pick up girls here? Xiao Xinyue thought of this possibility. It was unimaginably lustful. Hi, pretty girl, may I know you? Another person came over to strike up a conversation. No, thank you. Xiao Xinyue said indifferently. Lin Xian knew that Murongyu was here, so when he came in, he directly went to look for Murongyu. Murongyu was very easy to find, her sky blue hair was too eye-catching. Then, Lin Xian saw her sitting in one of the seats and walked over with a smile. Beauty, it shouldn't be a problem to get to know each other, right? Qiao Shan still didn't give up. It was mainly because they were too beautiful. No, I don't. Xiao Xinyue added. Then this lady, thank you. Murongyu straightforwardly thanked him. Qiao Shan frowned. Why was it so difficult to strike up a conversation with this beautiful woman? Lin Xian walked over. Pretty girl, let's get to know each other. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. No, get lost. Murongyu said indifferently. Lin Xian. Damn it. This little Yu was not obedient, she actually refused to cooperate with him. Then, Lin Xian took a look. Damn it. Xiao Xinyue was actually here. Then, Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue and asked, Pretty girl, let's get to know each other. Get lost. Lin Xian. Hey. Get lost. The two of them then stood up and walked to the side. Lin Xian, brother, don't hit on these two. You can't hit on them at all. Qiao Shan said to Lin Xian. Sigh, it's a little difficult, but I think you have to work hard. Okay, then you can do it. Qiao Shan shook his head. TSK, he had no idea what he was doing. She had already told him to get lost. But let me remind you, at least they rejected me with a polite thank you. You didn't have to thank me, and she directly told you to get lost. Tell me, how is that possible? Qiao Shan shook his head. You don't understand. Hitting on girls is all about being shameless. Isn't it just being scolded? You're backing out just like that. With that, Lin Xian walked away. Idiot. Qiao Shan sneered. Of course, he knew that hitting on girls should be shameless, but she had already told him to get lost. Did he not have any idea? Lin Xian then went over. Hey, give me some face. Lin Xian said with a grin. Murongyu glanced at Lin Xian and said, What face? Why don't you go find other girls? Why are you here? You're jealous. Lin Xian laughed. No. Murong said lightly. You're jealous, and you. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue. You're crazy. Xiao Xinyue said. Hey, we haven't seen each other for so long. You're going to lose me if you say you're crazy. Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian. I heard you got a few girls here. Hey, you're still saying you're not jealous. I'm not your girlfriend, why would I be jealous? I just feel that it's not worth it for those girls. Won't you consider them? Xiao Xinyue asked. Damn, don't you know what kind of person I am? Don't worry. Xiao Xinyue shook her head. Don't worry. Did he want to come back from the God's awakening door in the future? What if he couldn't? Sure enough, he was still a kid. After all, Lin Xian was slightly younger than them. What about you? How's the mission? It's almost done. 2 more to go. It's not difficult. We can leave when the time is up. Qin Xinyue said. What about you? Lin Xian said, Me. My mission is neither difficult nor easy. It depends on tonight. Oh, right. I suddenly thought of something. If he couldn't poison her, could he use the beauty trap? Hiss, wait. It seemed feasible. Lin Xian glanced around and didn't see Xianyuan Qingtian. But no, he couldn't let them do it. He had to find someone who could make sure no one knew he was related to her. Are there any other beautiful girls here? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. They shook their heads. Lin Xian suddenly thought of Su Delin. She could do it. Okay. I got it. Kiss. Get lost. Qiao Shan frowned and looked over. Fuck. What's going on? Why are they chatting? Look at you. Your little hand is not as soft as before. Lin Xian reached out and held Murong Yu's little hand. Although she quickly broke away, many people still saw it. Ah. Sister, that hooligan is really hitting on girls. Mu Feifei was shocked. Fuck. So cool. Chapter 1658. Lin Xian was very happy to see Xiao Xinyue here. He was just a little upset that he hadn't taken her down yet. But in fact, there were many girls around him who were just one step away from confessing. No, one step away from succeeding. I saw Duan Ling Xiao. Xiao Xinyue said. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. You fought with him? Xiao Xinyue asked. Yes. He wouldn't give up such a good opportunity to kill me here, but he didn't succeed. Be careful. This banquet is also a rare opportunity for him. After all, you don't have many chances to see each other, and time is running out. He will definitely want to seize this opportunity. Don't worry. I know what to do. Lin Xian nodded. Qiao Shan was really stunned. What the fuck? Did they really have a conversation? That was awesome. Sister, look at him. Mu Feifei pulled Mu Qingya's sleeve a little unhappily. The main thing was that this person had no problem picking up girls. It was very normal. But he couldn't be so beautiful every girl he picked up, right? She had seen that blue-haired beauty before, but what was going on with this new one? Mu Qingya was used to it anyway. Eat something. Then she sat down. This was not a free banquet. To put it simply, in other banquets, there were all kinds of food and drinks. You could take whatever you wanted. But here, there were seats. You had to sit down. After you sat down, someone would serve you the food. It was just like a banquet. Qin Yijuan glanced at her. Oh my god. Was this the Mu Qingya she knew? That was strange. Lin Xian was sitting with Murong Yu and the others, but he was contacting Su Dalin on his phone. Su Dalin glanced at the message on his phone. Then she showed an unhappy expression. Then should I watch them or what? Su Dalin sent a voice message. How annoying. Wait, what do you want her to do? Can't you do something more difficult? What was the point of this? What did Lin Xian want her to do? He wanted her to go out for a while and change her appearance again. He wanted her to change her appearance into a very, very pretty one. Then, he wanted her to get close to a person called Xianyuan Qingtian. Anyway, that was all. He said that he might want her to do something later. To seduce someone. Asking her, Su Dalin, to seduce someone. It was true that she was a fox demon, but not just anyone could catch her eye. She wanted her to seduce a little brat. He must be crazy. What did he take Su Dalin for? It was so annoying. Of course, it's to do what I asked you to do now. Oh. Su Dalin then walked out unhappily. Lin Xian believed that Su Dalin could control the pace well. She was a sly old fox. She could seduce someone and do it flawlessly. She wouldn't expose her purpose. Lin Xian didn't have to think about it at all. There would be no problem. After all, she wasn't a brat like Mu Feifei. What are you doing? Xiao Xinyue asked doubtfully. Kill someone. Why do you meet enemies everywhere you go? She was really helpless. I want to know too. Maybe it's because the girls around me are too beautiful. You know, beauty is trouble. It's all beautiful women like you who cause trouble for me. Bah. Annoying. Who else did you see? Xiao Xinyue asked. Xintong and Little Ying. I'll send their WeChat messages to you. I'll add you to the group. I haven't seen the others yet, but I don't think there'll be any problems. It's just a task. Lin Xian. Well, I saw Yuhan. Oh. Where is she? Lin Xian asked. She joined an assassin organization. I accidentally met her when she was doing a task last time. She said that some of her tasks were triggered by the assassin organization. Anyway, she has killed a lot of people. Maybe her task is the most difficult. Killed a lot of people? Are they people who should be killed? Xiao Xinyue nodded. She said so. I don't think the triggered task would make her kill innocent people, right? Well, Lin Xian didn't have to worry too much about this. She was very suitable for this line of work. At this time, many powerhouses also came here one after another. Basically, everyone was here. Everyone, please come to the inner hall. A Shaolin Temple powerhouse walked out and said lightly. Everyone left and went to the huge inner hall. In the inner hall, hundreds of people were already seated. Hundreds and thousands of people outside had also arrived. Everyone, please find a seat and sit down. The food is already served. Everyone took their seats. Lin Xian glanced around and saw many old acquaintances, including Duan Lingxiao, Xianyuan Qingtian, and even Xianyuan Qingtian's father, Xianyuan Long. Of course, there was also his Dongfang Shui. Brother Lin. Master Wuxin saw Lin Xian and walked over with a smile. Ha ha ha, Master Wuxin, long time no see. Lin Xian shook hands with him. Brother Lin, would you like to sit with me? I can also talk to you about some things about cultivation. Sure. Lin Xian then left Mu Feifei and the others behind. But it didn't matter. Mu Feifei, Qin Yijuan, and Mu Qingya sat together. They weren't lonely anyway. As for Lu Qingzhu, she naturally had to sit with the Lu family. In this case, there may not be many opportunities to make a move tonight. Duan Lingxiao and Xianyuan Qingtian sat together. There were many kinds of seats, such as 8-person seats, 6-person seats, 4-person seats, and 2-person seats. Anyway, there wasn't much to pay attention to. As long as you made sure that those with higher status sat in the front seats, the others could sit more casually. After all, at this time, everyone didn't want to be so restrained in this regard. They were all going to be partners in the future, grasshoppers on the same rope. Now, they should have a sense of intimacy instead of being estranged by the rules. Of course, those sitting in the front rows were the masters of the more powerful sex, the helmsmen of the family, and the like. Xianyuan Qingtian glanced at them and frowned. If that's the case, then there are indeed very few opportunities to make a move. Because this was not an open banquet. If it continued like this, then it would be troublesome. But he felt that nothing in the world was difficult for those who set their mind to it. As long as one set their mind to it, there would always be a way. He also saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian even walked past him with Master Wuxin and went to sit in a seat closer to the front than him. His eyes narrowed slightly. This made him very unhappy. Why could he sit in a seat closer to them? Xianyuan Qingtian couldn't sit there. His father was sitting with several family helmsmen. He couldn't sit there. Damn it. There were 2 empty seats in front of them, but no one was sitting. This was normal. Chapter 1659. Who was Xianyuan Qingtian? He was sitting here. If you wanted to sit with him, you had to be in existence of his generation or of his level to be able to sit here. Of course, this was only in theory, but everyone knew this in their hearts. There were many outstanding people in his generation, such as Lu Qingzhu, Dongfang Shui, and the top young masters of various sects and families. However, they didn't want to sit with him. After all, sitting with Xianyuan Qingtian was very stressful. Moreover, they weren't familiar with Xianyuan Qingtian at all, so it would be awkward to sit with him. Brother Lin, come sit here. Lin Xian was brought over by Great Master Wuxin. The various experts in the front seats, such as Wudong Mountains Shangjiuyang, Kunlun Mountains Kunlun Mountains Kunlun Mountain, and so on, were all seated at the very front. They all greeted him. This also made many people who didn't know Lin Xian at all begin to notice him. Who is this person? Why was it that such a young brat like him was able to make these martial arts world's top existences call out to him one after another? This? You don't know. Lin Xian is the champion of the Martial Arts Circle Convention. Even the champion of the Martial Arts Circle Convention shouldn't be like this. Of course, the most important thing is that he is also someone who entered D'Xian's tomb. Many people survived because of him, so these seniors still like him very much. This includes a lot of information about D'Xian's tomb. The information about the revival of those people that allowed us to be prepared earlier was also brought out by him. Hiss. Is he really a young man? To be honest, he is indeed very powerful. Lin Xian said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I'll sit with Master Wuxin. We can also talk about cultivation." Ha ha ha, sure. You two are like old friends at first sight. Have a good chat. Lin Xian nodded with a smile and then sat with Master Wuxin. At this time, Su Dalin also walked in. She had changed her dress and appearance. Of course, she was unbelievably beautiful. Coupled with her extremely charming temperament, her temperament was no longer something that a modern person could possess. Moreover, she was born with the charm of a fox. After she walked in, her temptation to men was simply invincible. Su Dalin walked forward and saw Xianyuan Qingtian. Then, she casually sat at the table next to Xianyuan Qingtian, which was only 2 meters away from Xianyuan Qingtian. Of course, Xianyuan Qingtian saw her. To be honest, it would be a lie if he said that he didn't like her. No man could resist Su Dalin's temperament. More importantly, she had a noble temperament in addition to her charm. For a man, especially an outstanding man who thought highly of himself, this kind of noble temperament was simply a king bomb. They couldn't resist it. This was because they believed that he was pretentious. His woman should not only have a beautiful appearance, but she should also not be ordinary. After all, Su Dalin was a woman who could charm even King Zhou of Shang. Xianyuan Qingtian, on the other hand, didn't need to sit. She just needed to sit there and exude a charming, noble, and confident aura with every movement. Just the curve of Su Dalin's lips was enough to make men fall in love with her. Who is this woman? Xianyuan Qingtian asked. I don't know. She doesn't look simple. Duan Lingxiao said. Definitely not simple, but why can't I recognize her? Xianyuan Qingtian felt that this shouldn't be the case. If it was Dongfang Shui and this woman, who would he choose? No hesitation. This woman. Of course, if he had to choose to be his wife, it would still be Dongfang Shui. The main thing was that with this woman's temperament, you can fucking not get out of bed for 3 days. Really, you don't want to get out of bed at all. You just want to conquer her and make her beg for mercy. Make her cry. This was what men thought when they saw Su Dalin. Xianyuan Qingtian hurriedly used his phone to ask about this woman in his circle. No one knew. Could she be the daughter of some reclusive family? She looks like she came alone. Coupled with her temperament, she should be an expert. At the same time, she should be someone with a high status. This kind of woman is suitable for me. Xianyuan Qingtian pondered in his heart. To him, women were too important. Of course, this was the case for any man. The main thing was that he really couldn't meet a woman that could satisfy him, and even if he met one, he couldn't get her. But this, although he felt that it might be very, very difficult, how would he know if he didn't try? Su Dalin also saw Duan Lingxiao. Wasn't this the person who asked her to help kill Lin Xian? Then Lin Xian should have let her seduce him. Instead, he asked her to seduce the man next to her. How boring. Couldn't he let her seduce someone like his father a little bit? At least he was a little bit of a character, right? There was no challenge. She just sat here and felt that man was always secretly sizing her up. What challenge was there in this? At this moment, a top elder of the Shaolin temple in front stood up, coughed, and said, "Everyone, quiet down." Everyone quieted down. First of all, thank you for coming to this banquet. This old man took a look, and basically everyone is here. The leaders of the major families, sects, and forces are all present. It's been so chaotic recently, so we'll definitely come. After all, we have the entire earth behind us, or at least the entire country. A powerhouse said. Okay, then everyone, please raise your glasses. Let's have a drink first. They finished the cup in one gulp. The elder continued, the purpose of this banquet is to discuss some issues about the future crisis of Earth. This matter is no longer a secret, and we need more people's opinions, including the old and even the young. We need a lot of opinions now. So now, let's talk while we eat. Kun Lunzi glanced at everyone and said, then let's talk about the information we have about this matter. Everyone, let's integrate all the information. Based on the previous incident at Kunlun Mountain, this venerable one has reason to believe that some people have already found some sects, families, or even individuals. For example, among all of you present, there might be some people who have secretly contacted some people. We know this very well in our hearts. May I ask if anyone has contacted them? It's fine if you don't say it, Of course, if you're in our position, you must still say it. If you have other ambitions, or if you're willing to trust others instead of us, you can choose not to say it. Chapter 1660. Kuan Lunzi's words were very straightforward. Yes, so many people had come into being. There were so many people. If you put yourself in his shoes and thought about it, if you were him and you came into being, you would know nothing about the current situation of this world. What would you need? You would definitely need to find the warriors of this world to understand. Simply put, it could be considered as cooperation. Everyone knew in their hearts that those experts in the past were definitely much stronger than they were now. No matter what kind of temptations they offered, or what position they would give you if you succeeded, what kind of power they would give you, or what kind of things they would give you, would you agree or not? Most likely, you would. This was because human ambition was a very normal thing. Only ambition could control people, and no one could control their ambition. You would know that if they succeeded, they would unify the continent. If you could sit in a certain position, it would definitely be 10,000 times better than now. Everyone was clear about this. Therefore, they also understood that there might be someone or even someone who had already experienced this. As for whether they agreed or not, it was unknown. But this time, there was nothing that couldn't be said in front of them. After all, this wasn't considered a secret. Even if they came up with some final methods, it couldn't be called a secret. The real secrets were definitely only a few experts and forces that had discussed it in secret. The main thing was that they didn't know the situation of the enemy at all. They didn't know how many enemies there were, how strong they were, and who would be the enemy and who wouldn't. There were too many things that couldn't be determined, so it was destined that they wouldn't be able to discuss anything confidential. And Kuan Lunzi's purpose for being so straightforward was actually very simple. There were actually two reasons. First, I want to warn you. Although I don't know who has done this, I just want you to know that we all know that this kind of thing will happen. You must not be found out. Otherwise, the consequences will be similar to treason. It will be impossible to let you live because doing this is actually betraying modern humans. Second, I want those who might have already agreed to start to be afraid and start to think about it before rejecting again. I even want to see if they can leak some information here. They believed that there would be. Because of the emergence of these experts, they wanted to find someone who understood the martial arts world. Secondly, the identity of this martial artist couldn't be simple. If it was too simple, then they wouldn't have a comprehensive understanding of the true power of the martial arts world. Therefore, there were so many geniuses from big clans and forces gathered here. If there was one, then it would be here. Lin Xian muttered to himself. He didn't think it was a problem. Alright, then I'll talk about some of the current information we have. A middle-aged man stood up, glanced at the crowd, and said, "Currently, the news that my Kongtong sect has is that a person has been born. This person is called Li Bai." "Oh. Is it the immortal poet Li Bai?" "That's right. It's Li Bai, the poet immortal. At present, our Kongtong sect has known the whereabouts of Li Bai, the poet immortal. He is now traveling in Jiangnan City. It seems that there is nothing special about him. Our Kongtong sect has sent a female disciple to be his guide, and he readily agreed. We are still in contact with him." The expert from the Kongtong sect said. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. Fuck. That is to say, at present, he is not an enemy. Well, that should be the case. After all, we all know that not all of them are enemies. Some of them may even become friends with us to resist foreign enemies. But everyone knows that Li Bai is indeed an arrogant and unruly person. Whether he will do something else or not, we don't know yet. But at present, what we know is that when he knows that countless of his poems have been widely circulated by us, he is quite happy. Ku and Lunzi nodded. Well, that's good. If we can have one more friend, we must not become enemies. From the matter of Li Bai's birth, it can be seen that the sleeping experts are definitely not just some kings. There may be many, many warriors. The number may be much, much more than we expected before. The expert from the Kongtong sect said. Mu Feifei and the others were secretly shocked. Sister, that's so exaggerated. Mu Qingya nodded. Really, her worldview was a little bit collapsing. Well, this is absolutely important news. Then, does everyone in the Kongtong sect know why they are sleeping, and why they are coming out in this era? They shook their heads. We didn't ask about this. Maybe we can ask a little later. Well, this is very important. If you have the ability, it's best to pay attention to it. Understood. Ku and Lunzi glanced at everyone and said, is there any other news to share? Actually, everyone in the Wutang Mountain should know that there is an ancestor who founded the Wutang sect. We know this, Senior Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Zhuoyang nodded. That's right, it's Senior Zhang Sanfeng. Previously, we thought that they had all fallen, but now it's different. So I'm thinking, if those people are sleeping and then waking up, then what if Senior Zhang Sanfeng of my Wutang sect is also sleeping and about to wake up? Everyone looked at each other. That's right. Ku and Lunzi nodded. Sect Master Zhang's words have enlightened me. Because Li Bai's awakening let us know that not only the kings of the past are sleeping and waking up, but others may be able to do it. Then, as a grandmaster, Zhang Sanfeng may be able to do it. In addition to Zhenren Zhang, our Kunlun Mountain, Shaolin Temple, Mount Amei, and other major sects, and even the top existences of the ancient families, may not be unable to do it. That's right. This is definitely very good news for us. After all, if they really exist and wake up, at least they will fight for the sects, families, and foundations that they once founded. They should be our friends. Thinking about it this way, in fact, things are far from as bad as we think. But, everything is still just speculation. There is no evidence to prove it. If a certain Jinren is really confirmed to have woken up, then it will be better to be sure. Is it not time yet? Great clans, do you have any such information left behind in your clans? Chapter 1661. Hearing Ku and Lunzi's words, everyone shook their heads. Although my Xian Yuan family has existed for a long time and has given birth to countless top-notch experts, there is indeed no news about this. Otherwise, my Xian Yuan family would have known that something like this would happen, and we wouldn't have been caught off guard when those people appeared. Xian Yuanlong, the patriarch of the Xian Yuan family, said. That's right, this is another piece of bad news. That's right. Logically speaking, there are so many sects and so many ancient patriarchs. If they are asleep, why didn't they leave behind any news? Could it be that they were worried that their peace would be disturbed by their descendants? That's possible. They might as well end it once and for all and treat it as if they had already fallen. That way, it would be absolutely peaceful and safe. Everyone began to discuss. In any case, many people had learned something today. So, the most important question now is, why did they wake up in this era? Lin Xian pondered for a moment before standing up. Let me say a few words about this. Everyone's gazes fell on Lin Xian. To Lin Xian, they were all in the same boat now. Helping them was also helping himself, and more importantly, helping modern humans. It was also beneficial for his sisters. This was not a secret that could not be said. Oh. Brother Lin, what do you know about this? That's right. Brother Lin, did you obtain some incredible news when you went deep into DXAN's tomb? They asked one after another. In the eyes of these people, even the experts, they still respected Lin Xian. Although he was a junior, he was capable and had made great contributions. This did not affect them. Lin Xian said, "I don't have any incredible news, but I know why the experts of the past have to appear in this era." "Oh. Brother Lin, let's hear it." Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, I did meet an expert in DXAN's tomb. At the same time, we had some discussions. Regarding this, the information I received was that a long time ago, including the era of Nuwa, descendants, and Yu the Great, was a relatively prosperous era for cultivation. In fact, the era of Nuwa, descendants, Pangu, and other legendary existences was called the era of the gods." "That should be right, right?" They nodded. "That's right. That period was indeed the era of the gods. After all, according to the legends, these existences were the gods. Although we can't be sure whether they really exist or not, we believe that they do exist. It's just that we can't be sure of the authenticity of Pangu's creation of the world and Nuwa's creation of man." Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, although that era was the most prosperous, the subsequent eras were not bad. However, they did not reach such a level. Then, they gradually declined. The Shang dynasty, Qin dynasty, etc., declined until our current era. We have already reached the era when the heaven and earth spiritual energies are the most exhausted." "That's right. That's right. That's what I don't understand as well. The goal of their slumber can be roughly guessed. After all, even at the heavenly Tao realm, their lifespans are limited. And from the looks of it, there's no flow of time during their slumber. They wish to preserve their lifespans and wake up at a certain point in time. But what's strange is that they woke up in this extremely weak era of ours. Do they think that by doing so, they can easily unify the continent? I don't think that's the case." Lin Xian nodded. "Indeed, that's not the case. Perhaps that's part of the reason, but the most important reason is that according to her, our era has reached its end. And after the end of the road, there's light. It's like a cycle of reincarnation every few years. It's said that before long, our Earth will once again enter an extremely prosperous era. This era might not be weaker than the previous era of the gods." "What?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the experts revealed shocked expressions. Lin Xian continued. "Everyone knows how important the heaven and earth spiritual energies are to our cultivation. Why can't we advance to the Great Void realm or even the Heavenly Tao realm in our era? It's not that our talent isn't enough, but that the heaven and earth spiritual energies aren't enough. When we advance, we will absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energies. If the heaven and earth spiritual energies aren't rich enough, it won't support us in breaking through to a higher realm. It's the same for those experts." Lin Xian continued, "Perhaps many of them have already reached the heavenly Tao realm, but their era isn't enough for them to break through to a higher realm. Most importantly, breaking through the heavenly Tao realm and reaching a realm above it might be the realm of existences like Pangu and Nuwa in the past. They know of this news and know that such an era has appeared. Therefore, they want to awaken in this era to make it easier for them to advance. It will give them a chance to break through to a higher realm." Gasp! Everyone drew a cold gasp. Lin Xian's words enlightened them. Furthermore, they agreed with him very much. "However, Brother Lin, are you certain of this news?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I'm not certain. After all, everyone can tell that the heaven and earth spiritual energies of this era are so weak. Senior, it's somewhat unbelievable that it can suddenly increase 100 times. But that's the news I received. Half a year. Half a year later, the time of their prophecy will be reached. As for whether it's true or not, we will know in half a year." The experts were secretly left speechless. To be honest, it was impossible for them to completely believe it. After all, Lin Xian had only heard it from others. Although it was Su Darren who said it, Lin Xian did not completely believe her. It was impossible for him to completely believe her. However, Lin Xian felt that it was likely the case. Those experts understood what was going on. Then, let's continue with this idea. Yeah, this matter is actually quite easy to verify. If we find others who have awakened from their slumber and say the same thing, it should be true. Besides, it doesn't seem like there's a need for them to hide this matter. Yes, it's mainly a matter of trust. Then, if this matter is true, it's a good thing for us. It's a good thing, but it also means that our Earth's era is about to change. Our normal lives are about to change completely. We are about to enter a brand new era. Then, we might need to take action as soon as possible. For example, establishing a warrior academy, organizing some factions, and setting up new rules. Also, the various large sects might need to recruit a large number of disciples. After all, these children are the future of our Earth. Chapter 1662. Although Lin Xian was a junior, due to his uniqueness, his words still carried a certain degree of persuasion in front of so many big shots under such circumstances. Although Lin Xian's words seemed to be a little exaggerated, and they did not expect such a situation at all, it might be possible if they thought about it carefully. In any case, nothing bad would happen even if they believed it. Everyone, let's continue to talk according to this train of thought. We'll definitely come up with something today. So far, the results have been remarkable. Kuan Lunzi said. Alright, let's continue. Time slowly passed, and they talked about a lot of things. Now, one last thing. Kuan Lunzi stood up and glanced at the crowd below, saying, I don't know if any of you have received an invitation or bewitching words from some powerhouses who have awakened. Everyone, think carefully. No matter what conditions they give you, you have to understand that you are not friends, nothing. You are just a tool in their hands. Whether they will fulfill their promises, no matter how nice they make it sound, there is no guarantee. Moreover, you have betrayed us. So, if there is, I hope that everyone can step forward. We won't say anything, but we hope that you can provide us with some information. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, a woman stepped forward and said, Then I'll say it. Everyone looked at her. She looked very young, probably in her early 20s. Oh. Miss Lee, did you meet them? The woman nodded. Yes, just 2 days ago, a senior came to me and told me his intentions. He hoped that I would cooperate with them. He didn't mention the details of the cooperation, and I don't know who they are. Anyway, I refused at that time. I'm just saying this to tell everyone that this matter definitely exists. Moreover, my talent is not considered outstanding in this generation of martial artists. Even so, I received an invitation, so I think it's more likely that there are so many stronger geniuses. The powerhouses nodded. Yes, you've also allowed us to completely confirm this possibility. Is there anyone else? Then, 2 more people stood up one after another. They did not provide much useful information, but it made everyone more convinced of this matter. Alright, we have a rough idea. Therefore, there is still a very important problem, and that is the problem of the leaders of the major clans. Kuan Lunzi glanced at them and said, Since these children were able to receive invitations from others, then all of you who control the various clans and powers are their targets. Because obtaining the support of all of you is equivalent to obtaining the support of your entire clan and company. In modern society, there are many things that cannot be done without money. Even they are the same. Therefore, I hope that such a thing will not happen. As the head of the family, you should understand the pros and cons better. I won't say anything more. Let's eat, drink, and be merry. Everyone then dispersed, chatting and interacting with each other in this place. Xianyuanqingtian's gaze was fixed on Su Delin. This woman was too fucking beautiful. This kind of temperament was unbearable. Su Delin stood there drinking alone. Then, Xianyuanqingtian walked over. He really didn't find any information about her. The people he asked didn't know her, but this didn't seem to be too important. There must be someone who knew her, but he couldn't ask because it didn't match his character. However, it wasn't a problem to just go over and get to know her. It was a very normal thing. Hi. Xianyuanqingtian walked over with a glass of red wine and greeted her with a smile. Su Delin turned around and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Hiss. Xianyuanqingtian couldn't help but gasp in his heart. So beautiful. Her eyes were so alluring. So beautiful. Although Su Delin was in disguise, she was indeed very beautiful. It was mainly because of her temperament. A woman's temperament was too good. Hello. Su Delin nodded with a smile. Miss, you look very unfamiliar. I've never seen you before. Yes, I rarely participate in these events, but I know you. Su Delin smiled. Xianyuanqingtian was very pleased when he heard Su Delin's words. Yes, it was normal for her to know him. After all, he was Xianyuanqingtian. Xianyuanqingtian was very confident in his ability and excellence. It's just a title. May I know who you are? Row cultivator, Su Delin. Su Delin, he was quite touched when he heard this name. After all, this name matched her temperament very well. I see. But I think you're not simple. Su Delin smiled and said, those who can come here must not be simple. But there shouldn't be many who can be compared with young Master Xianyuan. Miss, you're too kind. Xianyuanqingtian then asked, may I get to know you and add you on WeChat? Yes. It's my honor to have young Master Xianyuan as a friend. Then, they added each other as friends. Can I invite Miss Su for a drink? It's my honor. Then, they walked to the side. Lin Xian was secretly paying attention to their situation. Seeing that Su Delin had hooked up with Xianyuanqingtian, he was very satisfied with Lin Xian. If Su Delin could succeed. He thought for a moment and decided not to poison him. Lin Xian felt that this poison was not very effective. If she succeeded, it would be best for her to kill Xianyuanqingtian. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao was also looking for an opportunity to poison Lin Xian. It was impossible for him to succeed on his own because Lin Xian would definitely be extremely wary of him. But now, there was actually a chance. Since everyone was talking to each other and walking around, he could poison Xianyuanqingtian when he walked past him. He looked at Xianyuanqingtian and frowned. What's going on? Is he flirting? Why is he flirting at a time like this? Don't you know what you should be doing? Fuck. What a fucking idiot. He thought that Xianyuanqingtian would be a formidable person. Now, it seemed that he was just a piece of trash. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists. Of course, Xianyuanqingtian did not forget what happened tonight. He was thinking that killing Lin Xian was important, but flirting was also important. He also wanted to kill Lin Xian, but his desire was not as strong as Duan Lingxiao's. Duan Lingxiao would die if he did not kill Lin Xian, but Xianyuanqingtian did not have that kind of pressure. To him, he wanted to kill Lin Xian, but there was no time limit. Chapter 1663. Of course, this did not mean that Xianyuanqingtian would not make a move. He would definitely make a move tonight, but he was not in a hurry. Su Delin was a fox demon. She knew how to seduce a man's heart. Moreover, she was experienced and smart enough. Facing Xianyuan Qingtian, who was in his 20s, she was simply toying with him. How could a man in his 20s play chess with an old fox? Time passed slowly. Xianyuan Qingtian and Su Delin were chatting happily. God knew what they were talking about. Brother Xianyuan. Duan Lingxiao could not stand it anymore. He quickly went to Xianyuan Qingtian's side and said. Xianyuan Qingtian only realized when he saw Duan Lingxiao. Damn! He almost forgot about the important matter. This also proved how much Su Delin had seduced him. Okay, excuse me. Xianyuan Qingtian said to Su Delin and then walked to the side with Duan Lingxiao. Brother Xianyuan, if you don't make a move, this banquet might end soon. Xianyuan Qingtian said, is there a good chance now? After all, he's walking around. There should be a chance. I need him to take my poison. Do you have a way to make him take it? Xianyuan Qingtian said. This, Duan Lingxiao glanced at Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was drinking and chatting with the experts. There's no chance now. After all, he's with a group of experts. If he drinks, he'll probably drink until the banquet ends. I don't think there's a good chance. Then what should we do? Are we going to stop just like that? Xianyuan Qingtian shook his head. Of course not. Look for an opportunity. Keep an eye on him. If there's a good opportunity, let me know. I've already arranged people. We're just waiting for an opportunity. Then can I find a chance to poison his food? Duan Lingxiao asked. Of course, but do you think it's possible? It's a little difficult. Okay, so I think we should find a way after we leave tonight. Find a chance. Leave. Xianyuan Qingtian said, they definitely won't go back tonight. Tomorrow morning, Shaolin Temple will definitely provide breakfast. I've already learned that breakfast will be delivered to their rooms. That's the best chance to poison them. Duan Lingxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. All right. Then this young master shouldn't need to personally supervise this matter, right? Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, the premise is that the poison has to be administered to his breakfast tomorrow morning. Can you do that? Don't worry, that's easy. Duan Lingxiao nodded. All right. Xianyuan Qingtian then handed him a jade bottle. The poison is here. I'll leave the rest to you. It wasn't that he didn't care about this matter, but he could tell that Duan Lingxiao was too obsessed with killing Lin Xian. He seemed to want to kill Lin Xian more than Xianyuan Qingtian, so he could be at ease if he left this matter to Duan Lingxiao. The rest was up to fate. Whether it worked or not depended on whether Lin Xian ate breakfast or not. He thought that poisoning Lin Xian's breakfast was a simple task, and that Duan Lingxiao was definitely capable of doing it. Duan Lingxiao nodded. No problem, leave it to me. Okay. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded, then walked away and came to Su Delin's side. I'm sorry, I just took care of some matters. I have a bottle of good wine that I've collected for many years. I wonder if Miss Su would like to try it. Xianyuan Qingtian realized that she seemed to have a passion for wine, which meant that she was a woman who knew how to enjoy life. He really liked this kind of woman very much. Dongfang Shui. Since he couldn't have her, then he didn't want her. Anyway, this woman in front of him wasn't bad either. Moreover, he was trying to hit on her. Normal people would know that he was trying to hit on her. Since she had chosen to accept his attempt and they were chatting very well, he had reason to think that Su Delin had a good impression of him. He had a chance to pursue her. This was completely different from many other girls, such as Dongfang Shui and Murong Yu. They didn't have any feelings for him at all. Xianyuan Qingtian also felt this clearly. Where? Su Delin's words made it seem like she was a little conservative or worried. This made Xianyuan Qingtian feel that this woman was very safe. If he invited her and Su Delin nodded without hesitation, this might be a good thing, but it would undoubtedly make Xianyuan Qingtian a little suspicious. If Su Delin took the initiative to ask him to go out and do something, then he would be even more suspicious. Clearly, after Su Delin said that, his suspicion disappeared. Therefore, even 10 Xianyuan Qingtians wouldn't be enough to fight with her. This was also why Lin Xian was absolutely assured. In my room. Young Master Xianyuan, are you asking me to go to your room? Su Delin said with a smile. No, of course not. I just want to invite Miss Su to have a taste. Anywhere is fine. It can be outside or even here. I can go and get it now. Xianyuan Qingtian said. Then let's do it in the courtyard. Okay. Please wait for a moment, Miss Su. Xianyuan Qingtian then walked away with a smile. Take off. Su Delin's divine sense moved and then sent a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was chatting with the experts. When he heard Su Delin's good news, he smiled in his heart. Sure enough, Su Delin is still Su Delin. She's not simple. Tonight might be Xianyuan Qingtian's doomsday. Lin Xian was still very excited. It was late at night, and the banquet was over. Everyone, the rooms have been prepared for you. It's no problem if you want to stay in the Shaolin Temple for a few more days. If you want to leave, you can leave tomorrow. I'll prepare breakfast for you in the morning and send it to your rooms. It's getting late, everyone should go back and rest early. Okay. Then everyone left. Where did that shameless Lin Xian go? He went straight to Murong Yu's room. Damn. It's been so long, I'm dying of thirst. The others didn't know and thought that Lin Xian was in the room. Zhuge Qingtian and Su Delin were drinking and chatting in the courtyard. Why don't you two go and rest? An expert passed by and asked with a smile. Senior Zhang, go and rest first. We still have some things to talk about. Xianyuan Qingtian said. Okay, I won't disturb you. Su Delin was really annoyed. She couldn't stand it anymore. She obviously didn't like it, but she pretended to like it and had to go along with it with a smile. Really, if Lin Xian didn't ask her to do it, she wouldn't do it even if she died. It was too difficult. Why wasn't it time yet? No. She had to get ready, but Lin Xian didn't give her any news. Chapter 1664. Of course, Lin Xian wanted to kill Xianyuan Qingtian, but he felt that it was still early. He would let Su Delin hook up with him first. Meanwhile, Lin Xian quietly went to Murong Yu's room. Lin Xian easily knew where Murong Yu's room was, so he went over happily. What are you doing? Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian at the door. I haven't seen you for so long. I want to catch up with you. Lin Xian gave her a harmless smile. Murong Yu would definitely be able to guess what this shameless person was trying to do. Damn. Why don't you go find Xinyue? Murong Yu asked. Logically speaking, Lin Xian was the one who had not seen her for a long time. She's not important. I like you more. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ha! In Murong Yu's eyes, all the beautiful girls around Lin Xian were his women, including Xiao Xinyue. In fact, they were not. She thought they were, and so did Lin Xian. Unfortunately, they were not, so Lin Xian came to Murong Yu's room. Heh, what are you doing? Hey, why are you blocking the door? Let me in. No. Don't be so heartless. Hurry up. No. Whoosh, Lin Xian used the power of space and disappeared in front of her. Murong Yu, she turned to look at Lin Xian, who had just entered the room, with a helpless expression on her face. Have you completed your mission? Murong Yu walked in and asked. Not yet. How about you? Almost. There's no problem. Was your mission difficult? Logically speaking, Lin Xian was more capable than them. Normally, he should have completed it. It's neither difficult nor easy. It shouldn't be a problem. You have to make sure there's no problem, Murong Yu said. I should be able to. Should. This was not what Murong Yu wanted to hear. Of course. Lin Xian said. All right. She nodded. Little Yu. Lin Xian then took her tender hand. Let me kiss you. Murong Yu struggled for a moment, but in the end, Lin Xian forcefully pulled her onto his lap. That's why it's said that women are creatures who don't mean what they say. This time, she didn't struggle for long before Lin Xian took her down. And then, of course, it was a barrage of cannon fire. After a long time, Murong Yu couldn't take it anymore and kicked Lin Xian, causing Lin Xian to fall to the ground. Big sister, what are you doing? Sleeping. Murong Yu then said lazily, turning her back to Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. How did this girl know that he wouldn't be sleeping at her place tonight? Then I'll be leaving first. Lin Xian then put on his clothes and walked out. How did Murong Yu know that Lin Xian wouldn't be sleeping at her place? She was smart, but she was thinking about something else entirely. She was thinking that this person would definitely have sex with several girls in one night. He was so lecherous, and this was his style. She guessed that after he was done, she would find someone else to do it with. Of course, Murong Yu might also think that Lin Xian might have something important to do. This was also possible because according to Lin Xian's personality, he wouldn't attend this banquet if he didn't have something important to do. He had the freedom to do so. But he was here, and he was only going to stay here for a day. He would leave the next day, so if he wanted to do something, he would probably have to do it tonight. This was Murong Yu's thought. She was obviously a smart woman. Lin Xian walked out and stretched, feeling refreshed. Then, he took a look at his phone. Bastard, where are you? This was a WeChat message that Su Delin sent to Lin Xian half an hour ago. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and sent her a message. On the other side, Su Delin was still flirting with Xianyuan Qingtian. Then, she received a message from Lin Xian. Su Delin heaved a sigh of relief. You're fucking good. Her resentment towards Lin Xian was indescribable. If she knew that Lin Xian was having sex with girls just now, she would explode in anger. Young Master Xianyuan, I wonder if you can explain to me the technique that we talked about before? Su Delin asked. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded. Of course, that's not a problem. But if you want to perform it, you can't do it here. You have to find a more spacious place with no one around. I'll show you. There's a spacious forest outside the Shaolin Temple. You should be able to do it there, right? Su Delin asked. Of course, no problem. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded. In fact, he was extremely excited. Why? You can just say forest, but you have to say forest. Who doesn't know the special meaning of a forest? So, this Su Delin was actually hinting at him. Xianyuan Qingtian thought so. He believed that with his talent, strength, and family background, it was normal for girls to take a fancy to him and think that he was a good son-in-law. Even if it was this beautiful and elegant Sue Delin, he also felt that it was possible. Wasn't she hinting at him? Well, let's try it. Okay. Then, the two left the Shaolin temple. Lin Xian received Su Delin's message and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It's going to work. Xianyuan Qingtian and Su Dalin arrived at the small forest. Let's do it here. Su Delin said. Okay, let's do it here. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded and unleashed his power. Miss Su, watch carefully. Xianyuan Qingtian demonstrated his technique to Su Delin. Su Delin naturally did not pay attention to it. This was not her goal at all. She was waiting for Lin Xian. Or rather, she did not need to wait for Lin Xian. She could actually do it now. Yes, since Lin Xian was on the way, it was about time for her to take action. Xianyuan Qingtian demonstrated his martial technique in a manner that he thought was very cool. Su Delin stroked her exquisite chin. Should she directly kill him or do something else? Lin Xian did not tell her either. Forget it, it's best not to kill him. I'll just control him. Following that, her hair fluttered as a force surged towards Xianyuan Qingtian, who thought he was very cool. Xianyuan Qingtian was completely defenseless and had no ability to resist. He instantly spat out blood before collapsing to the ground. After all, Su Delin was at the Heavenly Dao realm. If Lin Xian wanted her to kill Xianyuan Qingtian, he could even get Su Delin to come to the banquet. At the banquet, she could forcefully take action in front of all the experts. Absolutely no one could stop her. However, as Lin Xian did not wish to cause too much of a stir, he chose such a complicated method. Tch, Su Delin sighed helplessly. That's it. After wasting so much of her time, it ended just like that. How boring. How annoying. She did not know why Lin Xian was so cautious. He was just at the domain realm while she was at the Heavenly Dao realm. What was there to fear? Chapter 1665. Lin Xian arrived at the small forest and saw Su Delin sitting there and playing with her fingernails. Seeing Lin Xian come, Su Dalin stood up. How annoying. I've settled it. I'll leave the rest to you. Su Dalin left after saying that. Thank you. Lin Xian said. Tisk, it was unknown who Su Dalin learned to tisk from before she walked away. Lin Xian walked over and saw Xianyuan Qingtian lying there. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In fact, it was much easier than he had imagined. Swish, then, Lin Xian disappeared with Xianyuan Qingtian. They appeared again in a place that Lin Xian did not know. He released a powerful spatial barrier to seal the place. At the same time, he used the law of creation to continuously strengthen the spatial barrier. Then, he destroyed Xianyuan Qingtian's dantian and took his interspatial ring. There was no other way. Xianyuan Qingtian was the young master of the Xianyuan family. He definitely had the ability to escape. To be honest, even someone at the Great Void Realm might not be able to kill him. He should have a way to escape if he wanted to. However, Su Dalin was at the Heavenly Dao realm. That was not something the Great Void Realm could compare with. Furthermore, many animations and television dramas were the result of too much nonsense and not being vigilant enough. As a result, the captured people escaped through various means. Lin Xian did not wish for such a thing to happen. Therefore, he tried his best to eliminate almost all such possibilities. There was no other way. This matter concerned his mission and his life. If he failed this time, Lin Xian would not be able to do anything if Xianyuan Qingtian went into hiding. Crack, Lin Xian lit a cigarette and released the law of creation at Xianyuan Qingtian. Xianyuan Qingtian slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, his face was filled with pain. What happened? His entire body hurt. Wait. Where was his cultivation? You're awake. A voice sounded. Xianyuan Qingtian hurriedly looked over and his pupils constricted. Lin Xian. He found it unacceptable. Ha. Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and walked over. Young Master Xianyuan, how have you been? What are you doing? His pupils shrank as he stared at Lin Xian. Just as he was about to do something, he suddenly realized that his spatial ring was gone as well. Damn it. Damn it. What are you doing? You should know, right? Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette. Lin Xian, don't go too far. My cultivation has already been crippled by you, so what's the point? Also, when did I ever offend you? Do you have to be like this? Xianyuan Qingtian finally understood that Su Delin was one of Lin Xian's people. Fuck. Why? How could he fall for such a low-level trick? Why? He understood. Perhaps it was jealousy. That's right. Why are the girls around Lin Xian so beautiful and outstanding? I'm Xianyuan Qingtian. Why can't the girls around him be as beautiful? Logically speaking, it's absolutely possible. He felt that Su Delin's appearance was to make up for his shortcomings. However, it was actually Lin Xian's trap. Damn it. I'm crippled. Now, even if I survive, I'm crippled. However, it's a fact that I'm crippled. All I want now is to survive. Young Master Xianyuan, your acting skills are really mediocre. Lin Xian sneered. What acting skills? I don't understand what you're talking about. Yes, there are some conflicts or grudges between us, but this. Ahem, it's just a grudge. Do you have to be like this? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Slap. Then, Lin Xian sent him flying with a slap. What are you pretending to be? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Xianyuan Qingtian, you sent someone to push me off the cliff 3 years ago. At that time, I was just a weakling who had just started cultivating. To be honest, it's really disgusting. It's a pity that I can't let the whole world see your hypocritical mask. After all, I'm going to kill you with my own hands. I don't want the whole world to know that I killed you. After all, the Xianyuan family is really troublesome. Then, a powerful force condensed on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian, let me go. Let me go. Xianyuan Qingtian's face was filled with fear. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing one day. Fear. Everyone would feel fear in such a situation. That was because everyone was afraid of death. Especially with his status, a noble status, he would cherish his name even more. Lin Xian smirked. Why? Are you afraid now? Yes, I'm afraid. Let me go, let me go. Whoosh. Splat. Xianyuan Qingtian's head was directly chopped off by Lin Xian's force. At the same time, Lin Xian reached out and grabbed his soul. Bang! His soul was destroyed. Lin Xian did not want to waste any more time with him. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. A system notification appeared in Lin Xian's mind. Phew! Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth curled up. On Earth, his biggest grudge had already ended. Splat! Lin Xian snapped his fingers and turned around. Xianyuan Qingtian's body was burning. Perhaps he would never have imagined that his extraordinary life would end so casually. Perhaps if it was not for Lin Xian, his life would have been very exciting. What a pity. Time to sleep. Lin Xian stretched lazily. The big event was over. His mission here was basically completed. All that was left was to pursue Lu Qingzhu or Qinijuan. Actually, there was no need to complete this mission. Because after completing Xianyuan Qingtian's, Lin Xian's system points were enough for him to leave. In the remaining month, Lin Xian would try to solve the problem on Earth as much as possible. At the same time, he would give them more protection. Lin Xian did not disturb the other girls. He returned to his room and closed his eyes. Lin Xian liked to close his eyes to think about many things, including Earth, Sky Blue Planet, the past, and the future. Many things were thought out by him at this time. After leaving Earth and returning to Sky Blue Planet, he should be able to advance to the Heavenly Tao in a relatively short period of time. I wonder how little Fairy is doing. Lin Xian sighed. Thinking of Linya, Lin Xian really had not seen her for a long time. Although he knew that it was her good fortune, he still felt a little heartache. After returning this time, he should focus on looking for Linya. Even if it was good fortune, it should be over, right? Chapter 1666. Other than Lin Xian, no one knew that Xianyuan Qingtian was dead. Perhaps those people could only conclude that Xianyuan Qingtian had disappeared without a trace. Anyway, there was no evidence to prove that Xianyuan Qingtian was dead. Some people might think so, but they didn't even know if he was dead or not. The night passed just like that, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. The Shaolin Temple's breakfast was sent to everyone one after another. Duan Lingxiao still didn't know that Xianyuan Qingtian was dead. He had successfully poisoned Lin Xian's breakfast with Xianyuan Qingtian's poison. Lin Xian yawned and walked out of the room. "Benefactor Lin, this is your breakfast," a young monk said respectfully to Lin Xian. "Thank you," Lin Xian said. "Well, I won't disturb you anymore." After saying that, he left. Lin Xian sat in the courtyard and opened the lunch box. It was quite exquisite. Lin Xian then scrolled through his phone while eating. Before eating, Lin Xian didn't feel anything. However, after Lin Xian ate a few mouthfuls, he realized that something was wrong. There was poison in the food. Lin Xian frowned. And the poison was very strong. Xianyuan Qingtian. Although Xianyuan Qingtian was dead, it was obviously a good opportunity for him to make a move. Maybe he had arranged it in advance. But it could also be Duan Lingxiao. Of course, Lin Xian suspected them first. He definitely didn't suspect the Shaolin Temple. Because if Lin Xian died in the Shaolin Temple, the first suspect would be the Shaolin Temple. Therefore, the Shaolin Temple wouldn't be so stupid. Moreover, he didn't have any grudges with the Shaolin Temple. At most, Duan Lingxiao or Xianyuan Qingtian had colluded with someone from the Shaolin Temple. But this wasn't important. It was just a relationship of interest between them. It didn't mean anything to him. Then, Lin Xian took out a detoxification pill and swallowed it. Lin Xian felt the poison for a while. Normally, this poison was really difficult to detoxify according to the standards on Earth. However, this detoxification pill was specially refined and could detoxify very strong poisons. Even if this poison couldn't be detoxified, it could definitely be suppressed. Xianyuan Qingtian is dead. Now, only Duan Lingxiao is left. Lin Xian pondered for a while. Should he ask Su Dalan to kill Duan Lingxiao with the might of the Heavenly Tao? After thinking, he decided not to do so. In fact, he could also kill him. It was just that it would be slightly more difficult for Lin Xian. This was because Duan Ling Xiao also had a system. Lin Xian guessed that Duan Ling Xiao had exchanged for quite a few abilities, precepts, attributes, and so on. Lin Xian was only stronger than Duan Ling Xiao in terms of combat power. However, if Duan Ling Xiao wanted to run, Lin Xian might not be able to stop him. In Lin Xian's eyes, he couldn't do anything. Moreover, it was easy for Su Delin to kill him, but it was easy for Su Delin to expose herself. Then, he could lure him out in another way. Lin Xian didn't have the brains to do that. He couldn't be bothered. Lin Xian knew that Duan Ling Xiao wanted to kill him. He felt that it was normal. After all, this was his only chance on Earth. However, what could he do? Of course, if he could kill Lin Xian, he would still kill him. At this moment, Duan Ling Xiao was very nervous. Whether Lin Xian lived or died depended on this. If he were to fail this time, then he would be completely out of options. If he were to fail this time, then he would be completely flustered. Everyone, take care. The Shaolin Temple's powerhouses called for everyone to leave. Master Wuxin, we'll meet again if fate wills it. Lin Xian clasped his fist at Master Wuxin. Okay. See you next time. Duan Ling Xiao walked out and saw Lin Xian standing there happily. He clenched his fists tightly. Fuck. Failed. Another fucking failure. Ah. It's over. This is bad. This is bad. Let's go back. Lin Xian said to Mu Qingya. Okay. In fact, this made Mu Qingya quite happy. Although this bastard was lustful and had many women, he chose to go back with her. As for women, although they didn't care, did they really not care? Lin Xian had already said goodbye to Xiao Xinyue and Murongyu. Then, they left. Just like that, half a month passed. In this half a month, Earth had changed. Indeed, it was more chaotic than before. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried about this. This required a buffering process. For example, some people were hot-headed. But later, they would find that reality would crush them and they would return to normal. The major forces were discussing very important things, including the establishment of warrior academies. Basically, these academies should be opened directly in the existing academies. It was a big project. Then there were some special forces formed by warriors to maintain law and order. In the past half a month, it basically revolved around cultivation. The news, various reports, and all kinds of things were related to this. Some people had also discovered the demon beasts. Of course, some people might want to attract attention. Indeed, many of them were photoshopped. When the academies are opened, you can go to the academies. Don't go to the sections. Lin Xian, Mu Qingya, Mu Feifei, Qin Yijuan, and of course, Su Dalin were eating hot pot there. Why? Mu Feifei blinked and asked puzzledly. At that time, the academies will definitely be important places. The people who will be introduced will probably be top warriors. But what about the sects? You have been to Kunlun Mountain. Many things are traditional. Maybe there will be rules like not playing with mobile phones. Can you adapt? Hee hee. She stuck out her pink tongue. Brother-in-law is so thoughtful. Well, anyway, you have to promise me one thing. No matter what the Earth will become in the future, don't do anything impulsively to be a hero, and don't provoke others. Because the times are different, killing people may become very simple and very secretive. If in the next 1 or 2 years, you need to do something, such as joining some teams, killing demon beasts, fighting for the human race, and so on. You can get some experience, but before you have absolutely grown up, don't think that you are very capable and don't attract too much attention. Do you hear me? I know. Well, I have invited a few friends in the group. Lu Qingzhu is also there. You can ask them a lot of things. They will also give you a lot of help. Lin Xian said. Hey, brother-in-law, you sound like you are making a will. You are here, aren't you? Mu Feifei took a bite of the fat beef and muttered. She felt that with Lin Xian around, everything else was not a problem. Hearing Mu Feifei's words, Mu Qingya also felt that something was wrong. Yes, she just felt that something was wrong. What did Lin Xian mean? Chapter 1667. Women were sensitive. Lin Xian's words did make them very sensitive and they all realized something. What did Lin Xian mean by that? It was very strange. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly. Is there something you want to tell me? Mu Qingya asked. Well, Lin Xian was going to leave here in half a month. In fact, there were some things that should be said, but there was still Qini Juan here. It was not that Lin Xian did not want to tell Qini Juan, and Qini Juan was not his woman, but it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Yes, there is something. Lin Xian nodded. Well, let's talk about it in bed tonight. Mu Qingya said. From this, it could be seen how sensible she was. Well, okay. Lin Xian nodded. There were some things that could be told to Mu Qingya, and then she could tell others. This should be the best. Hey, obviously, you treat us as outsiders. Qini Juan said unhappily. It's a family matter. You are an outsider. Why do you want to know? Lin Xian glared at her. TSK, Qini Juan also glared back, not to be outdone. Lin Xian finally knew who taught Su Dalan this tisk. It must be Qini Juan. Or, you can be our family. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Damn it. Qini Juan glanced at Mu Qingya, then looked at Lin Xian and said, can you be more shameless? Qingya, don't you care? Ahem, Mu Qingya coughed dryly. He wanted to interfere, but... Damn it. Damn hooligan. Mu Feifei muttered unhappily. Eat, eat. Lin Xian said hurriedly. Something is wrong. Qini Juan said. It's none of your business. Go eat your food. Lin Xian glared at her. Tisk, after the meal, the few of them played mahjong for a while. This was Su Dalan's request. Anyway, she kind of liked the many new things in this world that she had never played before. At first, she liked TV dramas, then she liked to play games, and now she liked to play mahjong. It's getting late. I'll head back first. Mu Qingya glanced at the time and said. Then I'll go back too. We'll continue tomorrow. Su Dalan shouted. Anything is fine. Then they left. I'm leaving too. Hey. Su Dalan stopped Lin Xian. What is it? What about what you promised me before? Su Dalan asked. What did Lin Xian promise her? That was to raise her heavenly Dao realm by 2 stars. In 2 days. All right. Agree to what? Qini Juan asked curiously. None of your business. Qini Juan, you. She gritted her teeth angrily. She owed him a huge favor. After returning, Lin Xian and Mu Qingya returned to the room. After taking a shower, Mu Qingya was already lying in bed reading. This book was created by Lin Xian using the laws of creation. The knowledge in it might not be from Earth, but it was definitely more powerful than Earth's. Of course, there might be many things about Earth that Lin Xian didn't know. However, it would definitely be of great help to her. Sigh, I've been too tired from playing all this time. Lin Xian crawled into bed. Mu Qingya glanced at Lin Xian before closing the book. Bai Qing was still rather solemn. What did you want to say? She had a nagging feeling that Lin Xian wanted to tell her something very important. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment before looking at her. Actually, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Unless you say you're an alien. You won't believe me if I'm an alien. Don't tell me it's true. Mu Qingya froze for a moment. She remembered that Lin Xian had done many things that couldn't be done on Earth at this stage, such as curing cancer and AIDS. Damn, what are you thinking? How can I be an alien? Mu Qingya looked at him. Then what do you want to say? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, actually, I'll leave in half a month. Huh? She suddenly frowned. Don't be too nervous. Didn't I say I'll throw you away? How can I be that kind of person? If I really have such thoughts, I'll run away and you won't be able to find me. Why should I tell you? After all, Mu Qingya wasn't an ordinary girl. She nodded. Do you have something important to tell me? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. In other words, I have to leave. Otherwise, I'll die. She looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Why? Well, how should I tell you? In fact, I'm from another place. You know I have a gap in 3 years. Well, I'm indeed from Earth. But an accident happened 3 years ago, which led me to another place. You can think of it as another plane, another world. Mu Qingya, you really have, Lin Xian nodded. Why don't you have immortal cultivation? Then you broke the void. Lin Xian smiled and said, what are you thinking? You've read too many immortal cultivation novels, haven't you? I can't tell you the details, but I want to tell you that I have to go back now. But after I go back, I can't guarantee when I'll be back. I can only promise you that I'll be back as soon as possible. 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years, I'm not sure. That long? Mu Qingya thought 1 year or 3 years was okay, but 5 years, could be longer, I'm not sure, so I can only tell you this. But I promise I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay, Mu Qingya nodded. Lin Xian looked at her. If you're in a hurry, then don't wait for me. You're crazy. Mu Qingya said. Ha! Now that I can also cultivate, my lifespan is no longer that of an ordinary person. For a martial artist, 5 years or more is nothing. Mu Qingya's words really touched Lin Xian. I just think it's unfair to you. I'm already very grateful that you brought me to this path. Don't worry, I won't miss you. If I have the time, I'd rather cultivate more. You really? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said, I can understand you, and I'm also very grateful that you told me such an important thing. I'm also very grateful that you're so reasonable. So that's why you said those words at dinner. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I see. Mu Qingya nodded. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can communicate with Lu Qingzhu and Dongfang Shui in the group chat. They'll be able to help you as well. Also, Su Dalin is a very powerful being, so I've assigned her to protect you. If you run into any trouble, look for her. Chapter 1668. Lin Xian had told Mu Qingya what he should say, and he definitely didn't say anything that he shouldn't say. He also didn't say anything that was too mysterious. Mu Qingya expressed her understanding, and Lin Xian was relieved. What was left was actually guilt. Because he really didn't know when he could come back. But he swore that he would definitely come back. What's the world you went to like? Mu Qingya asked. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. It feels exactly the same as Earth. There's the internet, mobile phones, and technology. The technology is even more powerful. There are humans and demons. The humans have powerful barriers to defend, and the demons will attack the humans and occupy the cities. It's a bit like Earth many years later. But I believe that Earth won't be in such a situation many years later. That's not necessarily true. No, it's definitely true. Because I'll definitely protect it well. Okay. Mu Qingya then asked, then how are you going to go back? Can't I go back with you when you go back? Of course not. If you can, you won't have so much trouble. Oh. Mu Qingya didn't ask any more questions. Okay. About this, I know. I won't tell anyone. Mu Qingya said. Well, then, let's go to sleep. Lin Xian then directly pounced on her. You. Before she could react, she was pressed under Lin Xian's body. Of course, they all knew what happened. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao came to a place. There was still half a month left. Xianyuan Qingtian hadn't appeared since that night. He couldn't even contact him. The whole Xianyuan family was in chaos, especially Xianyuan Long. His son disappeared under his nose. He was really going crazy. Then he checked, but it seemed that he couldn't find anything. He only found that his son was very close to a woman that night, and then he drank with that woman in the yard. As for what happened after drinking, no one knew. He didn't know either. There was no such thing as surveillance in the Shaolin Temple. He checked all the surveillance cameras in the more prosperous places around, but there was no trace. The only clue was that woman, but he couldn't find her at all. He couldn't find anything at all. He had reason to think that he was in disguise. Duan Lingxiao knew that it was definitely done by Lin Xian because Xianyuan Qingtian wanted to kill Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Lin Xian didn't know, but what evidence did he have? The only thing he could do was secretly tell the Xianyuan clan that it was Lin Xian who did it. He didn't even dare to say it himself. Secretly telling them to focus their attention on Lin Xian was a good thing. The Xianyuan family had indeed placed their attention on Lin Xian. They had originally suspected that it was Lin Xian, because there was a grudge between them. Now that Lin Xian had returned, it was possible, but how could they investigate? If he couldn't find anything, could it be that he had to ask directly? Or rather, the only thing they could think of was to take action. However, this was a rather important matter because they knew that Lin Xian was no ordinary warrior. He was so young, but he was deeply loved and even protected by his seniors. If they forcefully tried to do something without any evidence, the Xianyuan family would become the target of public criticism if they were discovered, especially at this stage of the game. In particular, this Lin Xian was very close to the Liu family. The current head of the Liu family was a member of the Liu family, and Dongfang Shui had returned, and this Lin Xian and Dongfang Shui were. It seemed that both the Liu family and the Dongfang family liked him very much. If they forced him to do something, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, all of this was based on the premise that they were exposed, so he felt that he had to do this. There was no way they could talk nicely with him. If he was the one who did it, he wouldn't admit it. Even if he wasn't the one who did it, the Xianyuan family wouldn't believe him just because he said it wasn't him. Thus, the best way was to capture him and force him to tell the truth under the threat of death. The Xianyuan family had begun to move. But where was Duan Lingxiao? Duan Lingxiao arrived at a secluded place. I'm here. Duan Lingxiao yelled. Whoosh, a figure appeared in front of him. What? Have you made up your mind? Duan Lingxiao nodded. I can provide you with everything you want, including what you want me to do, but at the same time, you have to agree to a request of mine. It's a win-win situation, so why not? What is it? Feel free to tell us. Duan Lingxiao nodded. I want you to kill someone for me. That's easy. Who is it? It's a spatial attribute cultivator at the domain realm. Under normal circumstances, even 9th tier heavenly venerates may not be able to kill him. You have to send a few great void stage cultivators to kill him. In other words, you have to give me your soldiers and I'll personally supervise this matter. You need great void stage cultivators to kill a spatial attribute cultivator at the domain realm. Duan Lingxiao nodded. Of course. Otherwise, why would I need you guys? No problem. Also, I need you to complete this task within 3 days. Duan Lingxiao said. Although he still had half a month, there was only half a month left. He couldn't hold on any longer. He really couldn't hold on any longer. He had to hurry. Boy. The old man narrowed his eyes and said, It's true that we're cooperating, but you don't have the capital to bargain with us. Do you understand? I'm not trying to bargain with you. Then we won't let you finish your task before we ask you to do it. Duan Lingxiao said, Aren't you worried that I won't do my best if you make me unhappy? Ha ha ha, there are so many people in this world who can do things for us. We don't need you. Is that so? Indeed, that seems to be the case. However, in this world, what I can do, others may not be able to do. Isn't that why you want to cooperate with me? Duan Lingxiao said. Ha ha ha, it's easy to deal with smart people. Sure. Alright, you just need to give me soldiers according to my request. Whether it's a success or not, I'll definitely do as you say in 3 days and help you complete it. The old man nodded. No problem. What did he like about Duan Lingxiao? It wasn't his talent or his strength, but his position. His results in the martial arts assembly meant that he would definitely be snatched up by the other major forces. He was referring to the current strength of the Kunlun Mountain. If such a person joined the Kunlun Mountain, he could cooperate with them from the inside and easily control a modern top force. They could use such a force to accomplish many things. It was very important. Chapter 1669. The thoughts of these experts were really pure, but they were very effective. Duan Lingxiao was preparing to deal with Lin Xian. There was still half a month left, and this matter was related to his life. Lin Xian also knew that he would leave in half a month. What could he do in the remaining half a month? Just spend more time with them, and it seemed that there was nothing else he could do. A day passed like this. It was night again. It seemed that there was nothing to do. Lin Xian ate hot pot and chatted with them every day. I saw the news today. Did you know? Someone found a dragon. Mu Feifei said excitedly. Are you serious? There really is a dragon. Is it photoshopped? Qin Yijuan didn't believe it. It's true. It seems that someone suddenly found something unusual at the bottom of a well. After the water was drained, they found that there was a hidden world at the bottom of the well. It was said that there was a dragon locked inside. Liar, where are the photos? What about the videos? Well, I don't think so, but the news said that it attracted a lot of attention. Many warriors went to check it out. That should be true, right? Lin Xian said, who knows, but it's possible that it's true. Wow! Will all those things in the legends appear? Lin Xian nodded, well, it's just a matter of time. I'm looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? If those existences appear, then something big will happen. It means that the Earth has entered a new era. Lin Xian said. I'm also looking forward to it. Lin Xian touched his forehead and said, that's why you're a brat. Nonsense. Mu Feifei said unhappily. Think about it. If that situation really comes to pass, it means that Earth has entered a new era. In this era, how many families will be destroyed? How chaotic will the entire Earth be? You're just used to this seemingly ordinary world. That's because you're used to it, so you begin to look forward to a new worldview. But after a period of time after this worldview appears, you'll understand. Oh. Mu Feifei pursed her lips. This is actually very normal. Take me for example. In the past, when I watched Resident Evil, I always imagined that one day our world would become like the world in Resident Evil. Every one of us would be running around for survival. It felt very exciting. But if such a day really came, I wouldn't be able to accept it. Qin Yijuan said. Let's eat. Why are you talking about this? Su Delin was the one who spoke the least. She realized that she had fallen in love with the food in this world. It was too fucking delicious. Someone's coming. Su Delin suddenly said. Ah. Do you have any guests? Mu Feifei asked doubtfully. Lin Xian knew what Su Delin meant. That person was definitely not a guest. That person was definitely a martial artist, and probably not a weak one at that. Let's go. You're coming with me. Lin Xian said to Su Delin. Su Delin shrugged and stood up. Don't come out. After saying that, the two of them walked out. Is it a martial artist? Mu Feifei blinked her big eyes. It must be. Mu Qingya nodded. Needless to say, Lin Xian was really glad that he had met Su Delin. Moreover, she was the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, many things would not have been so simple. At this moment, several top powerhouses of the Long family came not far from them. How do we do it? The more secretive, the better. Have all the surveillance cameras in this community been blocked? They have been blocked. Good. That Lin Xian is either in this villa or the one next door. Make sure. It has just been confirmed. There are 5 people in the villa next door. It looks like it should be them. I want to be sure. Then, one of the powerhouses released his divine sense again and suddenly frowned. Strange. What's wrong? There were 5 people in the villa just now. Why did it suddenly become 3? He showed a puzzled expression. Did they run away? There are no more 2 people in the villa next door. What's going on? At this moment, a voice came from behind them. Because I'm behind you. Those powerhouses' pupils suddenly shrank. Then, they quickly turned around. Behind them, a man with a cigarette in his mouth and another woman standing next to him, looking at them just like that. Those powerhouses were shocked. Because they were in the heavenly venerable realm. They appeared behind them silently without them noticing. Could it be that this person was in the higher virtual realm? I'm really curious about which family you are from. Whoosh, after saying that, they disappeared from where they were and arrived at a spacious and empty place. Be careful. Surround them. Whoosh, then, they surrounded Lin Xian. Kill them all. Leave one alive. Lin Xian said to Su Delin. What? Hearing Lin Xian's casual words, those powerhouses frowned and showed a puzzled expression. Kill them all. What kind of realm were they in? How easy would it be to kill them? Okay. The corners of Su Delin's mouth curled up slightly. Then, the power of the heavenly Tao was released. The heavenly Tao. Although they had never seen the heavenly Tao, this power was definitely not something that a higher virtual realm cultivator could possess, right? This? Puff, with just Su Delin's power, the others were all dead, leaving only one alive. Hey! Lin Xian walked over while smoking. Tell me, who are you? The youngest powerhouse was really scared out of his wits. Su Delin had purposely left the youngest one behind, because those old men might be even more stubborn and wouldn't say anything. If I tell you, can you spare my life? Of course. Lin Xian nodded. Xianyuan. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Oh. Xianyuan. Why does the Xianyuan family want to deal with me? Lin Xian thought that since Xianyuan Qingtian was dead, there should be no one in the Xianyuan family to deal with him. Young Master Xianyuan disappeared, and you have a grudge with him. The Xianyuan family thinks that it's very likely that you did it. Oh, Lin Xian twisted his neck. Kill him. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? A man never goes back on his word. The powerhouse said in horror. But I've never been a man of honor. Then, the powerhouse was killed by Su Dalin. Lin Xian sighed. After I leave, I hope that you can stay by their side and protect them at all times. After this incident, there was no telling what the Xianyuan family would do. Lin Xian was very worried about them. Okay. Su Dalin nodded. Chapter 1670. Once the matter with the Xianyuan family was settled, the Xianyuan family would know that they had disappeared. That would make them even more suspicious of Lin Xian. Lin Xian and the Xianyuan family would probably try something again, but it wouldn't happen in the near future. As for the rest, Lin Xian couldn't do anything because he was about to leave. He asked the other girls about their missions and found that they had all completed it. Now, he was waiting for the time to come before he went back. Phew, Lin Xian tossed and turned on the bed. What's wrong? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. Are you upset? Lin Xian nodded. I guess so. There are a lot of things that I don't know what will happen in the future. I just don't feel at ease. Lin Xian was used to being in charge of everything. Only then would he feel at ease. Therefore, with the current state of Earth and the fact that he was about to leave, he felt very melancholic. Don't worry too much. We're not vases that will break at the slightest touch. Mu Qingya said softly. Damn, what are you talking about? I'm not worried about anything else. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to guard against a stab in the dark. I'm worried about some conspiracy. Although I'm not as smart as you, I'm not a fool. Mu Qingya said. Lin Xian looked at her. Okay. Sleep. Okay. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao was ready. A total of 8 people were prepared for him. 4 of them were in the Great Void stage. The highest realm was the Great Void stage 5-star. Originally, they only planned to give him a space attribute Heavenly Venerable. However, Duan Lingxiao knew that the space attribute Heavenly Venerable sent by the Xianyuan family didn't kill Lin Xian. Therefore, they couldn't send a Heavenly Venerable this time. Therefore, they finally sent him a Great Void stage warrior. This was really his strongest move, and it was also his only way. If he failed this time, he would really be gone. Everyone, I'll go with you this time. Duan Lingxiao said. No need. A Great Void stage warrior said. This young master must go personally. Otherwise, you won't succeed. He never expected Lin Xian to have a Heavenly Dao realm expert by his side. He felt that the Great Void realm was the limit, right? Or rather, he had helped the system to do it. It's just killing a Grand Domain realm brat with the spatial attribute. For Absolute Void stage cultivators and 4 celestial venerables. Let alone so many people, I alone am enough to kill him. All I have to do is release my aura slightly and I'll be able to kill him. The old man said. Humph. If he was so easy to kill, would this young master have asked your leader to send a great void stage expert to this young master? Let this young master give you a piece of advice. There were several Empyreans before, with the highest realm being the 9-star Empyrean realm. There were even some Empyrean space attribute martial artists that attacked together. None of them were heard from, but he is still alive and well. Although this young master doesn't know how he did it, this is the truth. If you don't take this seriously, then don't blame this young master when you die. When they heard Duan Ling Zhao's words, they became cautious. You're saying that he has top-notch experts protecting him? The old man asked. I'm not sure, but it's possible. At the same time, he's very powerful. Although he's only at the Grand Domain realm, he can easily defeat a Celestial Venerable. Since he can defeat a Celestial Venerable, does he have the ability to defeat a Great Void Stage Expert or escape from a Great Void Stage Expert? This young master isn't sure either. Now, this young master only has one request. When you face him, treat him as an expert with a higher cultivation realm than you. Duan Ling Xiao said. Lin Xian had become his greatest shadow and inner demon. Even if he felt that it was easy to kill Lin Xian, he really didn't think it was that simple. Gee, they didn't believe Duan Ling Zhao's words. It's ridiculous. Facing a Grand Domain realm expert, you actually treat him as someone with a higher cultivation level than us. Not to mention the Grand Domain realm, even in our era, there weren't any geniuses of this level. I think you're possessed. If you don't want to die, you'd better listen to me. Duan Ling Xiao looked ahead as he spoke. Your leader said that you have to listen to me for at least the next 2 days. Let's set off now. And then, they arrived at Jiangnan City. Lin Xian stayed at home for another day. He planned to visit Dongfang Xuan the next few days to get to know her better. On the other hand, Duan Ling Xiao had already arrived near Lin Xian's residence with his men. What should we do? What should we do? Just go in and kill them. What else do you want to do? Duan Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. I told you to listen to me. All right. Then tell me, what should we do? Duan Ling Xiao looked at a figure in a small shop. This woman is called Qini Juan. She's one of Lin Xian's women. This Lin Xian is a good man, but he's too loyal to his friends. She's probably his woman as well. After all, her looks and figure are there for all to see. As for Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei in the villa, it's hard to do anything to them, at least tonight. Lin Xian is there, and he may have even arranged something in advance. We can't do anything in the villa, but it's the same if we catch her. Duan Ling Xiao explained. Could it be that you want me, a few heavenly venerables and absolute void stage experts, to capture a little girl and use her to blackmail him? That's unnecessary. The powerful beings felt like they were playing house. There were 4 great void stage cultivators and 4 heavenly venerables. If they were dealing with a great void stage cultivator, even if it was 1 star of the great void stage, they could still be a little more cautious. However, they were dealing with a Grand Domain realm cultivator. How could they tolerate this? Even their pride couldn't tolerate it. A group of powerful beings actually had to use such a method to deal with a Grand Domain realm cultivator? Unnecessary. Have you forgotten what I told you before? 7 or 8 heavenly venerables died without any news. They didn't even spread the news before they died. There might be a great void stage cultivator among them. Do you think this is unnecessary? Duan Ling Xiao really couldn't stand these people's carelessness. The main reason was that this matter was too important to him, but these people didn't care at all. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Only by being more serious would he feel that the chances of success were higher. With such subordinates, their master probably didn't have much ability either. He could understand. It was normal for a group of great void stage cultivators to not care about a grand domain realm cultivator. However, it was obvious that there might be a great void stage cultivator among them. Then let's do this. Although he was very unhappy with Duan Ling Xiao, from his expression, it seemed that this matter was quite real. He indeed had to be careful. After all, a space attribute Heavenly Venerables had disappeared without a trace. It was quite scary. Chapter 1671. Duan Lingxiao took a deep breath. Whether he lived or died, it all depended on tonight. He was talking about himself. If he failed tonight, then he really didn't know what to do. Prepare to take action. Bring him to the abandoned building over there. This young master mentioned it when we passed by. Duan Lingxiao said. Yeah, no problem. They were really unhappy with Duan Lingxiao, but after thinking about it, if they didn't do it well because they underestimated Duan Lingxiao, their boss would be angry, and they would be blamed for it. Duan Lingxiao was certain that no one was at the Heavenly Dao realm. This was because they had said that even if they were at the Heavenly Dao realm in the past, they would still need some time to recover. Therefore, at the very least, there were no Heavenly Dao realm existences for half a year. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Xian to have a Heavenly Dao realm existence around him. Furthermore, his system did not have such a thing. Take action. Duan Lingxiao saw Qin Yijuan leave the store and turn into an empty alley. He immediately gave the order to take action. Then, the great Void Realm warrior with spatial attributes did not hesitate to release his spatial powers, causing Qin Yijuan to vanish from her spot. It's a success. Duan Lingxiao nodded. Yeah, restrain her. This young master will use the earpiece to communicate with you at any time. Aren't you going to appear? An elder asked. This young master won't appear. The main reason was that he was really afraid of Lin Xian. If it was a normal gathering like the one at Shaolin Monastery, he would not be afraid. But now, he wanted to kill Lin Xian. Although he felt that it was impossible for him to fail, his cautiousness told him that he could not appear. He really could not appear unless he was completely certain that Lin Xian was dead. But even so, he would not appear. He might even appear only after seeing Lin Xian die. He had read quite a number of novels and felt that many characters in novels died because of carelessness and overconfidence. He could not do that. Duan Lingxiao also came to the abandoned building. On the rooftop of the 20th floor, Qin Yijuan was already tied up. Several experts were standing right next to her. This woman sure is beautiful. That's right, she's even prettier than the imperial concubine. Is this the woman of the brat we want to kill? He's really lucky. So what if I'm blessed? Don't you still have to die? What was Duan Lingxiao doing? He was in a place quite far away from here, but he had exchanged for the law of creation. He used the law of creation to create a few things that were similar to cameras here, allowing him to observe the situation here in real time. He did not dare to come over directly. Ask her for Lin Xian's contact information. Duan Lingxiao then contacted a great void stage expert. The expert walked to Qin Yijuan's side and tore off the tape on her mouth. If you want to live, then tell us how to contact Lin Xian. Don't play any tricks. Contact him yourself. The old man said. Zzz, she sniffed, feeling wronged. It's in my pocket. Then he took out his phone. Password 1314. The old man entered the password to unlock the device. The note is that idiot. The idiot is Lin Xian. She said. Don't try to play tricks. The old man bellowed. It was very strange. Wasn't it said that they were lovers? Logically speaking, in such a situation, one would rather die than tell their lover that something had happened to them, so as to prevent him from sending himself to his death. But why did this woman tell him? Oh, so their relationship wasn't that good, and their feelings weren't that deep. She couldn't accept his death. This was also very normal. Duan Ling Zhao's voice then sounded in his ears. It's fine. This should be Lin Xian. According to his understanding, the closer their relationship was, the more special the notes would be. This proved that this person was Lin Xian. Then, the old man called Lin Xian and placed the phone beside Qini Juan. Hello. It was Lin Xian's voice. Zzz. Lin Xian, save me. I've been kidnapped by bad people. Save me. Lin Xian. Lin Xian was really taken aback. No. You're at the fucking Heavenly Dao realm. You've been kidnapped by bad people? That's right. This wasn't Qini Juan, but Su Dalin. The Heavenly Dao realm expert who was Qini Juan's twin, Su Dalin. Of course, Duan Ling Zhao's investigation of Lin Xian only led to Qini Juan. He had no idea that they had a twin sister, much less that the sister was at the Heavenly Dao realm. He had met Su Dalin a few times, but those times, Su Dalin had been in a disguised state. She had come out to buy snacks before she was kidnapped. Of course, it was impossible for them to kidnap Su Dalin. If not for Su Dalin's cooperation, would they have been able to kidnap her? Su Dalin had been bored to death during this period of time. When she encountered such a situation, she was overjoyed and overjoyed. Especially when she discovered that there were 4 great Void Realm experts. According to Lin Xian, it was impossible to produce a great Void Realm expert in this era, much less 4. Therefore, they were also people who had awakened. This made Su Dalin even more interested. Since they had recognized her as her sister, there was going to be some fun. Where are you? At that moment, the elder placed his cell phone by his ear. As experts who had just awakened, there were certain things they had to understand. For example, they had to first understand the internet, cell phones, and computers. Your person is with me. Come, the elder followed Duan Ling Zhao's instructions through his other ear and gave him an address. If you dare touch a hair on her head, I'll be irreconcilable with you. Lin Xian said angrily. Do. Then, the elder hung up. At that moment, Su Dalin said aggrievedly, he already said that he was coming. Can you let me go now? Of course not. You are still useful. The elder said coldly. What other use do I have? What other use do I have other than my face? Su Dalin said as she struggled. Shut up. Glue her mouth shut. Then, Su Dalin was glued up. Needless to say, the feeling of being tied up was quite good. Soon, Lin Xian arrived nearby. They're here. Everyone, get ready. Lin Xian stopped the car and walked down. He looked up at the rooftop. Lin Xian wasn't worried at all because Su Dalin was the one who was tied up. However, Lin Xian was sure that they had tied up the wrong person. In other words, these people's target was the woman beside him. This was something Lin Xian couldn't tolerate. This was Lin Xian's reverse scale. You can touch him, but you can't touch his woman. Otherwise, he would really be furious. Lin Xian wasn't that angry that they had tied up Su Dalin, but he had to get rid of them. Chapter 1672. Lin Xian lit a cigarette and looked up. Sigh. To be honest, he sympathized with these people. Of all the people they could kidnap, they had to kidnap Qin Juan and then mistakenly kidnapped Su Delin. Lin Xian was really glad that he met Su Delin. Really, in a place with such a worldview, with the heavenly Tao by his side, everything would be easy. Lin Xian only had two suspects, the Xianyuan family and Duan Lingxiao. But he couldn't be sure which one it was. I say, as a powerhouse, you don't want to enjoy your days. Instead, you have to learn how to do these things. Aren't you tired? Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and shouted at the people above. Humph. Who are you to speak here? Do you see who this is? They tied Su Delin to the edge of the rooftop. Save me. Su Delin even cooperated and struggled for a while and shouted. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Did you hear your woman shouting for help? Do you want to save her? If you want to save her, then do as this old man says. This old man might even spare her life. The old man chuckled. Of course, this was Duan Lingxiao's idea. Duan Lingxiao had been observing the situation from afar. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He had to succeed. What do you want me to do? Lin Xian asked. Cut off your right arm and destroy your dantian and cultivation. The old man said. No. Lin Xian, don't listen to him. Don't save me. Leave. Su Delin shouted. Lin Xian was speechless. Fuck. This woman was addicted to acting. If my arm is cut off and my dantian destroyed, I won't be able to fight at all. Won't you be able to do whatever you want? I'm not that stupid. What if I do it and you don't let her go? Lin Xian shrugged. You're asking for death. Then you can watch her die. The old man placed a sword beside Su Delin's neck. Duan Lingxiao frowned from afar. Something's not right. This wasn't Lin Xian's style. Logically speaking, he would stupidly do as he was told. Could it be that this woman was not worth it? Of course, the old man wouldn't really kill Su Delin for the time being. His main target was Lin Xian. Then go ahead. Lin Xian said. Ha! At this moment, everyone was stunned. Be careful of his schemes. Duan Lingxiao reminded. The old man also came back to his senses. What do we do now? The old man asked softly. Slit her neck. Duan Lingxiao said. Then the old man's eyes narrowed, and he said, all right. Since you're disobedient, then just watch. Following which, the old man's sword approached Su Delin's neck and exerted some force. But the scene that he had imagined did not happen. Ha! The old man was stunned. No, where's the blood? Although he did not use any force to sever the artery, there would still be blood. The reason was very simple. Su Delin had a heavenly Tao realm physique, while he was only at the 5th stage of the Great Void realm. He did not even use any spirit energy, yet he wanted her to bleed. Dream on. This? Then, the old man exerted some force. There was still no blood. No. Something was amiss. This time, he completely realized that something was amiss. Lin Xian curled the corners of his mouth. I say, can you use more force? Su Delin said faintly. What? At the next instant, his neck was snapped by Su Delin. TSK, too brutal. Lin Xian shook his head. What? The few old men behind were flabbergasted. Boring. Really boring. It's not interesting at all. Can't you have some more fun? Shwa, following that, there were their tragic cries. In a short period of time, 8 people were instantly killed by Su Delin. Gulp, from afar, Duan Lingxiao widened his eyes when he saw this scene. He could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Wasn't the difference in realm a little too great? Could she be at the 10th stage of the Great Void Realm? She couldn't be at the Heavenly Tao Realm, right? That shouldn't be possible, right? But if she was only at the 10th stage of the Great Void Realm, she shouldn't have been able to instantly kill these Great Void Realm cultivators so easily, right? He was doomed. He was really doomed this time. He had failed. He had failed again. He hurriedly threw down the communicator and vanished from his spot. He had to run. He felt the threat of death. He had failed again. He had completely lost his composure. What else could he do? What should he do next? Why was it so difficult to kill Lin Xian? He also understood why those people from before had failed. However, why was it that Lin Xian could encounter him but not him? Why? Why was that? It was because he was very, very far away, more than 10 kilometers away. Therefore, even Su Delin could not catch up to him. Lin Xian appeared beside Su Delin with a spatial jump. Hey, you killed all of them. Didn't I leave one behind? Su Delin quietly took out a bag of potato chips and tore it open to eat. Lin Xian glanced at an old man in the corner who was still breathing and woke him up. Gulp, the old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and revealed a dumbfounded expression. Heavenly Tao. Impossible. How can there be a Heavenly Tao at this stage? The old man's face was filled with disbelief. However, it must be the Heavenly Tao that could kill them so easily. Tell me, who asked you to do it? Even if I tell you, can you spare my life? The old man seemed to have thought of his ending. Maybe. After all, we're not enemies. You were only asked to do it. As if there was a slight chance, the old man said, Duan Lingxiao. Lin Xian sneered. It was indeed him. How do you know him? His Majesty found him and asked him for help. His Majesty. Which one? Yang Guang. Emperor Yang of Sui, Yang Guang. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. An emperor during the Sui and Tang dynasties. According to history, he seemed to be a tyrant. Kill him. Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, Su Delin casually killed him with a move of her hand. Lin Xian did not need to ask about Duan Lingxiao. This Duan Lingxiao had created a law now, so he must have run away. Lin Xian knew that Duan Lingxiao wanted to kill him. However, he was in the dark while Lin Xian was in the light. If he had known, Lin Xian would have found an opportunity to kill him at the banquet. Now, he probably could not find him. However, Lin Xian did not know that he was Duan Lingxiao's target. Duan Lingxiao had to kill him. If Lin Xian knew this, Lin Xian would have killed him no matter what. Go back. Lin Xian and Su Delin left. He had to think of a way to set up something that could perfectly protect the girls in their residence. This Duan Lingxiao might do something crazy. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao was walking in a daze. Chapter 1673. Why? Why? Is it so hard for me to kill someone? Duan Lingxiao's mental state had completely exploded. Duan Lingxiao was also a genius. What did he not have? As for that Lin Xian, he was born as an ordinary person. He could not even cultivate. Why was he inferior to him in every aspect? Why was he always able to escape from the tiger's mouth when it was a sure-kill situation? Ah! Duan Lingxiao roared angrily. He could not go back. He was referring to Emperor Yang of Sui. It was impossible for him to still be in the mood to help Emperor Yang of Sui. He could not even appear in the open because he knew that Lin Xian must have known it was him. He guessed that Lin Xian was going to thoroughly kill him now. He could not be exposed. However, if he did not do anything, he would lose everything. He would even lose his life. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Boom, Duan Lingxiao smashed a tree with a punch. He really could not accept that his fate would end here. However, he really had no other choice now. No, even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. He thought of something. He wanted to kill the people around Lin Xian. However, this was another world. Even if he killed the people around Lin Xian, what was the use? He might not even be able to defeat Murong Yu and the others. Fuck. What should he do? He stayed in Jiangnan City. He wanted to find a chance to kill Lin Xian. Really, even if the virtual realm could not do it, he could not just wait for death like this, right? At first, when he saw that he had triggered the mission to kill Lin Xian, he was simply too happy. However, now, no. I, Duan Lingxiao, will not die so easily. Duan Lingxiao quickly activated the mission. Although he couldn't complete the quest to kill Lin Xian, he could still activate other quests for half a month. If he was lucky and didn't sleep or rest, he might be able to complete all the quests and earn enough points to leave this place alive. Half a month later, at dusk. It's time. Lin Xian exhaled. He was still eating hot pot with them when everyone came over. It's about time. I should go. Lin Xian stood up. Where are you going? Lu Qingzhu asked curiously. In fact, only two people knew about this, Dongfang Shui and Mu Qingya. Me? I'm going to do something big. Lin Xian said with a smile. Brother-in-law, are you really leaving? At first, Mu Feifei thought that what Lin Xian said half a month ago was a joke. Lin Xian nodded. Where to? And, just think of it as me going out for training. Lin Xian put on his jacket and lit a cigarette. This time, I've done everything that needs to be done. I also feel that it's very perfect. My luck is also very good, and I've also met many friends. It's just a pity that I can't accompany you to watch the changes of Earth's era. Hey, what's going on? Qi Nijuan looked at Lin Xian curiously. Hey, I'm just going to a place to train. Mu Qingya said, I'll drive you. No, you guys eat. I'll go by myself. Okay, Mu Qingya didn't say much. Remember what I told you before. Cultivate well and keep a low profile. I'm leaving. In the end, Lin Xian glanced at their faces one by one. See you next time. Dongfang Shui said softly. See you next time. Then Lin Xian released the spatial attribute and directly disappeared on the spot. After Lin Xian left, the girls were still in a daze. Where did brother-in-law go? Sister, you must know. Mu Feifei asked. Didn't he say it? He went out for training, which is very important to him. It may take a few months or half a year before he comes back, but when he comes back, he will be a very powerful master. Ha! So long. Mu Feifei lowered her little head. Cultivate well. Dongfang Shui sat down and said. In any case, she had already made preparations. She just had to wait and see when Lin Xian would come back. What he said must be true, so she didn't have to worry about that. On the other side, Lin Xian came to the place where he had landed and smoked not far away. Sigh, I really don't want to, but, Lin Xian thought for a moment. There were so many girls on the sky blue planet. He also missed them. When I have the ability, the the first thing I'll do is connect these two worlds. Lin Xian thought for a moment. Of course, this was just Lin Xian's imagination. How could it be possible to connect the two worlds? And it might not be a good thing. Okay. I'll bring them together when the time comes. Lin Xian looked ahead. Hey! Up ahead, there were 4 girls who had arrived very early. Murongyu, Ling Ying, Wang Xintong, and Xiao Xinyue. You're here so early. It's okay. Are the others not here yet? Lin Xian glanced at them. Not yet, it's just the 5 of us. There were a few others that even Lin Xian couldn't contact. However, he believed that there wouldn't be any problems. You don't say. I just became a superstar. It feels pretty good to be a superstar. I'll go back and ask an Exayan for some advice. Ling Ying said with a smile. No way, little Ying, you want to be a superstar. Lin Xian opened his mouth. I just want to. Are you done talking to your girlfriends here? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian, ahem, what are you talking about? Wang Xintong blinked and then greeted, hey, over here. A figure flashed to their side. Long time no see. It was Wu Yuhan. Xiao Yuhan, I missed you. Lin Xian smiled and opened his arms. Then, he went to the girls. Shameless. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Yuhan, let me tell you. He's flirting with girls here. I guessed it. Wu Yuhan said calmly. Lin Xian, damn. He felt that he was being antagonized. Who else is not here? Chu Xue. And Feng Ling, I'm here. A voice was heard. Feng Ling ran over. Lin Xian looked at the beautiful girl. Long time no see. Feng Ling was very happy to see everyone. Long time no see, Ling Ying. I saw you on TV. Ling Ying was a little embarrassed. Beautiful, right? Yes, yes. I was following your show. In the end, I saw you win the championship. Of course. Ling Ying nodded proudly. They had so much to talk about when they met again. And little Chu Xue. She should be here soon. Lin Xian missed Han Chu Xue very much too. About 30 minutes later, Han Chu Xue also arrived, which meant that everyone was present. Damn! You guys are here so early. The 9th person, Zhuge Feng, also walked over with a smile. Chapter 1674. Currently, everyone was here. Oh, of course, there was one person who did not come. That was Duan Ling Xiao. It did not matter to Lin Xian whether he came or not. Even if he came, what could he do? Lin Xian did not care about him at all. Even if he came, Lin Xian did not care about him at all. Long time no see. Lin Xian smiled and hugged Zhuge Feng. Ha ha ha, seems like young Master Lin has been living quite comfortably these few months. Zhuge Feng laughed. Oh. How can you tell? I've been paying attention to young Master Lin. Lin Xian was quite famous in this circle. He might not know the others, but it was easier for others to know about Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, it's good, it's good. How have you been recently? Don't mention it. I've experienced the life of an ordinary person. It's not bad. It's made me feel more enlightened. How about you guys? What did you guys get? Lin Xian smiled and said, we'll talk about it later. TSK, mysterious. The things they exchanged for could not be used now. They had to ensure that they had enough system points before returning. When they returned, there would probably be a chance for them to exchange for something. Lin Xian looked at the time. 3 more hours. We can finally go back. Actually, I think this place is quite good. I'm just a little shocked that there's another world here. Yeah. They chatted. Close to 3 hours passed quickly. Duan Lingxiao is not here yet. Zhuge Feng realized that something was not right. It was very good news that 9 out of 10 of them were here. However, Duan Lingxiao should not have failed. In fact, Lin Xian also felt that something was not right. How could Duan Lingxiao not complete the mission? It should not be so. If he knew that his ultimate mission was to kill him, Lin Xian, then Lin Xian would laugh. It doesn't matter if he's here or not, Lin Xian said. That's true. I'm just a little curious. At this moment, a system notification appeared in each of their minds. Congratulations on completing the mission. The return teleportation portal will open in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. They looked at each other. I'm leaving. Well, I'm leaving. Why do I feel a little reluctant? Yeah, I can't bear to leave too. I've made a lot of friends here. It's a pity that this is not a place for us to stay. But I miss my friends and family on Sky Blue too. Ling Ying said as she stretched her body. Alright, get ready to go back. Lin Xian said. Yes. 5 minutes later, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, followed by a beam of light. Say, if the people here enter this teleportation portal, will they be able to go to Sky Blue? Murong Yu asked. Han Chushue shook her head. I don't think so. They might die. I think so too. Otherwise, wouldn't it go against the rules? Wu Yuhan said. Sigh, we're already here. What are you still thinking about? Let's go in. They looked behind them. Duan Lingxiao was still not there. Looks like Duan Lingxiao is going to die. But it doesn't matter. Then, they stepped into the teleportation portal. Whoosh, then, they disappeared on the spot. The next moment, they arrived in an independent space. Lin Xian opened his eyes. The people around him were gone. He was in a pure white space. Congratulations on passing the test of the God's Awakening door. Please use your system points to exchange for the ability you want. Whoosh, then, a panel appeared in front of Lin Xian. There were full attributes, creation, destruction, and all sorts of other things, but Lin Xian already had full attributes. The things he needed. Lin Xian took a look. Double all attributes. What did that mean? It did not mean that the space was doubled. It meant that Lin Xian's strength and speed were doubled. This was good stuff. Lin Xian chose to exchange. Most people would probably choose to exchange for a new attribute or a new law. However, Lin Xian did not lack these. He also had some system points. The creation and destruction laws were already the strongest. Lin Xian did not want to look at the laws anymore. He wanted to look at the domains. There were many domains for him to choose from. He was also divided into T-level, T0, and T1. Lin Xian saw his domain in T0. It was a domain that lowered the realm. However, if he wanted to exchange for this domain, he would need almost all his system points. In other words, all his system points could only be exchanged for such a domain. This was enough to show how powerful this domain was. In addition to this domain, Lin Xian looked at the other top-level domains. For Lin Xian, he felt that the biggest improvement should be the top-level domains and laws. It was the same for everyone. Of course, there were also attributes. However, Lin Xian already had all of them. One experience could exchange for a top-level domain, law, or attribute. It was really, really amazing. This domain is quite interesting. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. What domain was it? An absolute increase in the domain. In the domain, his realm would increase by 2 stars. Although it was only 2 stars, there was something awesome about it. Just like lowering the realm, the domain ignored one's realm. That also meant that even if he was in the heavenly Tao, by activating this domain, he could increase his cultivation by 2 stars. Then, if his realm lowered, the domain lowered by 3 stars, or even 4 stars in the future, the gap would be reduced. This was a good thing. However, it also corresponded to a very thorny problem. That was the huge consumption of spiritual energy. Think about it. Once a domain was activated, the domain's power would increase one's cultivation by 2 stars in the heavenly Tao realm. How much power would be needed to support it? How much spiritual energy would be consumed per second? This was a crucial point. However, this was definitely a very good thing for Lin Xian. Exchange. Lin Xian exchanged for the domain. Shua, a light appeared in front of him. Enter the teleportation array and you will return to Sky Blue Planet. Lin Xian took a deep breath. May I ask who you are? There was no answer. This voice was the system's voice. However, Lin Xian had a feeling that there was a powerful existence controlling the system. All right. Lin Xian then walked in. He was back. Shua, with a flash of light, Lin Xian appeared in the divine domain. This was the entrance to the God's Awakening door. In front of him was the God's Awakening door. But now, the God's Awakening door was tightly shut. Lin Xian. When Murong Feng saw Lin Xian return, he hurriedly walked over. Other than Murong Feng, there were many other experts, including Ling Ying's father, Ling Hai, Han Chushua's father, Han Guang, Feng Ling's father, Feng Qingyang, etc. Basically, everyone here was related to the people who entered the God's Awakening door. They knew that they would return today. Chapter 1675. Lin Xian looked at Murong Feng, then smiled and gave Murong Feng a bear hug. Uncle Murong. Good. Good job. Ling Hai and the rest walked over. Little Xian, Little Ing and the rest, Lin Xian frowned. Then he shook his head. Lin Xian couldn't remember. He couldn't remember anything. He couldn't even remember that they were together on Earth. Oh right, I almost forgot. I can't remember anything after coming back from the God's Awakening door. Ling Hai nodded. Congratulations. Xiao Runing walked over and looked at Lin Xian. Xiao Ningning, I missed you so much. Lin Xian smiled and hugged Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing blushed. Xiao Zun and her mother were behind them. In their eyes, Xiao Runing was Lin Xian's girlfriend. It's good that you're fine. Xiao Runing said. Shua, a second person appeared beside Lin Xian. Ling Ling Feng Qingyang let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Feng Ling come out. He was pleasantly surprised. Second sister, you look haggard. Feng Qingyu said with a smile. Get lost. Feng Ling glared at him. Dad. Feng Qingyang nodded. Okay. Then, a few people came out one after another. Dad. Sister. Lin Xian glanced around. Many familiar faces were here. However, Yiren Bing and the rest didn't come. They obviously knew that Lin Xian was back, but they didn't come. They should be able to see Lin Xian now. Everyone was back except for Duan Lingxiao. Lin Xian, Lingxiao didn't come. Duan Tianming asked. All 9 of them were back, but Duan Lingxiao, Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know. Yes, you don't know. You've all forgotten. Duan Tianming nodded. Wait. Maybe he was still exchanging things there. Lin Xian, I'll go home with my parents first. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian. All right. I'm going back too. Han Chushua said. Then, all the girls went home. Lin Xian, I'm going back with Dad too. Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian. Qin Feng had taken her in as his goddaughter a long time ago. Okay, Uncle Qin, thank you. Qin Feng laughed and said, You stinky brat, how could my daughter be in trouble? You should go home quickly. Many people must be missing you. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Yuhan, come back with me. Lin Xian said to Wu Yuhan. Everyone else had family members. Wu Yuhan was definitely going to be taken away by Lin Xian. Okay. Wu Yuhan nodded. Then we'll go first. Then, everyone went their separate ways. However, this was only temporary. Duan Tianming was about to explode. He had waited for a kid, but he didn't see his son return. Out of the 10 of them, only his son was in trouble. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. On the plane, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan sat together. What's this? Wu Yuhan saw Lin Xian take out a piece of paper. I don't know. Let me see. Lin Xian looked at it. There were some words written on it. Lin Xian could tell that it was his handwriting. After all, his handwriting was ugly. The first sentence was, Behind the God's awakening door is earth. Lin Xian was stunned. Because he had forgotten all about it, he was shocked when he saw this. He knew that he would forget everything. Therefore, he specially wrote this before he came. He wanted to tell himself that even if he forgot everything, he still had to remember the most important news. Earth, Lin Xian muttered to himself. Others wouldn't have such thoughts. However, Lin Xian was different. Dongfang Shui is fine now. She's waiting for me to return. This was the second sentence. Lin Xian stood rooted to the ground. Wu Yuhan couldn't understand it. The third sentence was, New girls on earth. Mu Qingya, Mu Feifei. Address, fuck. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The fourth sentence was, Earth is entering a new era. Qin Shi Huang and the others are awakening. The fifth sentence was, I must work hard to reopen the God's awakening door and return. You still want to go back? Wu Yuhan was stunned when she saw the fifth sentence. I have a reason to go back. Although Lin Xian couldn't remember everything, he knew what he wanted to do. He also knew that these people were very important to him. Oh. Wu Yuhan didn't know what this lunatic Lin Xian wanted to do. She also couldn't remember. Go home. Okay. Lin Xian then used the law of creation to create a phone. He logged into his WeChat and opened the group. Babies, I'm back. This group was Lin Xian's harem group, of course. Before Lin Xian sent the message, the entire group had already become lively and everyone was chatting happily in the group. Lan Xingxing was the first to send a message. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, come back quickly. I miss you. I miss you so much. TSK, I don't miss you. This was a message from Miao Xiaomiao. Zhao Yinqi, Zi Qiue, and Xan, Yi Yi, Lu Yufan, Murong Qin, Bai Xianxian, Luo Chenxi, and the others were also happily replying. Of course, there were also Linglong Shui, Bing Lingyue, Yiren Bing, and the others. Oh, Huang Shi also joined. She also came out to say something. Linglong, you also came out to say something, not to be outdone. Anyway, Lin Xian was their backbone. Lin Xian didn't come, so the group didn't chat much. The group of girls was divided into several groups. Yi Yi, Lu Yufan, Lan Xingxing, and Xan, Miao Xiaomiao, Xiao Yinqi, and Zi Qiwei belonged to one group. Murong Qing, Bai Xianxian, Luo Chenxi, and Leng Wuxin belonged to another group. Linglong Shui and the others belonged to another group. Lin Xian, where are you now? An Xan asked. I'm on the way back to Linfen City. I think I'll be back tonight. Let's get together tonight. Of course. Let's all come. Okay, where are we going? Why don't we all go to Sister Linglong's place? I don't know where they are. Come to my place. I'll lead the way. Okay. Lin Xian looked at them chatting happily and couldn't help but smile. He was still very happy. They started to talk about preparing a big meal. Lin Xian was back. It was a big day. They hadn't seen him for a few months. They really had to celebrate his triumphant return. If you said you missed him, then you really missed him. Although not many people showed it. Do you miss little Shi and the others? Wu Yuhan asked. Damn. You're talking nonsense. How can I not miss them? I want to run over and pinch her little cheeks right now. Lin Xian was excited when he thought of this. Really, this might be the thought of a father. He really missed them. That's true. Today was probably a big day because everyone would gather together. Of course, except for Ling Ying and the others. Since they were back, they definitely had to go home first. Chapter 1676. Linglong Shui and the rest also knew that Lin Xian had returned. They were currently preparing some ingredients at home. The others were either on the way or buying food from the supermarket. It feels like time flies. Yi Rinbing sighed as she sat on the sofa. Yes, it does. Linglong Shui nodded. This was especially so for them. The devil race had a very long lifespan, so they felt that time passed even faster. The main thing was that every day was very interesting, and their lives were very fulfilling. They also felt that time passed very quickly, especially when they saw little Tianyi and little Shi grow up. This was a kind of happiness. It's been a long time since I beat up Lin Xian. When he comes back, I'm going to give him a good beating. Ling Longyue said excitedly. You can beat him. Yi Rinbing laughed. Who said I can't? Ling Longyue stuttered. I reckon that when he comes back this time, his combat strength will increase by at least 50%. Bing Lingyue said. I'm not too sure. After all, we haven't entered the God's Awakening door before. Let's see what kind of power he can obtain. However, it's quite difficult to increase one's combat strength by 50%. Huang Shi walked over wrapped in an apron and placed the washed fruits on the table. She also came early. After all, Lin Xian was back. She couldn't not come, right? She also wanted to see him. Could it be that he's already a heavenly Dao? Huang Shi said casually. That's impossible. He only left for 3 months. How can a heavenly Dao be promoted in 3 months? Yi Rinbing shook her head. What if? Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Yes, he can't be judged with common sense. That bastard, he didn't even look for us to chat. Ling Longyue pouted her lips. We also didn't go to pick him up. That's because we wanted to prepare a feast for him. Ling Longyue said. They didn't want to pick him up. Of course they wanted to, However, they were special. That place was filled with the top experts of the human race. It was best for them not to appear there. There was also Huang Shi and Yi Rinbing. They were all demon gods. If they were recognized, it would be a big problem. It might even bring trouble to Lin Xian. Even if Lin Xian were to explain, would any real human believe such a special and sensitive identity? Therefore, they chose to stay at home. Mom, Xiao Shishir blinked her beautiful big eyes and rubbed against Ling Longshua's chest. What happened? Ling Longshua ruffled her hair. Little Shishir must be hungry. Ling Longyu said. I've never seen a baby who can eat more than her. Then, Shikichan reached out and kicked Ling Longyue. Ling Longshua obviously knew that little Shishir wanted to eat the fruit that Huang Shi brought over, so she took a watermelon for her to chew on. Even if she didn't have real teeth yet, this watermelon was soft and she had no problem eating it. Little Tianyi looked on enviously. Then, he silently crawled towards Shikichan and stubbornly reached out his hand towards the watermelon. Little Shishir reached out her hand and kicked his face while eating the watermelon. He was being bullied to death. Everyone was used to it. After all, he was the younger brother. It was normal for the younger brother to be bullied by the older sister. However, it was also because they were close. I wonder what they will be like when they grow up. Bing Lingyue smiled. In short, they must be close. In such an environment, it was destined that the siblings would be very close to each other. I mean, this kid won't be bullied for the rest of his life, right? Yi Rinbing shook her head helplessly and said, it's normal for the younger brother to be bullied by the older sister. Pfft, Linglong, you couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was as if she thought about how little Tianyi would be suppressed by Shikichan for many years to come. She felt that it was very funny. However, she also felt that if Shikichan was bullied, little Tianyi would be the first to stand up for her. Similarly, only Shikichan could bully little Tianyi. Others couldn't. If little Tianyi was bullied, Shikichan would be the first to stand up for him. They gradually, completely adapted to such a simple and ordinary life. It was really good. The main thing was that they had a baby. In fact, they didn't have many thoughts about it. Let's make some preparations. Everyone is probably coming. Ling Longshua said. Okay. They cleared the entire house. They estimated that there would be more than 10 girls coming. One table was not enough. Obviously, they had to have 2 tables. Everyone hadn't been so excited in a long time. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was their hub. After getting off the plane, Lin Xian directly released his space attribute and brought Wu Yuhan to the door that they had been missing for a long time. Dong dong dong, Lin Xian knocked on the door. I'm coming. Ling Longyue thought it was another girl and ran over to open the door. Then, she saw Lin Xian. Yo, you've grown a little. Lin Xian revealed his trademark smirk and looked at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue opened her small mouth. TSK, the most unimportant one came. Ling Longyue muttered. Of course, her heart was definitely not like that. I think you're looking for a beating. Lin Xian glared at her. Then she walked into the room. The girls were busy, leaving Shikichan and little Tianyi on the sofa. When they heard the commotion, they looked over. When they saw Lin Xian, they were pleasantly surprised. However, one had to know that they were all experts. This surprise might not be shown on their faces. On the surface, they were still relatively calm. Lin Xian looked at the room full of noble and beautiful girls and sucked in a breath of cold air. Was there any scenery more beautiful than this? Xiao Linglong, little Lingyue, little Bingbing, I missed you so much. Lin Xian opened his arms. Unfortunately, no one came into his embrace. What about me? Huang Shi walked out from the kitchen. Missed you too, missed you too. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. Wu Yuhan looked at them and was secretly shocked. Although she had seen him before, to be honest, this Lin Xian was really amazing. Say, it was fine if he could get one of these girls, but why was there a room full of them? You guys sit down and rest. Linglong Shui poured a cup of tea for them. Thank you. Wu Yuhan said politely. Oh, my little babies, I missed you guys so much. Lin Xian looked at Shikichan and Tianyi on the sofa. Then, he quickly ran over and hugged Shikichan. He kissed her cheeks, causing Shikichan to be disgusted. Did you miss me? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Shikichan. The others just looked at them. Yes, Shikichan still said. Damn. You can talk now. The key point was that she could understand his words. Shikichan is definitely not simple. Shikichan should be very soon. Bing Lingyue said. Chapter 1677. For Lin Xian, this was the biggest surprise since his return. Little Tianyi sat on the sofa and opened his arms, asking for a hug. Lin Xian then hugged them one in each arm. Happiness. I missed you so much. Lin Xian kissed them back and forth until their faces were covered in saliva. Little Shishir is disgusted with you. Yi Renbing said. She dares. Lin Xian laughed. Little Shishir then whimpered at Lin Xian. Lin Xian hugged them and sat on the sofa. Come and sit. What are you busy with? Everyone is coming over later. Linglong Shui said. Let's go out and eat. That won't do. How can we feel at home when we go out? Plus, everyone is buying all kinds of ingredients. Linglong Yu muttered. Alright, let's wait for everyone to come and cook together. Okay. They sat on the sofa. Did you miss me? Lin Xian asked with a grin. Nope. Linglong Shui shook her head. TSK, go against your heart. Women are creatures who don't mean what they say. I really didn't miss you. Lin Xian, wow. Your words are too hurtful. What about you? What ability did you get from the God's Awakening door? Huang Shi asked. My attributes doubled and I got a domain. That's it. That's not enough. The main thing is that I have all attributes. Actually, I can get other attributes like space, time, and so on. But I already have all of them, so I can only get a domain. They looked at each other. What is this God's Awakening door? Is it a game world? Is it a law set by an expert? Otherwise, how can we get these things? Bing Lingyue asked doubtfully. I forgot. Wu Yuhan also said, we forgot all about it after we came out. Alright. Right, did anything big happen in the continent these few months? Lin Xian asked. Yes. They nodded. What? Although it had only been 3 months, 3 months was enough for some big things to happen. What happened was even more than Lin Xian had imagined. Linglong Shui said, in the past few months, 3 major events have happened on the continent. The first one is the demon race. Demon race? What's wrong? It's not peaceful anymore. Linglong Shui nodded, yes, the Myriad Demon League has reopened the Demon God Temple, and many powerful demon gods have been born. However, Huangshi's second Demon God Temple is still the second Demon God Temple, but now there are not only 10 Demon God Temples, but 15. At the same time, the Myriad Demon League has been reshuffled. It is said that several top existences from the ancient times have appeared, and the Myriad Demon League is now led by them. Currently, 2 of them should be the 9-headed heavenly demon bat and the undead. Lin Xian frowned. 9-headed heavenly devil bat and the undead race. What are those? Linglong Shui explained, they're all existences from ancient times. Some might even think that they're extinct, but they're not. The 9-headed heavenly demon bat is a kind of bat-type monster beast, but it's already beyond this category. It has 9 heads and is very difficult to deal with. Especially its attacking method, it's very difficult for warriors to deal with. It's a very terrifying existence, and the undead race. The undead race is a race, similar to the elves, dragons, and phoenixes. The undead race is like their name, they are very difficult to kill. Difficult to kill, that means they can be killed. Then why are they called the undead race? Lin Xian shrugged. No. This is a very scary race. It is said that in the ancient times, the undead race was an existence that could compete with the dragons and Qilins. Lin Xian, that was enough of an image. Then why did they disappear? I don't know, but there must be a reason. Now that they have returned, just the return of one undead race, it is destined that Sky Blue Planet will not be peaceful. Linglong Shui said. Then how do we kill them? Although Lin Xian had not come into contact with them yet, he felt that he would come into contact with them sooner or later. It might not even be long, because Sky Blue Planet was not peaceful anymore. Why did she say, too? Linglong Shui said, the undead race is not truly immortal. From what I know, no matter how serious their injuries are, they can recover in an instant. Ha! But if you want to kill them, you just have to kill them in one hit. As long as you can't kill them in one hit, it is impossible to kill them. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Therefore, when their realm reaches a relatively high level, they are, in a certain sense, immortal. Yes, because at the heavenly Tao realm, unless it is absolute strength, it is impossible to kill them in one hit. In fact, even if it is absolute strength, it is impossible for a heavenly Tao realm being to die so easily, unless it is under special circumstances. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Are you sure they are enemies? Yes. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. It is quite troublesome. Furthermore, the undead race is just one of them. There are other existences. What about the other important matters? Lin Xian asked. In addition, there's also the matter of the human race. Some of the human race's forces have also made a high-profile announcement. Ha! Lin Xian scratched his head. I saw it on the news. Bing Lingyue then said, it is said that they are reclusive human family clans and factions. These existences have been reclusive for thousands of years. There are such family clans. Yes, there are. It is said that they are a level higher than the top family clans. They have extremely powerful geniuses. The moment these geniuses appeared, they crushed many geniuses of their generation. Some of them even went to the martial arts academy to become tutors. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. How old are they to become tutors? Although they are young, their cultivation levels are basically all 9 or 10 stars of the Great Void Realm. Alright, what else? There is another matter. It is, regarding your sister. Lin Xian frowned. What's the matter? It's nothing. You mentioned before that the organization your sister is in is a faction that is searching for the 12 demon gods' powers. And at present, they have probably found everything they can find because no one has been able to stop them for the past 3 months. Lin Xian frowned. I know that. During this period of time, they have also launched some attacks on some places of the human clan, causing quite a commotion. At present, they have already begun to challenge the human clan. Yes, the three major factions should be involved. Yes, but they are few in number and their whereabouts are uncertain. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I have to think of a way to solve this matter. Little Fairy was still there. Lin Xian had to solve this problem. Chapter 1678. There had been a lot of things happening on Sky Blue in the past few months. All three of them were major events. Does this mean that the Sky Blue Goblin clan is going to attack the humans? Although the demon race hadn't stopped all these years, they had such thoughts now that the top existences of the demon race were shuffling. I think so. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It was not peaceful anymore. The humans were in a lot of trouble now. Firstly, there was the threat of the Goblin clan. Secondly, there were some internal issues, such as Xiao Mengyue and the others. However, there was also good news. The hidden families of Sky Blue Planet that had been hidden from the world for hundreds or even thousands of years had finally come out. This was good news for the human race because this was a huge amount of fighting power. Knock knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Ling Longyue quickly ran over to open the door. Ah, good evening. A few girls walked in with things in their hands. Lin Xian looked over. Miao Xiaomiao, Xiao Yinqi, Zi Qiyue, and Xan, Lu Yufan, Yi, Lan Xingxing, and the other girls walked in together. The room instantly became lively. Their first reaction when they walked in was to look at Lin Xian. Yes, they saw him. Their next reaction was to act as if they did not care about Lin Xian. They chatted with the other girls. In fact, how could they not care? However, there was a traitor among them. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Lan Xingxing rushed over when she saw Lin Xian. I missed you so much, oh, traitor. Traitor. The other girls pursed their lips. Lin Xian tried to hold back his laughter. Did you miss me or my cooking? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Both. Lan Xingxing stuck out her tongue. We brought a lot of food. Yi said. Okay, leave it there for now. Come sit and drink some water. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Okay, okay. Then, they all gathered around. Ah, little sure, I missed you so much. Lu Yufan came over and snatched little Shir from Lin Xian's arms. Hey, I haven't hugged you enough yet. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. Then, Zi Qiyue snatched little Tianyi away. I want a hug too. Lu Yufan said. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. This group of girls, they deliberately pretended not to miss him, but in reality, they definitely missed him. Then can I hug you? Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Yufan's pretty face reddened, especially in front of so many people. Go go go. Go away. In fact, even if many of them did not express it, they already knew. They knew that many girls were Lin Xian's girlfriends, and even Lin Xian had a baby. They were still willing to stay by Lin Xian's side, which was enough to show their thoughts. Lin Xian, tell us what happened in the God's Awakening door. An Xan sat over and asked. Won't we forget what happened in the God's Awakening door after we come out? Miao Xiaomao said. Oh right, I forgot. An Xan smiled awkwardly. She had already left the entertainment industry. How much did you improve in these 3 months? Lin Xian asked. A lot. We spent most of our time in the beast domain, so we improved a lot. Lin Xian nodded. That's good. You have to continue improving. Sky Blue Planet won't be peaceful in the future. Okay. Oh, Master Yi is back. Welcome. A voice came from the door. Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi walked in. I missed you so much. Give me a hug. Lin Xian smiled and opened his arms. Hey. You didn't even say anything when we came over. Miao Xiaomao said unhappily. That's right. This room is full of beauties. Why don't you hug someone else? Murong Qing teased. They're too small. I don't want to hug them. Miao Xiaomao was speechless. You bastard. She pointed at Lin Xian angrily. He was still that Lin Xian. Am I late? Bai Xianxian walked in with Leng Wuxin. Leng Wuxin did not want to come, but Bai Xianxian dragged her here. There are so many people. Bai Xianxian was shocked. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly. The others were shocked too. There were too many people. There's also Sister Ling Ying and Sister Chuxue. Many people are not here. I'm afraid this is just the tip of the iceberg. Lu Yufan pursed her lips and said. Big brother, can you handle it? Can your body take it? Murong Qing smiled. Lin Xian was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Many of the girls blushed upon hearing this. There are too many people here. Huang Shi was speechless. Moreover, the room was filled with beauties of all sizes. Who could resist this? There were still people who were not here. Is this room big enough? Lin Xian quickly changed the topic. 2 tables are enough. We just need to clear the other things. Then let's get to work. I haven't eaten all day. I've been waiting for this meal. Lan Xingxing said excitedly. Okay, let's get to work. This group of girls filled the kitchen. Lin Xian felt comfortable. He sat on the sofa and chatted with the girls. They had improved a lot in the past 3 months. All of them were on the path of cultivation. Because they had enough capital and power behind them, they did not lack anything. How's the Yixian group now? Lin Xian asked Luo Chenxi. Very good. It's on the right track, Luo Chenxi said after taking a sip of tea. Do you need me to do anything else? No. Luo Chenxi shook her head. Okay. But there's been a little problem recently. Murong Qing said. Ha. Lin Xian looked over in confusion. It's not really a problem. It's just that there's a young group in the mainland. This young group is quite impressive. They've come up with a lot of relatively novel products. These products have already been released and have received unanimous praise from the entire mainland. It's a bit like our Yixian group. They've all appeared out of nowhere and caused a huge uproar as soon as they were released. Yes. I bought a lot of them. Lu Yufan nodded and said. Me too. Yi also nodded. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. What products? Many of them are small products. In terms of shock, they can't be compared to our Yixian group's products. But some of them are quite effective. For example, this. Murong Qing took out a bead. It's a spatial bead. After crushing it, you can teleport 10 meters away. It's a one-time item. Murong Qing said. Luo Chenxi nodded. This kind of bead can allow a warrior to teleport suddenly. It's worth buying. Chapter 1679. Lin Xian found it rather fascinating. This thing can be mass-produced. Yes. This is the amazing part. This kind of thing can be mass-produced, which leads to the supply of this thing being unable to meet the demand. Even if they only produce one teleportation bead, because it is a consumable item and can even be called a necessity for warriors, it has caused a sensation in the continent. Lin Xian stroked his chin. This is rather impressive. To warriors, unless they were of the spatial attribute, how could they have spatial powers? However, this teleportation pearl could allow one to teleport 10 meters. This was truly ridiculous. Just a 10-meter teleportation could turn the tide of a battle. It was extremely useful in battle. Warriors of the spatial attribute had no use for it, but warriors of any other attribute could use it. Especially when most warriors weren't strong, such warriors needed it even more. Furthermore, if one had 100 of them, they could use them 100 times. 1,000 could use them 1,000 times. No matter how many of them there were, the supply would definitely exceed the supply. Even if they only produced one item, it would definitely make them rich. It's very impressive. They nodded. Each of us has at least a dozen of them, Xiao Yinqi said. That's right. This item is very useful, but I don't understand how it can be mass-produced. Then, Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui said, in theory, this should be injected with spatial energy through some method. I can do it too, but no matter how weak the spatial energy is, if it's mass-produced, even a heavenly Dao realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do it. Furthermore, it's impossible for a heavenly Dao realm spatial warrior to do this every day, right? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. That's not realistic either. What about heaven and earth phase? It's possible that it's a natural spirit object. Huang Shi said indifferently as she placed a pile of fruits on the table. But if it's some spatial type crystal, it's better to keep it for your own use. And for them to mass produce it, it means that this item isn't worth it to them. Or rather, there's a lot of it. Lin Xian nodded. This Yang group it's a hidden family. In the past few months, these hidden families have been keeping a low profile. However, they do have some skills. Even our Azura Palace has been attacked by them. Some of our members have been recruited by them. Bai Xianxian said. That's a small matter. It's understandable. However, their industry doesn't conflict with our Yixian group. We don't compete with them either. It can be considered a little. After all, they have established their reputation now. Moreover, there are some things that overlap with ours, which will affect us. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Is the meal ready? I'm hungry. Lin Xian shouted towards the kitchen. What are you shouting for? Do it yourself. Miao Xiao Miao shouted. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, do you want to make some? Lan Xingxing said expectantly. Don't. Lin Xian just came back. Let him rest. Oh, that's right. Lan Xingxing nodded. In a desolate land with no one around, the entire ground was sealed in ice. Those who didn't know would think that it was the north and south poles of a world of ice and snow. Above the void, lightning flashed as the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energies were extremely exaggerated. Slowly, the aura dissipated as the ice and snow vanished. Clap 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 clap, the rhythmic sound of clapping was heard. Linya opened her beautiful eyes. It was truly beautiful. The current Linya was completely different from the Linya from before. She already had that kind of very special temperament, especially now that her snow-white hair was especially beautiful. However, her eyes were even colder than before, as if she had hidden that touch of tenderness in the deepest part of her heart. Zhao Mengyue smiled as she walked towards Linya while clapping. Congratulations on advancing to the heavenly Tao realm. Linya glanced at her without saying a word. Why? By following me, you went from a puny mystic heaven realm to the heavenly Tao realm in a short year. Aren't you happy? Aren't you satisfied? Linya wiped her hands and said lightly, everyone's choice is different. Not everyone likes strength. How many times do I have to tell you? No one doesn't like strength. Zhao Mengyue said lightly. Boss is right. In this world, even a child would hope to possess great power. Sanguine Fiend, who was considered an old acquaintance, said. There was also a young man with thick spectacles sitting next to him. He looked a little fair and tender. Perhaps everyone likes strength, but there are some things that they are not willing to exchange for with strength. Linya said. Did she really like strength? Was it really that absolute? Is it true that everyone likes strength? She didn't think so. Yes, she now possessed unimaginable strength, but this was definitely not what she wanted. And had she ever fantasized about possessing powerful strength? No. She could cultivate, but she just lacked attributes. However, she only wished to survive and earn money so that she could lead a better life with Xiao Xian. She had never thought of increasing her strength. Perhaps she really did not have the time or the mental strength to enter the demon beast domain. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Zhao Mengyue did not continue the topic and instead changed the topic. Lin Xian is back. He should have become stronger. Upon hearing Lin Xian's name, Linya's delicate body trembled slightly. Is this considered good news? Zhao Mengyue curled her lips. Linya did not say a word. I promised you that I wouldn't deal with him, at least not now. At least, I won't do anything to him when he doesn't do anything to me. Zhao Mengyue said. However, Lin Xian had always been a huge knot in her heart. This was because Lin Xian was too terrifying. Now, Lin Xian was already at the Great Void Realm. He was probably 7, 8, or even 9 stars, right? She had promised Linya that she would not do anything to Lin Xian because Lin Xian had yet to reach the heavenly Tao. She would always pay attention to Lin Xian and completely erase him before he reached the heavenly Tao. In fact, there was no need for that. In her eyes, Lin Xian was already nothing. The forces around her were so powerful that Lin Xian could not fight against them. However, if Lin Xian reached the heavenly Tao, he would still be afraid. However, she really wanted to fight against Lin Xian now. She was no longer someone Lin Xian could fight against. Instead, she hoped that Lin Xian could grow. She enjoyed this feeling. She enjoyed stepping on Lin Xian who had already grown up. She wanted him to see what she, Zhao Mengyue, who had once looked down on her, was now. Let's go. We still have work to do. Chapter 1680. What else did they have to do? It might be something big. For someone with great ambition and even a bit of a mental illness, the things they did might not be that simple. Boss, what are we going to do now? Are we going to control those human factions and make them ours? Blood Devil asked excitedly. Linya furrowed her brows. Ha! Zhao Mengyue sneered. I don't care about those human factions. I care about the entire human race. Zhao Yingming's eyes flickered. Boss, what should we do then? After all, we're alone. Small Glasses, who was sitting there, adjusted his glasses and said, I think the more important thing now is to consolidate our forces. I'll bring you guys to a place first and find that person. Boss is referring to Lin. Lin was powerful. He was once the leader of the 12 demon gods. He was also the strongest. Zhao Mengyue also needed this power. This was a power she absolutely couldn't lack. Once she obtained this power, she would be considered to have completely graduated. She didn't obtain all of the 12 demon gods' powers. Lin Xian snatched 2 of them, dark mist and myriad demonic lightning. But for now, it was still going smoothly. Yes, the location has been confirmed. Let's go. After this, follow me to the devil race. We won't be staying in the human race for now. Lin Ye furrowed her brows. Why are we going to the devil race? Zhao Yingming's lips curled up. Let's go to the human race together. Let me become the king of the human race. Ha 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 ha. Then, she looked up and laughed. On the other side, the girls in the room were eating very happily. Everyone was talking and laughing. It had been a long time since it was so lively. Little Tianny, you can't eat this. It's too spicy. Plus, you haven't grown teeth yet. An Xian hugged little Tianny and said carefully. They're all eating ghosts. A room full of eating ghosts. Murong Qing smiled. Eating is the way of the king. Oh right, what did you get from the God Awakening door? Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and asked while eating. 1 domain, and then all my attributes are doubled. Lin Xian. All your attributes have doubled. Why are you so calm? Many of the girls were shocked. For others, this was a very terrifying increase. But for Lin Xian, this increase was not bad. He was quite satisfied with it, but it wasn't particularly heaven-defying. Then what's your current realm? 9 stars of the Great Void stage. Lin Xian. So fast. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yufan and the others were secretly shocked. It's all right, Lin Xian scratched his head. I'm only at the domain realm. Lu Yufan pouted. The grand domain realm is already not bad. Continue to work hard and try to reach the Empyrean realm as soon as possible. That's amazing. Once you reach the Empyrean realm, don't think about increasing your cultivation realm too quickly. Lin Xian said. Okay. Time flies. Yi Yi sighed. Yeah, it's really fast. Hey, what are you guys doing? Are you all tired of the secular world and want to become monks? Lin Xian said. That's not it. I really feel like time is flying by. She still remembered the first time she met Lin Xian at Tianhua Academy. At that time, everyone was so weak. Now, Lin Xian had become a super powerful existence. They were also working hard to improve. Your generation has already broken the norm. Bai Xianxian said. What do you mean by our generation? How much older are you than me? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. But it's true that the young people of this generation have improved their cultivation realm rapidly. They have already surpassed any other generation. Yeah, look at the others. They might not even reach the Great Void stage in their decades, but you guys are all in your 20s. Of course, there is also a difference between geniuses. You are all geniuses. This is normal. There are still a majority of people who can't reach such a high realm even if they work hard. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I think it's all the same. Although we have a system in this era, the system will also determine your level based on your talent. The worse your talent, the more experience points you need to level up. It's not even something that hard work can make up for. Lin Xian said. That's true. Lin Xian, what are you going to do next? Are you going to break through the heavenly Tao? Lin Xian smiled and said, how can it be so easy to break through the heavenly Tao? This is a huge gap. It requires a great opportunity to break through in a short period of time. If there isn't such an opportunity, then it will depend on the situation. It's true that it's not so easy to break through the heavenly Tao, but it's just a matter of time for you. Maybe 8 or 9 years, or 3 to 5 years. Linglong Shui said. Will it take that long? Everyone. This is called long. To Lin Xian, this was called long. He had to return to Earth. His note clearly stated that he had to quickly advance to the heavenly Tao realm before returning to Earth. This was because there were still girls on Earth silently waiting for him. He couldn't make them wait for 5 or 10 years, right? It really won't be long. To the Fae, the heavenly Tao realm might take 100 years to break through, or even longer. To humans, the top geniuses will take 5 or 10 years without any opportunities. It might seem like many geniuses of your generation have reached the Great Void Realm or the high levels of the Great Void Realm, but the heavenly Tao realm is the key to widening the gap. Some people might be geniuses now, but they might not be able to advance to the heavenly Tao realm their entire lives. Some might need decades or centuries, while others only need a few years. This is where the gap widens. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Yeah, I got it. By the way, Xiao Linglong, the advancement of the heavenly Tao realm requires a very critical factor, right? Linglong Shui nodded. Yes, there are 2 critical factors. First, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energies are sufficient to support your advancement to the heavenly Tao realm. This isn't difficult, but the second factor is difficult. The heavenly Tao is a very special realm. In fact, many people fail to advance to the heavenly Tao not because they lack talent, but because they lack soul power. When your soul power reaches a certain level, coupled with your talent and cultivation level, you can attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao. Soul power. Is this soul power our soul? Lan Xingxing asked while blinking her large eyes. You can say that. There are strong and weak soul powers, but most of the time, you won't be able to sense its existence. This is because there are very few opportunities to use soul powers. For example, psyche, control, certain laws, etc. However, many things are closely related to soul powers. Chapter 1681. Lin Xian was well aware of this. Many martial artists would overlook soul power because they couldn't intuitively feel how it could help them. However, it was very, very important. Lin Xian had the law of creation and the law of destruction. Releasing these 2 laws required soul power, mental power, and spiritual power. Therefore, he knew how important soul power was. Therefore, when you are cultivating, you must remember to cultivate your soul power at all times. Linglong Shui looked at the group of girls and reminded them. Sister Linglong, how do we cultivate? Miao Xiaomiao asked. The cultivation of soul force is something you have to do when you are meditating. The cultivation of soul force is a very difficult thing. You might have to cultivate for 5 or 10 years before you can feel a slight increase in your soul force. Bing Lingyue nodded. Yes. Generally speaking, if you want to increase your soul power, you can only rely on some heaven and earth spiritual items. However, these items are very rare, much rarer than any other heaven and earth spiritual items. Then what should we do? There is always a way. Although it is rare, it can be found. It is just a matter of whether it is strong or weak. After all, the strong ones are hard to find, and the ordinary ones are easy to find. Under normal circumstances, from now on, you should focus on increasing your soul power. Grasp every little thing that can increase your soul power. As long as you are talented enough, the heaven's way will not be a problem. Yes, yes. What about me? Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui pondered for a moment and said, "The strength of your soul power is already much stronger than ordinary warriors. It is not a problem for you to advance to the Heaven's Way. However, if you want to advance to the Heaven's Way more easily, you still need to increase your soul power." Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, I will pay attention from now on. After all, I am only at the 9 stars of the Great Void Realm. I still have a 10 stars to prepare for the Heaven's Way." "Okay. What do you plan to do next?" Luo Chenxi asked. I want to do a lot of things, but I have no idea. Let's wait and see. I plan to spend some time with you guys," Lin Xian said with a smile. This was indeed what Lin Xian needed to do. It might not take a long time, a few days, a week, or half a month. Other things might be more important, including finding Linya. Of course, Lin Xian would definitely take this matter to heart. However, they really needed company. Otherwise, Lin Xian would really feel embarrassed. "Tell me, after leaving for so long, how could you not spend some time with them? Especially since all of them were so magnanimous." "They were all very nice, TSK, who needs your company?" Miao Xiaomiao mumbled. "Just you wait. When the time comes, I will definitely beat you up. TSK, it's getting late, everyone should go back and rest." Lin Xian glanced at the time and said. "Alright, then we'll head back first. Everyone, rest early." Then, the girls left in a grandiose manner. Previously, the house was so crowded that it was about to explode. Now that they left, they suddenly felt that although there were still a few people, it was still very spacious. With a thought, Lin Xian released the law of creation and the entire house became exceptionally clean. This was too comfortable. The law of creation was too useful. It's getting late, everyone should go to sleep. Cough cough, sleep. Lin Xian said awkwardly. They obviously knew what this bitch wanted to do. "And then let's all rest." Hey, little Icy." Lin Xian called out to Yi Rinbing. "And that. Little Sure, help take care of her tonight." Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. "Pay. Shameless." Ling Longwe couldn't help but spit. "I'm going to sleep with them." Then, she released the power of space and disappeared. Lin Xian scratched his head. Yi Rinbing's lips curled up slightly. "It's tiring enough to take care of one. You can leave little Sure to Lingyue." Lin Xian looked at Bing Lingyue. Okay." Bing Lingyue nodded. Then, little Sure was carried away by her and Huang Shi. Hee. Clatter, Lin Xian turned off the lights. Everyone returned to their rooms. Lin Xian and Linglong Shui went back to her room. If one were to say that Lin Xian liked anyone, he would like anyone. If one were to ask him to choose, he would not be able to pick anyone. However, there would always be a few girls who treated Lin Xian differently. These girls were all so beautiful and noble. Lin Xian would have to find one of them. Actually, there was no need to think too much. It was obviously Ling Longshui. The others also knew in their hearts that compared to Ling Longshui, they were different in Lin Xian's heart. "Xiao Linglong, I missed you so much." Lin Xian hugged her as soon as they entered the room. Linglong Shui had now completely adapted to Lin Xian's identity. She had also adapted to Lin Xian's touch. They were already an old couple. Although it wasn't a lot this time, they already had a baby. She completely regarded herself as Lin Xian's woman. "Go take a shower." Linglong Shui pushed Lin Xian and said. Of course, she knew what was going to happen next. To be honest, Lin Xian was going to suffocate to death. It had really been a long time. Although he was with Mu Qinya at that time, to be honest, Lin Xian didn't touch her much afterward because Lin Xian had been using the law of creation to create all kinds of things for them. Of course, Lin Xian didn't remember now. In any case, he just felt that he was suffocating. The main thing was that Xiao Linglong was too beautiful and so fairy-like. Hiss. Even if Lin Xian wasn't suffocating now, he couldn't hold it in at all, okay? Let's kiss first and then go take a shower. Then, Linglong Shui was helplessly spat on by Lin Xian. Let's go take a shower together. Linglong Shui. Lin Xian directly carried her up and walked to the bathroom indoors. After a big battle, during this period, your sister appeared a few times. She only left behind some power, but I think she should be fine. Linglong Shui lay there and said. Well, I don't know where little fairy is now. Lin Xian sighed. A month ago, I tracked them once, but their tracks were not fixed. They don't have an absolutely fixed place. There are only a few of them, and they can go to the ends of the earth. I can't find them if I don't completely lock down their location. Linglong Shui shook her head. It's okay. There will always be a way. Oh right. Lin Xian suddenly slapped his forehead. Did my sister try to contact you? Linglong Shui shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, I didn't receive any contact. I went to the restaurant you mentioned before once in a while, but there was no news. Chapter 1682. The only place where Lin Xian could contact Linya was the small restaurant where they used to eat together. Previously, Lin Xian had indeed received some news from Linya, but since then, he hadn't received any news. However, Lin Xian could understand that it would be very difficult for Linya to find an opportunity. Perhaps, she really didn't have any special news to give him. No, that shouldn't be the case. It should be that Linya also knew that Lin Xian wasn't here. He had gone to the God's Awakening door, so she didn't find an opportunity to go there and give Lin Xian any news. And, it's fine. As long as little fairy is fine, it's fine. I'll go take a look later. It shouldn't be difficult to find any news about her. Linglong Shui nodded. And, it shouldn't be difficult. Many of their movements are very high profile. They will go to a place in a high profile manner, do something, and leave behind a bunch of traces. Lin Xian laughed. So it shouldn't be difficult. Actually, I don't have to go find little fairy, but I have to do it before she carries out her true ambitions and plans. Her ambitions were nothing more than that. But to realize these ambitions, ambition alone wasn't enough. You had to have the ability, and this ability wasn't enough. You had to have the capital to reach a certain level. Although the 12 demon gods were powerful, the 12 demon gods who had once brought chaos to the world were not only powerful, but each of them had reached a certain level of strength. Their realms were high enough that they were above everyone else. Tell me, although Zhao Mengyue has so much power now, how can she raise this power to the point where it's above everyone else? Impossible. How could she do something that the entire human race and the entire demon race couldn't? This wasn't realistic. However, there was indeed a thorny problem. Her influence was too small. She only had a few people, and those people were all top-notch experts. They also didn't have a fixed territory. It was too difficult to lock onto their position and capture them. This wasn't something that could be done with space. In order to do so, there were two conditions. Either they were fixed at a certain place, and you already knew that place, or you knew where they were going in advance. Otherwise, even Lin Xian, no, even Linglong Shui couldn't lock onto them, so how could you find Linya? Now, there were only two things that Lin Xian needed to do. First, raise his strength to the heavenly Tao realm. Only then would he have absolute capital. Second, find Linya. These were Lin Xian's two tasks at the moment. Rest. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it when you wake up. Lin Xian hugged Linglong Shui's delicate body. Yes. Then they fell asleep. Lin Xian slept soundly, and so did Linglong Shui. Early the next morning, Lin Xian was woken up by the fragrance coming from outside through the crack in the door. When he woke up, he realized that Linglong Shui had woken up at some point in time. Holy shit! How could he sleep so soundly? Lin Xian didn't even notice that the person beside him had woken up, opened the door, walked out, and closed the door. Perhaps it's because I'm sleeping too soundly at Xiao Linglong's place. Lin Xian chuckled. He didn't know how long it had been since he had such a feeling. No matter how he slept, he would always leave a wisp of his perception to pay attention to his surroundings. But with Linglong Shui, Lin Xian was absolutely relaxed. In the past, he needed to release his perception to protect himself and the people around him. But here, he was protected. He could completely sleep. After all, there was a house full of heavenly Tao realm experts. Lin Xian looked out the window. It was raining heavily today. It was too early, so the light was still very dim. Lin Xian opened the door and walked into the living room. The living room's lights were lit and it was especially dazzling. There was an exquisite breakfast on the table. Bing Lingyue, Yiren Bing, Huang Shi, Linglong Shui, Little Tianyi, and Little Shishir had all woken up. They were sitting around the table and eating breakfast. Morning. Lin Xian said. Morning. You must be exhausted from last night. Yiren Bing hugged Tianyi and said as she fed him. Lin Xian, hey, hey, hey. Don't drive. Lin Xian sat over. Little Shishir, hug me. Lin Xian looked at Little Shishir who was sitting there eating and couldn't help but hug her. No, Little Shishir said in a childish voice. Look, Little Shishir despises you. What? This is called liking me. Lin Xian then forcefully hugged her in his arms and teased this girl with a smile. But Little Shishir only had eyes for delicious food. When are you going back? Lin Xian then looked at Huang Shi and asked. Huang Shi paused in her eating. What? You want this sovereign to go back? She stared at Lin Xian. Ah. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just concerned about you. You have the entire demon god temple to take care of, and no one is as busy as you. I'm not afraid that you'll cause trouble. Come on, you just don't know what to talk about. Yiren Bing exposed Lin Xian. He shook his head helplessly. Bullshit. I'm a fucking Casanova. How can I not know how to talk to girls? Lin Xian was immediately unhappy. Huang Shi then said indifferently, this sovereign knows more about the demon god temple than you, so you don't need to worry. Oh, that. What about Shui Bingxin and Shui Binglan? I didn't see them come last night. Lin Xian looked at Yiren Bing and asked. Why? Do you miss them? I'm just asking. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. They have their own things to do. If you want to see them, this sovereign will ask them to come back in a few days. Okay. Lin Xian shrugged. What are you going to do today? Bing Lingyue asked. Me. It's raining outside, and there's nothing much to do. I'll accompany you guys, and then I'll go to the Yixian group to have a look. I can't accept that a company with the same experience as the Yixian group will overshadow me. They looked at Lin Xian, and then Bing Linguist said, "In fact, no matter what, there's no way to overshadow the Yang group. Their teleportation bead is a necessity. Compared to human warriors, it's more necessary than healing potions and spiritual energy recovery potions. Healing potions and spiritual energy recovery potions are produced by many companies, but only the Yang group produces teleportation beads. They have a monopoly." Lin Xian nodded. "I know. I'm just trying to see if there's any way. In this world, only I, Lin Xian, can be in the limelight. No one else can." They shook their heads helplessly. After dinner, Lin Xian accompanied them for a while. After all, it was raining outside, and there was nothing much to do. Then Lin Xian went to the Yixian group. He hadn't been there for a long time. Chapter 1683. The Art Xian group was on the right track. There was nothing wrong with Luo Chenxi and Murong Qing, two beautiful and capable women, leading the Art Xian group. Lin Xian arrived at the Art Xian group and walked in. "Hello, who are you looking for?" The beautiful receptionist stopped Lin Xian and asked politely with a smile. "Oh, I'm looking for your boss." "Excuse me, may I know who you are? Do you have an appointment?" She asked politely, obviously not knowing who Lin Xian was. "Well, I don't have an appointment. Give Murong Qing a call and tell her that Lin Xian is here to see her." Lin Xian was helpless. After all, it had been so long, and Lin Xian rarely came to the Art Xian group. There were no familiar faces here. Even if there were, they would not be in this hall. Lin Xian did not know who to talk to even if he wanted to. He could not say that he was the boss of this group, could he? What was awkward was that he had given all his shares to them. Of course, there was still a small part of the shares with the Evil Fiend Temple. Thinking of this, Lin Xian suddenly realized. Fuck. There was still the Evil Fiend Temple. He almost forgot. Now, the people of the Evil Fiend Temple still thought that he and Murong Yu had taken their poison pills and their lives were in their hands. Lin Xian and Murong Feng were playing a big game of chess to completely destroy the Evil Fiend Temple. He had forgotten about this. He had to ask Murong Qing. "I'm sorry, Boss Qing is entertaining very important guests. She may not have time for now. What about Luo Chenxi? Boss Luo is also here." The receptionist felt that the man in front of her was not simple. He actually called the two bosses by their full names. "Sir, I'll take you to the lounge to wait. I'll inform you when the time comes." Lin Xian nodded. "Okay." About an hour later, Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi personally escorted a few people down. Lin Xian heard the commotion and came out as well. "You don't have to send me off. I'll take my leave first," the handsome man said. "Take care." Then, he left the Art Xian group with a few people. Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi also saw Lin Xian. "What happened?" Lin Xian leaned over and asked. "Let's talk upstairs." "Yes." Then they went upstairs. The young lady at the front desk opened her mouth. Hey, you, who is that person? Why can you speak to President Qing and President Luo directly?" "I don't know either. I've never seen it before." At this time, a cleaning lady who was sweeping the floor passed by and said, "Him. He is the real boss of our Yixian group. The Yixian group was established by him." Hiss, their faces were filled with shock. "That's not right. I heard that Yixian group was established by President Lin in the past. He is Boss Lin's younger brother." "I see." Lin Xian, Murong Qing, and Luo Chenxi arrived at an office. That person is from the Yang group. Luo Chenxi poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian and said, "Oh. What are you here for?" He said that he is here to talk about cooperation. In fact, he has other ideas. Oh yes, he is also one of President Qing's suitors. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing. Come on. Murong Qing laughed and said, only his face is better than Lin Xian's. As for the rest, it's really not good. Especially that kind of confidence that seems like the whole world can't compare to him. I can't stand it. Hey! Lin Xian glared at her. Are you kidding? But he does have the capital. The Yang family is a top existence among the reclusive families, and he is the eldest son of the Yang family. Today, he came here mainly to say that he wants to develop the Yang Group's industry in Lin and City, and Lin and City is now the territory of our Yixian Group. Lin Xian said, Lin and City is almost under our Yixian Group now, isn't it? What are you thinking? Do you think that we can easily take over a city with only one company? But that's basically what I mean. Murong Qing said. However, it's quite troublesome now. Previously, there was no industry that could shake our Yixian Group. Therefore, we invested almost all of our investments in the acquisition of Lin and City. This caused the Yang Group to have quite a big impact on us now. If they forcibly compete with us for Lin and City, we are likely to be in big trouble. Luo Chenxi said at this time. Are you serious? Lin Xian opened his mouth. However, they will also have to pay a huge price, but we will have to see if they are willing to pay this price. Looking at them, Lin and City seems to be of great significance to their Yang family, but I can't guess what it is. If they insist on doing this, then it must be of great significance, such as strategic significance. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then how are we going to get through this crisis? Lin Xian asked. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said, it's simple. It's nothing more than money. It's useless even with the Holy Temple supporting us. Big brother, the Holy Temple values you more than the Yixian Group. You and the Yixian Group are more important. Even if we borrow money from the Holy Temple, it's such a large sum of money. This is not something that your dear Uncle Murong can make the decision. Do you understand? Lin Xian shrugged. I'll think of another way. How much do we need? Hundreds of thousands or billions? Only then can we completely guarantee that there won't be any problems in the short term. Or we can give up monopolizing Lin and City and shrink this circle. Lin Xian said, how can we give up when things have already come to this? I'll think of a way. By the way, about the evil fiend temple's controlling stake, has anything happened in the past 3 months? It's fine if you don't talk about this. Now that you mention it, I get angry. Murong Qing took a sip of tea. In the past 3 months, the evil fiend temple has taken a lot of money from the Yixian Group. Although they don't have many shares, they are shares of the Yixian Group after all. This money is not a small amount. They don't care about the crisis of the Yixian Group. They only care about using the money to develop themselves. This is a small matter. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. But the Yang Group's teleportation pearl is indeed an invincible project. What other project can guarantee an absolute profit like the teleportation pearl? It's a consumable and a necessity, and there will always be people buying it. Lin Xian thought. Many things in the Yixian Group were very exaggerated, but compared to the teleportation pearl's usage rate and consumption rate, it was much worse. What? Genius Lin, are you planning to have a good fight with the Yang family? It's simple. If you can sell the attribute increasing potion on a large scale, the funds will be in place in a short time. But this is not realistic. No. I want to do something new. It's time to let some people who overestimate themselves understand where the gap is. Chapter 1684. Lin Xian had never been afraid of anyone in this aspect. Damn! With the system, how could he be surpassed by others in terms of business? There were still several missions in the system that Lin Xian had not completed. At most, he could ask the system lady to change the mission rewards. What do you have in mind? To be honest, the Yang group was indeed powerful. The teleportation bead was really profitable. Although the Yixian group was not afraid, after all, they each earned their own profits. However, as the Yixian group had invested almost all of its profits into the acquisition of Lin and City, the Yixian group did not have that much capital now. If the Yang group really had any designs on the Yixian group, the Yixian group would be greatly affected. There were two ways. They could either earn more money or sell off the properties in Lin and City. However, they had just bought so much. If they sold and bought, they would suffer a huge loss. Moreover, they would really be treated as a joke. Instead, the Yang group would succeed. Obviously, they could not leave. Lin Xian shook his head. No. Tisk, Murongqing rolled her eyes. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we are already big enough. We have enough capital. As long as the Yang group doesn't use force, there will be no problem. Even if they do, we are not to be trifled with. Luo Chenxi said. In fact, they still had a lot of confidence in the Yixian group's capital. This was not something that others could easily compare to. However, this capital had basically become an inherent asset. This was quite awkward. What inherent asset? It was the entire Lin and City. Most of the residential areas, shopping malls, schools, shops, and so on in Lin and City had been acquired by them. Therefore, in simple terms, Lin and City had almost become an inherent asset of the Yixian group. If the house you bought was another developer's, then sorry, it was equivalent to buying the Yixian group. The entire land also belonged to the Yixian group. This was the reason why the Yixian group was still afraid of the Yang group even though they had earned so much money these days. Another sad thing was that the Evil Fiend Temple had lost a lot of their money. Let's have a meal together later. Lin Xian said. Didn't we just eat last night? That's different. That was a gathering for everyone. Today, it's us. Murongqing stared at Lin Xian. Are you up to something again? Hey, I'm very sincere. Let's talk about work. On the other side, young Master Yang, can we take down the Art Xian group? They followed Yang Tian and asked respectfully. Yang Tian revealed a confident smile, as though he had everything under control. This Yixian group is indeed not simple. Before the Yang family was born, this young master had already paid attention to this Yixian group, but they lost because they were too arrogant. They completely believe that no capital can shake them. They even didn't hesitate to spend almost all of their capital to acquire the entire Lin and City. What a pity. Yang Tian lit a cigarette and took a puff. It's a pity that they don't think there's any capital that can shake them, especially with the Divine Temple standing behind them. They are even less afraid, so they don't even wait for a period of time to buy when they have more capital. Instead, they buy while making money. They simply don't put capital in their eyes. But now, the Yang family can do it. Yang Tian rubbed his chin. But, with the Yang family's capital, wouldn't it be difficult? Yang Tian sneered. Call headquarters and tell them to hold a press conference tomorrow. It's time for those 2 items to be sold. Yes. Young Tian cracked his neck and sneered, so what if this Yixian group has the Divine Temple support? It's not the Divine Temple support, it's just Murong Feng standing behind them. My Yang family also has a place in the 12 Elders Association of the Divine Temple. Murong Feng is the master of the Divine Temple, but don't think that just because he's the master of the Divine Temple, the entire Divine Temple belongs to him and the Murong family. Perhaps it was like this a long time ago, but after so many years of development, there are no longer any forces. He only belongs to one person, one family. Of course, this refers to the major forces. The Divine Temple has the 12 Elders Association. What does the 12 Elders Association mean? Simply put, the Divine Temple is divided into 12 parts, led by 12 families or forces. The Murong family is one of the 12 Elders Association, and so is the Yang family. Therefore, there are some things that cannot be decided by the Murong family alone. Therefore, he is not afraid of the Divine Temple's possible support for the Yixian group. Now, the Yang family's capital is not enough to shake the Yixian group, but what if a product like the teleportation pearl appears in the market? Then in a short time, their capital will be enough to shake the Yixian group. Kai Zi, let's go. Follow me around Lin and City. Yes, young master. Then, young Tian led his loyal follower around Lin and City. Young master, I have a question. Young Tian looked at Lin and City and said calmly, what is it? Ask away. That is. Why must we take over Lin and City? Young Tian took a puff of his cigarette and said calmly, this matter involves a lot of things, but the reason is very simple. Lin and City is a treasure trove. Treasure trove? Kai Zi asked doubtfully. Yes, over the years, the family has researched something. Lin and City is located in a dragon vein in the entire sky blue planet. A dragon vein in the entire continent. But I don't feel that there is anything special about Lin and City. That's because you can't feel it now. After a while, maybe a year, maybe 3 years, Lin and City will become a very exaggerated place. Lin and City will become a place that the entire human race will protect with their lives, and the Yang family must take over this place. That's right, the first thing the Yang family did when they came out was to attack the Yixian group and Lin and City. Others did not understand, but only a few people in the Yang family knew about this matter. So powerful. Young Tian nodded, yes, very powerful indeed. The Yixian group has already set their sights on Lin and City a long time ago, even going so far as to buy over Lin and City and make it their territory. In the eyes of others, they do not understand, because this is a city that borders the territory of the demon race. Other companies are running away, but they are holding on. From this, it can be seen that the people behind them know the reason, and they must take over Lin and City. Lin Xian did not know at all, he just randomly chose it. Chapter 1685. To Lin Xian, it was all a coincidence. He really did not know of such a saying. If he knew, then others would know as well. How could Lin Xian's art pavilion group get Lin and City so easily? Young Tian continued, if Lin and City falls into the Yang family's hands, do you know what the benefits are? Kai Zi shook his head. The benefits are that the Yang family will become the strongest family in the entire continent. The Yang family will control the entire dragon vein in Lin and City. Moreover, even if the shifters target us, the entire human race, the 3 major forces, and all the other forces will have to protect Lin and City. They might even risk their lives to protect Lin and City because the human race will never give up the dragon vein to the shifters. Young Tian said excitedly. What did the dragon vein mean? Simply put, it was the lifeline of a place. For example, if a force's family had a lot of resources, it could even be the lifeline of their family. If you cut off their lifeline, it could be an underground mine. Their family's fortune would be cut off. This was definitely not a joke. The dragon vein was the lifeline of the entire continent, not the entire human race, including the shifters. It was the lifeline of the entire sky blue planet. What benefits would such a place bring? No one knew, but it was unimaginable. But, if that's the case, even if Lin and City falls into our hands, it's normal for others to take it away by force. After all, the Young family can't stop the entire continent from fighting for it, right? Young Tian smiled and said, fighting for it. After Lin and City is legally our territory, who do you think would dare to fight for it? Unless the entire human race is in chaos, so much so that no one cares about the internal strife. Only then would it be taken away. But do you think the human race will be so chaotic now? It's impossible. No matter what, it's impossible. As long as the three major forces are still around, the human race will not be in chaos. And it's impossible for the three major forces to be gone. So, there's no need to worry. I see. Young Tian rubbed his chin and said, the rest will depend on when we take down Lin and City and force them to withdraw their control. The Yang family will have this capital very soon. Who told them to change their capital into inherent assets? The Yang family never wanted to bankrupt the Yixian group. No matter what they did, it was impossible. However, the Yixian group had exchanged their money for their inherent assets. This led to an economic war. The Yixian group was no match for the Yang group unless they sold off their inherent assets. Therefore, Yang group's idea was to let them sell it off and then take over it themselves. From there, they would slowly take control of Lin and City. That was their goal. At the very least, they could split Lin and City with Yixian group. Let's go and have a drink. After that, Young Tian brought Kai Zi to a famous bar in Lin and City. Although it was daytime, there were still many people in the bar, and there were also many beautiful women. On the contrary, there were more rich and elegant ladies who were willing to stay in this kind of high-end bar. Of course, they also liked to stay in noisy bars. What was the purpose of going to a bar? Picking up girls. Young Tian had heard that Lin and City had a lot of beautiful women. It was very exaggerated. Many famous beauties were in Lin and City. At first, he did not believe it, which city did not have beautiful women. But later on, he took a look on the internet. Oh my God! A group of beautiful women shopping. Each of them was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Each of them had their own merits. It was too shocking. He liked Murong Qing. To be precise, he liked any beautiful woman, be it Murong Qing or Luo Chenxi. He liked them all. However, he could only express his love to one woman on the surface. He liked Murong Qing because he knew that Murong Qing was the biological sister of Master Murong of the Divine Temple. That was extraordinary. They came to the bar and found a place to sit down. The entire bar had a good atmosphere and was not too noisy. Although it was daytime, there were still many people. Basically, everyone was sitting there, drinking wine, eating snacks, and listening to the beautiful women singing on the stage. Young master, beautiful women, beautiful women. Although there were many beautiful women here, there were a few that caught their attention at a glance. Most importantly, there were many people surrounding that area. Young Tian looked over. Occasionally, the bright lights would shine on their faces, highlighting their beautiful features. They were really beautiful. They seemed to be very famous. Young Tian looked over in confusion. It was normal for beautiful women to have people hitting on them. However, there were many people hitting on them. They were asking for autographs. I think so. They seemed to be famous celebrities. That's right. They were Miao Xiao Miao, and Xan, Zi Qiue, Lu Yufan, Xiao Yinqi, and Yi Yi. They had nothing to do today, so they came over to drink and chat. They originally wanted to invite that shameless Lin Xian over, but this guy said that he had a beautiful woman to accompany him. They were helpless. Heavenly consort, can you give me an autograph? Zi Qiue smiled. I'm no longer a celebrity. In my eyes, Heavenly Consort will always be my idol and an Xan. Oh my god. I didn't expect to see you here. They gave these people autographs helplessly. After the song ended, the beauty smiled and said into the microphone, "Today, I'm very honored to meet two idols that I respect and admire very much. They like to sing, and to me, they really have a great effect. I think everyone must want to hear the two of you sing. I wonder if Heavenly Concubine and Princess and Xan can satisfy us." Then there was a burst of cheers. Under such circumstances, an Xan and Zi Qiue were really embarrassed to refuse. Then let's play. Zi Qiue walked up with a smile. It's Heavenly Consort Zi Qiue. Kai Zi said excitedly. She's so beautiful. Young Tian liked this kind of mature and elegant woman. He took a sip of wine and watched Zi Qiue walk up. An Xan also walked up. Although she was very beautiful, he naturally preferred Zi Qiue to this kind of mature and noble woman. I haven't sung for a long time. Zi Qiue smiled and said into the microphone, "Then today, I'll sing with an Xan a song that made her famous. One of the songs, Coral Sea, written and composed by Lin Xian. I'll give it to everyone." Then there was a burst of cheers and screams. A beautiful voice slowly sounded. After the song ended, amidst the thunderous applause, young Tian took a flower and walked over with a smile. He handed it to Zi Qiue and an Xan. "Thank you." The two women nodded politely. "You're welcome. Today is really a good day. I'm lucky to hear such a beautiful voice. Of course, the most important thing is to see such a beautiful woman." Young Tian looked at Zi Qiue with a smile and said. Chapter 1686. Young Tian really felt that Lin and City was very strange. The beauties in Lin and City were really more beautiful than in other places. In fact, he could not be sure about this, but it was obvious that he had prey in Lin and City. He had seen too many beauties, but this level was really rare. Zi Qiue still smiled and nodded politely, "Thank you." Then she said to everyone, "Everyone, have fun." "Thank you." Then the two women walked down amidst the cheers. Young Tian also walked over with a smile. At first, he could not see them clearly from afar, but when he got closer, oh my god. Each and every one of them was unbelievably beautiful. "Beauties, may I sit here?" Young Tian asked with a smile. "Sorry, no, hey, of course, no problem." Lu Yufan said with a smile. They glanced at Lu Yufan. "Thank you. Kaizi, go and get a few bottles of good wine." "Yes, young master." Young Tian then smiled and said to them, "This is my first time in Lin and City. I've met so many beauties on my first day in Lin and City. It's simply a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Let me introduce myself. I'm young Tian from the reclusive family." He had directly revealed his identity. One had to know that people were all vain, but the degree of vanity varied. Recently, the news of the reclusive family was so popular. Everyone knew that even the weakest of the reclusive family was very strong. If young Tian directly revealed his identity, wouldn't these girls have a good impression of him out of vanity? Of course they would. So it's the reclusive family. Is it the reclusive Yang family? Miao Xiaomiao asked. Yes. Wow, does the Yang group belong to your family? Lu Yufan exclaimed. The corner of Yang Tian's mouth curled up slightly, then he nodded. I'm not talented, but the Yang group was founded by me. Of course, the Yang family support, including funds and connections. Wow! They cried out in surprise. Of course, it was more of an act. At first, Lu Yufan's idea was very simple. It was so boring. Since someone came to strike up a conversation, he might as well chat with them. Who knows, they might even pay for him. Although they were not short of money, they were all at the age where they liked to play, except for Zichiyue. However, ever since Zichiyue became famous, she hadn't had a chance to play properly. Instead, she wanted to play with everyone even more. She was their big sister, but she liked to play with them. There was no barrier between them, and they had a lot of topics to talk about. Other than playing, they also made music together, shot music videos together, and went to the demonic beast domain together to improve their cultivation. They were very happy. Although they had all retired from the entertainment industry, music was still their hobby and they would occasionally release music. But now, it was different. At first, they only wanted to play, but now that they knew that Yang Tian was from the Yang group, they had other thoughts. Although they all used the Yang group's teleportation pearl, they also knew that the Yang group was a big opponent for the Yixian group. Moreover, the Yang group seemed to be targeting the Yixian group. This was what Lin Xian heard when he was chatting with Luo Chenxi and Murong Qing during dinner last night. And this person also said that he was the one who founded the Yang group. That was amazing. They might be able to get some information. Yang Tian laughed in his heart when he heard the exclamation. He, it's a small matter, a small matter. You look so young. Did you really establish the Yang group? You're so amazing. Lu Yufan's little mouth opened slightly, looking as if she was admiring him. Yes, everything was done by this young master personally, including the teleportation bead. Hearing this news, their eyes lit up. This news was very important. Lin Xian and the others meant that the teleportation pearl gave them a lot of pressure. What if they could get something out of it? Wow, all of us are using the teleportation pearl. Lu Yufan then took out a few pearls. Yes. Young Tian smiled and nodded. Then you have to use it more. This thing is equivalent to having an additional teleportation ability. It's very important. I'll give you a few teleportation pearls that can teleport you hundreds or thousands of meters away. Really? Young Tian smiled and nodded. Of course. It's my duty to give something to a beauty. Thank you. This teleportation pearl can teleport you more than 10 meters away. Zhao Yinqi was also a smart girl. Since everyone was trying to get information out of them, she naturally started as well. Of course. It's just that we don't sell them. For example, an ordinary teleportation pearl consumes 1 spatial energy. However, teleportation of 1,000 meters consumes hundreds of spatial energy instead of 100. It's completely unnecessary to use it to make money. It's better to make all of them into teleportation pearls that can teleport you 10 meters away and win with quantity. The rest is more for personal use and important transactions with others. Young Tian smiled and said. So that's how it is. Miao Xiaomiao blinked and asked, Brother Yang, what are you doing in Linvan City? Isn't the Yang group located far away? Young Tian smiled and said, I'm actually here to talk about business. I didn't expect to meet such beautiful girls here. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. He didn't realize that they were trying to get information out of him. It was mainly because he didn't expect that they were Lin Xian's people. He didn't even know who Lin Xian was. He only knew that there was such a person. He really didn't know what he looked like. Maybe it was because he was too conceited. Young Master Yang is going to give us such precious teleportation pearls. Shouldn't we toast him? Zi Qiue said with a smile. Drink mine, Kai Zi. Young Master, I'm coming. Kai Zi ran over with good wine. I should be the one toasting you. Young Tian said with a smile. He thought that these girls had a good impression of him after hearing his identity. They even began to take the initiative to court him. After 3 rounds of drinking, when drinking, especially in a crowded place like a bar, do you think Yang Tian would deliberately use his spirit power to dissolve the alcohol? No, Miao Xiaomiao secretly put some drugs in the wine. The effect was not obvious. It was just that he didn't even realize that he was drunk. In addition, the girls were having a lot of fun playing rock paper scissors, drinking and so on, causing Yang Tian to forget about everything else as well. Young Master, it's getting late. We still have things to do. Kai Zi reminded him. Get lost. Can't you see? I'm busy. Chapter 1687. Yang Tian was obviously the kind of person who lived in seclusion. He might know a lot about conspiracies, but he wasn't so vigilant about these small things. Coupled with the fact that he had just been born, the media's comments about the Yang family made him feel smug. There was also his extremely high realm in this very safe place. Even though it seemed like there was only one rich guy by his side, in fact, there were several experts of the Yang family secretly protecting him and watching him. It was just that he couldn't hear what they were saying. However, once he was in danger, those people would definitely make a move. So, under such circumstances, what was Yang Tian worried about? Yang Tian then said to Kai Zi, go where you should go. Don't bother me. Kai Zi hesitated for a moment. Thinking that his young master had top experts protecting him and that he didn't want him to follow him, he walked away. Come. Let's continue drinking. Yang Tian smiled and greeted them. Miao Xiaomiao saw that it was about time. She poured wine for Yang Tian and asked with a smile, Big brother Yang, how are you so powerful? You can create a teleportation pearl that even changed the face of the continent at such a young age. You're really strong. Yang Tian smiled and said, it's nothing. Let me tell you, the Yang Group will release another shocking product in 2 days. Ah, what is it? Yang Tian smiled and said, then I'll tell you. Anyway, the press conference will be held soon. It's a product I call the Divine Power Pill. Yang Tian nodded. That's right. The Divine Power Pill. After taking it, one's strength will increase by 1/3 in 1 to 3 minutes. There's also the Divine Speed Pill. After taking it, one's speed will increase by 1/3 in 1 to 3 minutes. This effect can even increase the speed of a heavenly venerable by 1/5. They looked at each other. Obviously, once this was released, it would definitely be a hit. And the key was that it was a one-time consumable. In terms of shock, it was definitely not as shocking as the Yixian Group's products. However, their advantage was that it was a one-time consumable. After using it, they still had to buy it and use it again. This allowed them to continuously make money. This was the advantage of the Yang Group. This increase was huge. Think about it. Eating something that could increase one's speed and strength by 1/3. Who wouldn't want this free increase? It was really a huge increase in combat power. Even a heavenly venerable could increase by 1/5. Once this thing was released, it would be a situation of people fighting for it. However, these were obviously not as powerful as the teleportation pearl. Of course, they were definitely very strong. Then Big Brother Yang, I really don't understand. How can you make things like the teleportation bead? According to my understanding, teleportation is achieved by spirit tools or attributes. However, this teleportation pearl is not a spirit tool. It can only be considered a consumable item. Why can it achieve teleportation? It's really amazing, and it can even produce such a large amount. Then, he drank a mouthful of wine and said, about this, there's no harm in telling you guys. In our Yang family, we have a very top-notch space crystal. It's very big. This space crystal is the size of a fist, and the space energy inside is enough to create millions of teleportation beads. Hearing this, they looked at each other. Then, what about the divine power pill and the divine speed pill? About this, it's actually nothing. These things are just refined from some formulas. It's a bit similar to pills, but the cost is very, very low. Moreover, they are all diluted. They can even double one's strength and speed. Only our Yang family has this formula. If you want, when the time comes, this young master will give you some divine power pills and divine speed pills that can double one's speed and strength. Yang Tian said. Thank you, Big Brother Yang. They probably already knew. This was definitely very important news. Time slowly passed, and they probably already knew what they wanted to know. This young master is telling you. In the future, Lin and City will fall into my hands. You can go wherever you want. Be my women, you will definitely be the happiest people in the world. Yang Tian was really drunk and was floating in the sky. Ah! Big Brother Yang wants Lin and City. Why is that? Miao Xiaomiao asked. Because, Yang Tian suddenly became a little sober. Or rather, he subconsciously kept telling himself that this was definitely a secret that could not be said. I'll tell you later, Alright, but Lin and City has the Yixian group. Yixian group. When the God Power Pill and God Speed Pill are released, the Yixian group can only obediently admit defeat under the attack of my Yang group. They looked at each other again. Big Brother Yang, you drank too much. It's getting late, you should go back and rest early. The people protecting Yang Tian were all paying attention to Yang Tian. However, they were very secretive and would not come out easily. They also could not hear Yang Tian's words, so they did not know what Yang Tian had exposed. In fact, the things that Yang Tian exposed were not considered fatal. For example, the space crystal. Would they be afraid that someone would steal it from their Yang family? Who would have the ability and courage to do so? However, they definitely could not let others know about it easily. Of course, Yang Tian wanted to have sex with little Missy, but now that he was drunk and had eaten something similar to a drug that Miao Xiaomiao had secretly put in him, he did not know what he wanted to do now. And, then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yang Tian wobbled as he walked away. I'll tell Lin Xian first. Miao Xiaomiao then called Lin Xian and told him about the situation. Oh. Really? How did you know? Hearing Miao Xiaomiao's words, Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Okay, I got it. By the way, he seems to want to compete with you for control of Lin and City, but we didn't find out why. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, this information is very important. Thank you for your hard work. Not as hard as you. What are you doing? Shopping with a girl. Bastard! Go to hell. Meow Xiao Meow angrily hung up the phone. They invited him over for a drink, but he did not come and went shopping with another girl. How shameless. What's wrong? Murong Qing asked. Lin Xian told her what happened. Yang Tian, is it? What a coincidence, Yang Tian actually bumped into them, but could this be intentional? You're saying that Yang Tian deliberately spread the news to me. But what's the reason? Could it be that he was waiting for me to steal the space crystal from the Yang family and then wait for me? That's not necessary. And, what? You want to steal something? Chapter 1688. Murong Qing was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's words. Brother, what are you trying to do? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, what else can I do? No. There's no need for that, okay? Murong Qing believed that although they were competitors, the Yixian group didn't have to be afraid of them. Even if they were to notify Lin and City on behalf of the Yixian group, they had to have the ability to do so. Even if they sold divine power pills, they wouldn't have the ability to do so in a short period of time. And didn't Lin Xian say that he had a way? Lin Xian said, think about it. Lin and City is our competitor, right? Even if I have other methods, the materials, research and development, and manufacturing are all time-consuming. I might as well be straightforward and steal the crystals in this space that they rely on the most. This way, they won't have the capital to fight against the Yixian group. There was nothing wrong with that. If they wanted to mess with the Yixian group, then Lin Xian would have all kinds of ways to mess with them. Whether it was on the surface or behind the scenes, as long as he got rid of them, it didn't matter what schemes they had. This couldn't be said to be sinister. It was a very normal method. That's the Yang family. Murong Qing said. Hey, don't worry. Don't you believe in my strength? I'm now at the 9th level of the Mystic Heaven realm. I don't believe that it's difficult to infiltrate a family. Murong Qing shook her head. That's a reclusive family. Do you know what a reclusive family is? Isn't it just hiding from the world? Coming out occasionally. That's not the case. Let's talk about warriors. In fact, many reclusive family clans don't want to live in seclusion. Instead, there is a rule that states that such family clans are not to participate in the struggles between factions. This is because such family clans have heavenly Tao realm existences on the surface. Think about it. If a heavenly Tao realm existence participates in the struggles of some factions to establish their own faction, what would the consequences be? Lin Xian, because of the pressure from the heavenly Tao, no one dares to resist. They can even effortlessly seize the forces they want and strengthen their own forces. That's right. Humans' ambition is endless, especially for those clans that are qualified to have such ambition. All of these hidden clans have capital. If they all want to develop their own forces, don't you think that the entire human race will be in chaos? There's also the interference of the Fey race. If humans were to have internal strife again, it would be troublesome. Internal strife caused by heavenly Tao realm existences is no trivial matter. Therefore, the top 3 factions have set up this rule. Heavenly Tao realm existences are forbidden from interfering with these factions' interference. So they went into seclusion. More or less. But they can't possibly fight against the human race, right? The so-called seclusion doesn't mean that they are cut off from the world. I understand. Living in seclusion meant being cut off from the rest of the world. Where would he farm and raise himself? How was that possible? The so-called seclusion meant not interfering in certain matters. They could develop their own companies if they wanted to. They could go out to dance or eat. They could go to the Fey Beast domain if they wanted to. There was nothing different about it. It just meant that they couldn't do much when it came to the factions of warriors. That's why the Yang family has a heavenly Tao realm existence. Even if your realm isn't low, being at the 9th stage of the Great Void realm and having spatial attributes, wouldn't you be courting death if you went to someone else's territory, especially one with a heavenly Tao realm existence? Even if nothing happened, it would be difficult for you to steal their spatial crystals under such circumstances. She shook her head helplessly. Why not? Lass, don't underestimate me. Alright. Up to you. Just make sure nothing happens to you. But, why are they appearing now? Lin Xian stroked his chin and asked. There's nothing we can do about it. The human race is in dire straits. Not only is there internal strife in the evil fiend hall, there are other problems. Then, the Fey race's Fey God Hall and Myriad Fey Alliance are reorganizing. Now, there are 15 Fey God Halls with top Fey gods appearing. The human race urgently needs to improve. Otherwise, when the Fey race rushes over, something bad will happen. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Indeed. The heavenly blue planet was indeed restless. Furthermore, don't think that everyone's lives are any different from before. Perhaps one day, the entire continent would be engulfed in the flames of war. This was definitely not a groundless fear. Alright, then I'll go now. Hey, so fast. Since I have nothing to do, I'll come back and have sex with you after I'm done. Fuck your mother. On the other side, Lin Xian quickly took a plane to the city where the Yang family was. It wasn't too far. This crystal must be well protected in the Yang family. According to Lin Xian's information, this thing was very big. Lin Xian was quite surprised. A huge space crystal could support the Yang family's sails to the entire continent. How big was it? Of course, Lin Xian knew that the space crystal would be used up sooner or later. However, from the looks of it, it wouldn't be used up in a short period of time. This short period of time was also the most difficult period for the Yixian group. Could it be that they really wanted to sell some of the businesses and land that they had taken over in Lin and City? Lin Xian couldn't accept that. After the afternoon passed, Lin Xian arrived late at night. The timing was just right. If he wanted to know where the Yang family was, it was a simple matter. The recent news was all about the various hidden families, and these hidden families were all very high profile. However, the Yang family on the surface might not be the true face. This was something that Lin Xian only knew when he went over. Furthermore, the Yang family wasn't the strongest among the reclusive family clans. It could only be considered a mid-tier reclusive family clan. Lin Xian was rather astonished that a mid-tier reclusive family clan had a heavenly Tao realm expert. It was rather powerful. In fact, this wasn't much. Even a low-level hidden family had a heavenly Tao realm. This was because the condition for their hidden family was to have a heavenly Tao realm. This Yang family is in 9 Phantom Mountain. 9 Phantom Mountain is a place with few people. For such a large family, it's indeed suitable to be their base of operations. Lin Xian pondered slightly. 9 Phantom Mountain wasn't even in the city. Of course, there was definitely a Yang family in the city. However, the family that wasn't in the city was the true Yang family. It was the same for the other families. Take Murong Yu's Murong family for example. The real Murong family was made up entirely of cultivators and experts, so it was impossible for them to live in a house in the city. Normally, they would live in a very secluded and quiet place. Then, Lin Xian released his spatial energy and arrived near 9 Phantom Mountain. After arriving there, Lin Xian immediately activated his darkness attribute. Chapter 1689. The concealment of the dark attribute, coupled with the fact that this was Lin Xian's dark attribute, was very powerful and very secretive. Moreover, Lin Xian's cultivation level was at the 9 stars of the Great Void Realm. In fact, it wasn't just the 9 stars of the Great Void Realm. Lin Xian's original strength was coupled with the effect of doubling all his attributes from the God's Awakening Door. Lin Xian even wondered if he could fight a Heavenly Dao Realm 1 star. However, it was unlikely. Lin Xian could even fight a Great Void Realm's 9 stars at the Empyrean Realm, but he could not fight a Heavenly Dao Realm's 1 star at the Great Void Realm. This was because the gap between the Great Void Realm and the Heavenly Dao Realm was just too great. This large realm could not be measured at all. The Heavenly Dao Realm was a realm that completely exceeded the so-called warriors beneath the Heavenly Dao Realm. Lin Xian had experienced the might of the Heavenly Dao before. How should he put it? Even if he used all his strength and went all out, he felt that it was not even a tenth of the Heavenly Dao Realm's strength. The gap between the Heavenly Dao Realm was just too great. Lin Xian even felt that his domain was ineffective against those at the Heavenly Dao Realm. His realm reduction domain could now forcefully reduce the other party's cultivation level. Furthermore, it ignored one's realm, but could it really ignore the Heavenly Dao Realm's realm? Lin Xian felt that it was not certain. If a Heavenly Dao Realm 1 star was released, wouldn't it be too exaggerated if it directly became the Great Void Realm's 9 stars when he released his domain? Lin Xian did not believe that his domain was that exaggerated. Of course, it was not certain. Why? This was because the reduction meant that Lin Xian's spiritual energies would be constantly expended. The harder it was to reduce his realm, the greater the expenditure on Lin Xian. Perhaps it could be done, but Lin Xian's expenditure might reach an unimaginable level. Therefore, the reduction of his realm might not last long. This included the new domain that Lin Xian had recently obtained, the Realm Enhancement Domain. It could raise Lin Xian's realm by 1 star. This was the same. Lin Xian's Great Void Realm's 9-star release was raised to 10-star, but he could raise it from the Great Void Realm's 10-star release to the Heavenly Dao Realm's 1-star release. However, it was possible for him to raise it from the Great Void Realm's 10-star release to the Heavenly Dao Realm's 1-star release. That would consume 100 spiritual energy per second. After all, one had to have sufficient spiritual energy to support the expenditure at one's realm. Lin Xian unleashed his dark attribute, making him absolutely invisible, especially in the middle of the night. Naturally, he wouldn't be easily discovered. Moreover, the Yang clan probably wouldn't have thought that someone would dare to barge into their clan, right? Moreover, there was one thing that Lin Xian could absolutely guarantee, and that was the Eye of Cave Spirit. With his Cave Spirit Eye, Lin Xian could even see the power that could threaten him while he was in hiding. Just like now. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. This was a small forest that led up the mountain. What did Lin Xian see with his Cave Spirit Eye? An energy that resembled infrared rays filled the area, but it wasn't infrared rays. It was likely some sort of hidden probing spiritual energy. Simply put, one couldn't see it or sense it. However, the moment one touched it, the Yang family would know that someone was coming. The Eye of Cave Spirit was truly an extremely useful ability. Lin Xian avoided the hidden object and continued walking forward. Soon, a few houses came into view. However, Lin Xian knew that this wasn't the real Yang family. Although this was the Yang family, it wasn't the real one. The real one was behind these houses. This was because with his Cave Spirit Eye, Lin Xian could see an illusion of this place. Simply put, if one couldn't see through the illusion, one would only see these few houses with their backs facing the mountain. However, if one could see through the illusion, one would realize that behind these houses was a very, very large family clan. Manor. No, manor could no longer be used to describe this place. This place was much, much, much bigger than a manor. Moreover, there were many empty spaces in the manor. However, from what Lin Xian could see, there were many houses here. But how do I enter? Obviously, Lin Xian couldn't release the power of space to directly enter. One had to know that there was a heavenly Tao here. Ignoring the heavenly Tao, even Great Void and Heavenly Venerables could sense the release of the power of space. Wouldn't Lin Xian be exposed? Disguise. This was the simplest method. However, Lin Xian might be able to disguise himself as the people in front of these houses. However, these people were more likely to be the Yang family's gatekeepers. It wouldn't work. Wait. Yang Tian. Lin Xian suddenly thought of the young master of the Yang family, Yang Tian. He had seen what Yang Tian looked like before. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. This would be easy. Then, Lin Xian released the law of creation and changed himself into Yang Tian's appearance. Then, he swaggered over. Young master. Seeing Lin Xian, those people hurriedly bowed. They definitely wouldn't think that this wasn't Yang Tian when they saw Yang Tian. How was that possible? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Young master, didn't you say that you wouldn't be attending the press conference during the day? Why did you come back? He asked. Do I need to tell you whether I'm coming back or not? That person hurriedly bowed. Sorry. Lin Xian directly walked over. Opened the door and welcomed the young master. The Yang family's door opened. Young master. About a dozen people bowed to Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Damn. Was this a hidden family? In the middle of the night, there were actually dozens of people guarding the door. Although they were basically in the domain Law realm, there were 2 heavenly venerables in Great Void realm. How rich. You guys go ahead. Lin Xian then walked in alone. Those people didn't suspect anything, and no one followed Lin Xian. After all, this was the Yang family, and he was the Yang family's young master. When the young master returned home, who would need to keep an eye on him? Lin Xian walked in this huge Yang family and was secretly shocked. It was really huge. Moreover, the entire Yang family's heaven and earth spiritual energy was very dense. This also meant that there were a large number of very strong heaven and earth spiritual energy here. Also, there were powerful illusions and barriers protecting the Yang family. In other words, outside the Yang family, one wouldn't be able to feel the strong heaven and earth spiritual energy. There were many houses, and there were probably a few hundred people in the Yang family. Adding the Yang family's martial artists, there might be even more. It should be at least 1,000-year-old family. However, it was already late at night, so the entire Yang family was still very quiet. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and searched for his target. There were many directions for heaven and earth spiritual energy, and Lin Xian didn't know which direction to go. You! Lin Xian saw a man passing by the roadside. Young master, what orders do you have? He bowed to Lin Xian. Bring this young master to see how the crystal is. Lin Xian said. Yes. However, that person was quite strange. If he wanted to see the crystal, he could go see it himself. Why did he need him to bring him? It was really strange. Chapter 1690. That person brought Lin Xian to this position. Young master, we're here. However, I can't come to this place, so I can only bring you to this position. Lin Xian nodded. Although he hadn't seen the crystal completely, he knew that it was right in front of him. All right, you can go. Yes, young master. Then, he left with a puzzled look. It was really strange. It wasn't like his young master didn't know where this place was. Why did he ask him to bring him here? It was really strange. Lin Xian walked forward. The surrounding spiritual energy became thicker and thicker. Lin Xian even realized that there were many traps and dangers here. Simply put, if someone who wasn't familiar with this place came here, they would definitely fall into the trap. Once they fell into the trap, they would obviously be instantly arrested by the Yang family. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian had the eye of spiritual insight. The eye of spiritual insight could see everything because Lin Xian would definitely not encounter any traps. Then, Lin Xian walked over. Whoa! When Lin Xian reached the destination, the scene in front of him shocked him. Why? In front of him was the deepest part of a forest, the most mysterious place. It wasn't very big, but there were all kinds of spiritual items of heaven and earth, medicinal herbs, and all kinds of other things. In the middle of them all was a huge crystal. How big was this crystal? It was probably as big as a normal house. At first glance, it looked like it had been used before, and many parts had been cut off. It was probably bigger than it used to be. And what were the parts cut off for? They were obviously used to refine teleportation beads. Lin Xian looked at it. There were so many of them. If they all refined teleportation beads, they should be able to last for a while. Although it definitely wouldn't be a long-term thing, this period of time happened to be when the Yixian group was at its weakest. They didn't want to use this teleportation bead to earn money for the rest of their lives. What they wanted was to earn a lot of money during this period of time and take over the Yixian group. The space crystal isn't that precious. It's a pure space crystal. However, it's rare to see such a big one. Lin Xian had seen space crystals a few times before, and all of them were genuine. Perhaps a space crystal of a few cubic meters was even more precious than a space crystal the size of a house. This was also the reason why the Yang family used these crystals to make money. These crystals didn't have much of an effect on them, so they could only be used to make money. On the contrary, you wouldn't even be able to extract the spatial energy from this crystal, because if you wanted to extract a useful amount of spatial energy, you would have to consume an unimaginable amount of this crystal, so it would be better to make money. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. If I take this thing away, I'll let the Yixian group sell something similar to the teleportation bead. Wouldn't that be perfect? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. This thing wouldn't be of much use to him even if he stole it, so he would definitely benefit the mainland. Now, although the Yang family was selling the teleportation beads to target the Yixian group, and although they had made money, they had indeed benefited the mainland and given the people of the mainland such a good thing. If Lin Xian stole it, then the warriors of the mainland wouldn't have the teleportation beads anymore. Of course, this wasn't good, but Lin Xian could do it himself and continue to sell it. It would be the same, just changing the seller. What? The Yang family group was suspecting him. What was the big deal? It didn't matter. At this time, several old men walked in front of him. They all looked strong. Young master, you're back. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I'm back. There were actually people guarding here. Young master, didn't you say that you wouldn't be coming to the press conference? Did something happen again? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I had something to take a look at. You can all go back and rest. Yes. Then, they all walked away. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Something big was about to happen. Now that there was no one around, Lin Xian circled around the crystal. It's so big, how can I take it away? Got it. Lin Xian then released the law of creation and created a huge space. Then, he sent the huge crystal into this space. Done. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Swish! At this time, Lin Xian's surroundings were sealed by a powerful space force. Lin Xian frowned. Good boy. A middle-aged man walked over. Then, he and dozens of other warriors walked not far behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and looked at them. Was he discovered? If I hadn't heard the news and specially contacted Tian, I would have been fooled by you. The Yang family's patriarch, Yang Kai, stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Was he discovered? What? How did you discover me? Then, the man who brought Lin Xian walked over from behind Yang Kai. I've been suspecting you for a long time. This is your own family, and you're the young master. You know your place better than me. Why do you still need me to lead you? So, I reported it to the patriarch. Sure enough. Lin Xian smiled. So that's how it is. Speaking of which, it was also very helpless. The main thing was that many people couldn't be bothered to do so much. Even if they had doubts, they wouldn't say it out loud. Why? If there was a mistake, wouldn't they disturb the patriarch in the middle of the night and provoke the young master again? Therefore, anyone with a brain would close their eyes and pretend that they didn't see anything as long as they weren't sure. But this person was a bit rash. He was like a fool. But even fools have their springtime. Just like now, didn't he make a great contribution? Who the hell are you? How dare you disguise yourself as Tian, to steal crystals? Could it be that you're from the Yixian group? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Xian. No. Lin Xian shook his head. Whether you are or not, we'll know soon. Go, capture him. I want him alive. Yang Kai said. This was his Yang family. His Yang family had so many experts. What did he have to worry about? Yes. Then, more than a dozen experts charged at Lin Xian. All of them were at the Great Void stage. To be honest, Lin Xian's voice was there after all. They felt that more than a dozen Great Void stage experts should be enough, right? If it wasn't enough, they would talk about it when the time came. As for Lin Xian, he was now a little embarrassed. The power of this space was at the Heavenly Dao realm. He was doomed. If it was just a Heavenly Dao realm space, it should be fine. But if it was released by a Heavenly Dao realm warrior with spatial attributes, it would be a big problem. Lin Xian might be in danger. Chapter 1691. Lin Xian was at the 9 stars of the Great Void realm. Apart from those at the Heavenly Dao realm, who could do a thing to Lin Xian at this realm? Lin Xian looked at the people charging at him as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In fact, he wasn't that flustered. He sensed that the highest realm among the people charging at him was only at the 7 stars of the Great Void realm. Perhaps in their eyes, these people's financial status was already very high. Perhaps in their eyes, Lin Xian was still young, and his cultivation level couldn't be that high. But, destruction laws. Lin Xian's simple destruction laws had the effect of causing everyone who charged at him to vomit blood before collapsing to the ground. Lin Xian didn't kill them. It was too easy to kill them if he wanted to, but Lin Xian and the Yang family didn't have a life-and-death feud. What they had was just a normal economic struggle. There was no need to blow things up. Murder. If he were to kill them, it would be a huge matter. Furthermore, Lin Xian believed that there was no need to kill them. What? Seeing this scene, the people of the Yang family were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is this happening? What's that power that was released? How did it injure them? He's just acting all mysterious. Great Void Realms 9 stars and 10 stars, attack. I refuse to believe that he can overturn the heavens. Yang Kai bellowed coldly. Great Void Realms 9 stars, 10 stars, yes, it might be difficult for others, but to Lin Xian, he was invincible. As long as they hadn't reached the Heavenly Dao realm, Lin Xian could easily defeat them. In fact, that was indeed the case. In a short period of time, those 9 stars and 10 stars were defeated by Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he had never used his spatial attributes during the battle. Why not? In fact, he had been secretly using the creation laws to augment his spatial powers. The spatial powers that sealed him were very powerful. Even though Lin Xian's spatial powers were extremely exaggerated, it was still very difficult to break through. Therefore, Lin Xian secretly needed the creation laws to augment his spatial powers. He had to run. Who is this person? Why is his combat strength so strong? Great Void Realms 9 stars. Why can he easily defeat the combined forces of 9 and 10 stars? It's very difficult to find such a person in the entire continent. Who are you? They stared intently at Lin Xian. Actually, the first thing these people suspected was the Yixian group. However, was there anyone in the Yixian group who had such power? Furthermore, it was a young man. Right? Lin Xian. Was Lin Xian's cultivation level that high? That shouldn't, right? Who? Take a guess. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Humph. You forced my hand. I never expected that a Great Void Realm expert could force my Yang family to send out a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Patriarch, please take action. Yang Kai said respectfully. Humph. How embarrassing. You actually need me to take action. An old man slowly walked over as if he had complete control of the situation. The others bowed respectfully. Leave it to me. The elder's eyes focused as he stared at Lin Xian. Needless to say, it was quite scary. This was the way of the heavens. Lin Xian tried his best not to have any conflicts with the way of the heavens. He also couldn't go against the way of the heavens because the way of the heavens really had the ability to kill him. Previously, Lin Xian dared to provoke the way of the heavens no matter how big the gap was. However, the way of the heavens really didn't dare to provoke it. That's quite a pity. Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh. The Heavenly Dao Realm expert looked at Lin Xian. It was as though none of them believed that Lin Xian could escape. Then, let's meet again in the future. Space jump. Shua, Chi, someone sneered. Do you think a Heavenly Dao Realm spatial seal will let you escape? Bang! Then, a hole appeared in space as Lin Xian vanished. Everyone. Quick. Lock onto him, quick. We can't lock onto him. We couldn't lock onto him immediately. Furthermore, his realm isn't low. This space jump is probably more than 100 kilometers away. Damn it. Who is it? Check it out, quick, check it out. The Yang family definitely did not expect such a thing to happen. The crystal was not considered precious, but it was essential to their plan to acquire Lin and City. It was an unimaginable amount of money. As for Lin Xian, he had already boarded the plane happily. Hey, beautiful sister. Find a place big enough and hidden enough. I have something I need to put there. Then, find a group of people to develop the teleportation bead. Lin Xian made a call to Murongqing. Murong-Qing knew that Lin Xian must have succeeded. It's that big. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's very big. It's not inferior to a single-story house in a village. All right, leave it to me. The development of the teleportation bead was actually very simple. Where did the teleportation bead come from? It was the spatial attribute in the bead. As long as one had the spatial attribute, they could teleport. Lin Xian already had the spatial attribute, so the rest could be created directly. This would definitely give the Yixian group another wave of momentum. As for the Yang group, even if they sold the Vigor Pill, it would not be easy for them to take over Lin and City. What Lin Xian was very curious about was why they were fighting with the Yixian group for Lin and City. Logically speaking, Lin and City should be a city that these big families could not wait to avoid. This was because Lin and City was a place that bordered the demon territory and the human territory. Although Tianhua City had been taken back, it would not be long before the demon race took it back. Now, the demon race was even stronger. In a more dangerous situation, the Yang group still wanted to fight for Lin and City. Don't you think it was strange? It was too strange. However, it was not easy for Lin Xian to find out about this matter in a short period of time. He had done what he needed to do. As for the rest, he did not know what to do. After returning and settling everything, Murong-Qing began to send people to develop the teleportation bead. Lin Xian certainly knew that once the teleportation bead was developed, the Yang group would definitely target them. Therefore, the Azura Palace had also sent a large number of experts to protect this item. Their goal was to make money. We still need the Heavenly Dao realm. Lin Xian muttered to himself. But he could not let Xiao Linglong and the rest go and take a look, right? As for the Heavenly Dao realm, leave it to me. I will find someone to help. Of course, it will only be for a short period of time. That's all. Murong-Qing said. All right. Time passed slowly. The Yang group sold the Vigor Pill, but the Yixian group also sold the teleportation bead. It's the Yixian group. The Yang group held a meeting. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.